BO3 Gaming versus TNC Predator. Game 1.
I thought we were bringing in some experts, but Gunnar, I hear you got stomped in an in-house. What's going on here, man?
You know, Fogged, he tried his best and he ruined my game. Nothing you can do. I was also against a TI winner, Dendy.
True.
I'm not a TI winner.
But you two are playing in the same region now. Grant, this man exported himself out of North America. Did you disavow him?
I did not. Gun Daddy here. He's still cool. He's repping us over there, and I appreciate that. Especially, TNC on the line. We'll get the inside scoop now.
Yeah. You got the C region
a
info.
spy. Is that what you're saying?
Indeed.
Okay. Deep cover Gunner. I like it. We're here. It's the second series now of the main event.
Already. Quick.
And it was a fast first game as well. Virtus Pro just looked completely lost. And what a way for LGD to solidify the Chinese crowd behind them, getting a rapier. Now it's up to Vici Gaming to see if they can follow up a performance like that.
Yeah, and I think it should be a pretty good series. I'm surprised the panel actually took Vici Gaming right there, but pretty convincingly. I thought TNC actually looked reasonably well in the group stage, and they talked about it on the panel, as see the draft, that it's these heroes, these team fighters, they have the longest games in some of the tournaments, and that's because these Earthshakers and Enigmas they're picking, they don't mind scaling into the late game with heroes like that, and I think we'll see a lot here.
Yeah, a lot of the team focuses around Tim's, I think, in the early game to mid game. He picks these, like they said, Earthshaker and Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
He's always gets these Blink Daggers and these big initiations, so I'm looking for TNC to draft some big hero for him.
Yeah, and I like the Chen ban. AU, he has been he's one of the few people keep challenging him. They're like, you know what? Let's give him the Chen. And then all of a sudden you gave him a Chen, maybe you give him an Alchemist, and you're like, oh, what have we done? So
yeah, it spirals out of control quickly whenever you give these teams their comfort heroes. And also when you give teams heroes that have just been very irritating. Enchantress has been one of the most hated heroes in pubs. Yes. How do you kill this hero? But I guess maybe it's magic damage, Gunner?
Yeah, so Enchantress is really not good because she has a lot of healing in the early game with her Nature's Attendance.
Correct.
So when you pick an AA, you stop her healing. It's a lot of heroes like Juggernaut or Lifesteal with built-in magic immunity are really good at piercing through her untouchable. So maybe they pick something like Juggernaut here if they want to pick their carry early. That hero's kind of weaker, I think. Gyro is another hero that's good against her. His Rocket Barrage goes through untouchable in the early game.
Yep. Sand King, kind of the same thing. It's all magic damage. You stun in, you Sandstorm, you cast an ultimate, you got to just blow her up right there. And I like two of the bans on the side of TNC. I was going to bring them up. It's Ogre as well as the Tide Hunter, and those heroes, just Vici Gaming, they will always take it. They're one of the few who's only really running it in the 3 position, and just get rid of it. That hero is such a nuisance.
Yeah, we saw the Tide Hunter bring LGD great success in Game 1. Clearly, it's a regional favorite, but we're seeing a lot of different stuff coming out. Magnus being picked up now by Vici Gaming.
A lot of the Chinese teams like Magnus more than the other regions. I think LGD picks it a lot for FY. They play a little slower than the other regions, I think, but they get the slowness helps them with the Empower. Their carry always is going to be top of the net worth. It gives them team fights in the mid and the late game, so I like it. It also lets them contest TNC. If Tim's goes a more greedy hero like Earthshaker as a 4, the Magnus is also going to get a blink, and his carry is going to get farm. So
I'm curious, because don't they usually play Yang on the mag? They're one of the few teams who really likes playing it on the 3. And you have an Enchant, I'll be honest, I love both these heroes as a 3 way more than say Enchant as a 5 or the mag as a 4, but I'm curious, because Enchant, she's a lane stomper. You know what she's going to do. Meanwhile, Magnus is a little bit different. Maybe you get a skewer on the tower, but you're just trying to survive. So if they do play it as a 4, here you go. You're the buff bot.
Trying to survive, and then, just trying to get levels. So what is going to be the pairing for this Magnus? You want to find someone to empower. You want to make sure you enable your carry to accelerate very quickly, which is why Vici Gaming ban out the Alchemist. They want to make sure that no other carry can keep the pace of a hero that has empower.
Yeah.
A nice thing about this Magnus pick and the Enchantress is that Enchantress can solo her lane really early on.
Okay.
And a lot of teams like to run Magnus in a tri-lane.
Assuming that it's going to be a 3
Enchantress and a 4 Magnus.
Which I hope it is.
Yeah, the Magnus can get early boots. He can skewer into tower with another stun from the 5. So a tri-lane with Magnus is a lot stronger than doing dual lanes, I think. So it's kind of a really nice combo that they already have.
Yeah. You're already scared, though, right? You have an Enchant and a Mag, and then you look on the other side. You just have this AoE burst damage. Just in 2 heroes is AA, so you definitely need someone survivable again. I mean, how do you feel about Jug this tournament?
Jug's been a really weak hero. They've nerfed, I think, really small. The past couple, 3-4 patches, they removed his early game agility. They removed 5 movement speed, I think. They removed 10 or 15 damage from each level of blade mail per second.
How are you going to talk bad about one of Hector's favorite carries? It's Wraith King and Juggernaut all day, every day, and he's been cleaning up on those two heroes.
It is, and I feel you do need, honestly, a hero like that. Like Jug, obviously, with the spin, the magic immunity, and then Wraith King, right? You commit onto him, at least you have a full nother life. It's so hard to take a hero like that down, and maybe they will on Vici look to do a hero like that.
And they actually ban out their own Sven, which was a potential for Vici Gaming. Again, you're looking for combinations with this Magnus and power to speed up and accelerate the farm of a carry.
I could see a hero like Troll Warlord right now.
Okay.
For the side of Vici Gaming, it matches well with the Magnus, and as well, you don't die in ult to the AA blast.
Right. If you're in battle trance, you won't shatter.
Yeah, so it's a little like Shallow Grave. It gives you an extra, little room.
A little bit of time.
Yeah.
You never know. Just survive, get a kill. I mean, we saw Ortiz rampage with just 1 extra second. Like, honestly, something like that against an AA is that important. And I'm really surprised they ban out those 2 heroes. It says to me, as you brought up Tsunami, Alk and Sven both are 2 of those heroes that do speed the game up quicker. And obviously, they don't want that. You want this mag, empower, and do your own thing. Oh, a Tiny.
Tiny's been one of TNC Predator's favorite heroes of the group stage, and overall just a really solid hero that we've seen any team pick. It's just, I see an immense amount of magic burst damage. I would be terrified if I'm this Enchantress right now.
The Tiny Axe is really good against Ench in the mid game as well. You don't get attack speed slowed, a lot of physical. Ench does have low armor, but you can't hit her normally. But having the ability to do physical damage without having to hit her is really good, I think.
So if this was like a team secret draft on the side of TNC, I would have no idea which hero is playing well. We could see like mid AA, we could see 3-position Sand King. Based on TNC, which way are you leaning towards the AA Sand King and Tiny being played?
I think AA 5, Tiny 4, Sand King 3.
Okay.
They don't play mid Tiny, do they?
I don't believe they do. I mean, it's like Mineski, right? Moon's like the biggest one, but I don't think TNC really plays that much.
I know OG plays it. Thompson played mid Tiny, I think, once or twice in the group stage.
Do you know what they played it against? Sorry, I'm trying to think like if it's just like a matchup kind of thing, or...
I think Thompson likes it here. I believe he's like gold rank too, so he plays it.
He's like, just give me it. I just want to burst. I want to set that record. I want to get a lot of kills. Yeah. And I was curious, what do you think about that DP last ban? Why do you ban a DP against a team who has mag? Like, does that say anything about what you're going to pick for middle?
It could kind of push the Tiny more towards mid, because since he has really high health, the DP can siphon him in the mid game and kind of control him. But I think it's more for the Lifestealer.
Okay.
DP matches really well against Lifestealer all stages of the game. Late game, at 25, you'll get a haste talent, so Lifestealer can never catch you. But even before that, the spirits go through rage. You can kind of kite the Lifestealer, make a fight a little slower, get through rage, silence him, and kind of burst him.
And even beyond pushing Tiny towards or out of mid, you also need push on towers. Death Prophet would have been a great hero, because Vici Gaming kind of lacking in the ability to take structures right now, because TNC Predator have amazing wave clear. How are you going to ever make your way to a tower and actually start dealing damage to it?
And even just like the group up factor, right? Like if you look, cool, they have a mag, reverse polarity's fun, but then you have a Witch Doctor and Enchant. It's not like, yo, we're ready to just go and team fight you.
But they'll be able to heal, right?
They will.
Wait.
There's
an Ancient Apparition on the other side. What are you going to do?
Why did they take that Witch Doctor? I'm thinking now. Obviously, they enjoy the hero, nice multi-stun. If they do like a tri-lane, Witch Doctor level 1 is pretty good.
True.
And there it is, the Jug. Okay. I think you had to do it versus the A, and you have the Empower, and you're going to be able to ramp up extremely quick.
Yeah, they banned I think Sven could have been a good pick if they didn't ban it.
Yeah.
It matches fairly well against the Lifestealer, and that's one of the few heroes right now that wants to go BKB early and is melee. A lot of the ones are like Gyrocopter goes BKB early this patch, but they need a melee hero for this Empower. So I like the Jug.
Just a hero that's going to have to be very, very careful about how he uses that spell immunity. Both carries have that sort of option.
That's what Tiny does, right? Tiny just makes you, it really does. Once he gets that Blink Dagger, it just makes you think, like, is he behind me? Where is he at? You always have to know where he is on the map.
I got a question, Gunnar. Why do you think that the Shadowblade Tiny build died out so heavily? Is it because this Aghanims has kind of taken precedence, or just Blink Dagger's too good? Because Tiny's a hero that's been competitive for an extremely long time, so many builds, and right now we're seeing like a very, very pop-in, do a bunch of damage, very flashy Tinys.
Shadowblade in general has gotten a lot less popular. A lot of teams are playing a lot more fast, a lot more together. And the Shadowblade playstyle was like the Slark's Shadowblade playstyle, where he would Shadowblade in, he'd find this Crystal Maiden, kill a Crystal Maiden, and then walk away as well.
The assassins.
Yeah, so a lot of Dota, there's no more assassins. The assassins are more in a team fight, you jump the backline. You don't find a solo hero anymore. That's kind of, a lot of teams have improved, I think, over the past couple years. So I think Shadowblade kind of as well, people are playing more detection, more dusks, even gems for no invis to just
Yeah,
deward.
that's true.
So
Yeah, I was just surprised that whenever Sentry Wards got limited, I thought that, oh, maybe this makes Invis heroes a little bit better, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And especially since TNC have a Lifestealer on their team, you want to make as many Blink vehicles as possible, be it either the Sand King or the Tiny.
they ban Kunkka, that gives them, it's more team fight. I think they're banning a lot of team fight right now.
I mean, they need it. Like, they need somebody to group up. Someone who can, like, rotate now. None of these heroes rotate. Enchantress wants to sit in the lane. Mag wants to empower the Jug. Witch Doctor, I mean, it's a Witch Doctor. Like, you're going to be lucky to get boots at 5 minutes kind of thing. They need someone who can move around the map, and Kunkka's the best one from the mid line.
I really like the last 3 bans from TNC. The Kunkka, Death Prophet, Ember, all of them match really well with the Magnus, and then it gives them this early game team fight. All 3 of them. So I think TNC has really nice bans against Vici.
I'm just baffled at the Vici picks. They've picked 3 heroes who really like to heal.
Yeah.
Juggernaut with the healing ward, Witch Doctor, and Enchantress, and now they're going to wrap it up with what is most likely a mid Lina for Vici Gaming.
I like it. I mean, you should be able to dominate lane. Obviously, TNC has the last pick. We'll see what they want to take, but you have someone who can move around. You have someone who can actually burst down. Maybe the lifesteal, you know, you hit a stun from Fog, you get the Laguna off. You do have the ability to now kill that lifestealer, which is nice.
I could see them.
You're tanky.
Yeah, I could see TNC picking a 4 here and putting Tiny mid.
Okay.
It matches up well against the Lina. You have a lot of HP, so her nukes don't do a high like percentage of your health, and you can kill her the whole mid game. Once you get your blink, she dies. She doesn't get HP that much. I think they could pick Rubik. I think could be a dissing hero, and maybe Earthshaker. Both of them are on ban. Tim's really likes those type of playmakers in the mid and late game.
Is there a way Alina just destroys like a Tiny in the laning phase? Like you get the stun, you get a couple of the creeps, and you just out harass them, or no? Eventually Tiny will just catch up.
Yeah, because I would assume that Lina having such high range and Tiny having to go back to get a tree every like 5 seconds would make it pretty Lina favored. But
a lot of the time you get boots really early on Tiny, even some mid start boots as a mid laner, which is kind of unheard of for other heroes. They get into range, they just toss combo. The Lina will lose like 60% of her health. A combo for Tiny from the Lina, he'll lose like 15, 20, 30, maybe max, and he can just salve up.
That's
It's more like the mid game, I think. A lot of Vici Gaming's heroes are squishy, and if he goes mid, I think this Ags build, this Blink Echo Ags,
so fun,
is really nice.
Yeah. And it is the Queen of Pain.
They're going to go traditional. It's Queen of Pain versus Lina in the mid lane. Really curious to see how this one's going to shape up, but I'm going to give it to someone who will know a little bit better. It's the Banana, it's the Slamma, it's the Jamma, it's BSJ.
This game, I think we have a classic hold the fort for Vici. They have Empower, and the only problem I have with an Empower lineup is if you lose too many objectives so that you don't have enough space on the map to farm. But I feel like they have a lot of kill potential and burst on TNC, but they don't have the best tower taking potential after they get those kills. So I feel like they're going to have to get too many kills on TNC in order to close off the map for Vici. So I'm going to have to favor the Empower lineup. But if TNC is able to apply that aggression and turn those snowballing kills into more objectives, I think they'll have a great chance of taking this. I'm going to give it over to Toby Wan and Cinderin. Take it away.
You know, it's a beautiful time when BSJ is sitting there saying, you know what, TNC's got to be aggressive, because that's exactly what we want to see, Sind.
Yep, it is, and this game is definitely a clash of styles. Vici Gaming, toward the end of the groups, I want to say, started playing a little bit slower in some of their games, and they've taken this style into this game. And I share a lot of the reads and thoughts of the panel and BSJ here as far as what the strengths and the weaknesses of each lineup are. And my biggest concern for Vici Gaming is how do you find fights? You have your catch is Skewer and Cask.
It's almost like we have to go back to the older Magnus. Was like, I blink instantly RP and then Skewer back.
But he's a position 4.
He is a position 4.
It takes a while to get those items out. So yeah, it's going to be tricky, I think, for him to get these things done in the game. And when you look at TSC's lineup, it's the other way around. They have plenty of ways of starting the fight. They have a Tiny who's probably going to get a dagger. He is position 4, so also a bit slower, but Sand King is a great catch. Yep. They have the Infest into Queen of Pain that can potentially jump the backlines and get kills. But at the same time, maybe slightly playing on a timer, not too good at taking towers.
Yeah, but that's what TNC always plays like. You got to have them being aggressive. This is what it is. Just run forward. We have our combinations for kills. The timing as well doesn't also seem to be limited. Like you don't have to wait for the infest before you go for a kill. The draft panel was talking about this tri-lane that they could actually get away with running if you want to get up in the face of Vici Gaming. If you want to try and restrict this area, the Vici needs to farm up, needs to be able to control to make the most of that Empower.
So, thank you so much. I'll let them release.
Yep, yep.
Okay,
Alright.
we're good.
Out
All
of
right.
the system, or it's just on cooldown for the
there
moment.
we go. So yeah. As far as TNC's game goes, because of the nature of how their lineup works with being very kill hungry and having a lot of stuns and fighting potential in team fights, and Vici being a little more lacking in that department, a lot of the time games like these get very decided in the first 10 minutes, because if the team that has all this catch and all this aggressive potential gets rolling, and the other team can't fight back, sometimes the game they just run out of steam really quickly. Vici Gaming, we had a game with that with their mag where it started losing map control. On the other hand, if Vici Gaming's laning goes well, TNC can't punish as hard as they want, and then all of a sudden you have a free farming Magnus or a Jugger with Empower, which you have to deal with. So.
Yep. So they can't let him have that space. They've got to really try and control VG Gaming. The first battle for the runes is going to be, well, probably not that much of a fight. Tims isn't really going to have a battle against VG Gaming on the bottom lane, and there will be the contest by Cuckoo, as well as AU, which Paparazzi will have nothing to do with. So again, it's just that one floater around the runes, but is it going to be a straight 2-2 trade?
Yep.
So we actually get tri-lane versus tri-lane for the moment. This is how everything always starts. How long do you actually hold this? Like if you're VG Gaming, like how fast do you pull the Magnus back?
I think they're just not... I'm not sure they're getting what they want here.
Well, they're body blocking the wave for the Radiant side, and they're letting theirs go.
Yeah, that's pretty standard nowadays, because what will happen now is this wave will push at the bottom lane. It will push into Enchantress, and she can play control on her side of the lane. But TNC, I think, did the right thing here. You put the Sand King bottom, you get the supports to just stay top and give Lifestealer a good start, and then eventually you can start making some moves. TNC Tims is already moving around. And Sand King is one of the better heroes at dealing with these aggressive tri-lanes. You can hide in the Sandstorm, you can buy this Quelling Blade right now, put down a sentry when they sentry. If you eat their sentry, they can't kill you. And I think there's only one sentry in play here for Vici Gaming, only one on DY, as Magnus is already left and is going top to help Yang after the switcheroo.
They both were holding it, but you're right, it's moved off that bottom lane. Still wait for the time for it. Tims and Darmel trying to play against Ori. Normally it's meant to be a little aggressive early on, especially with the Tims Tiny. Always looking for the right opportunity to attack. Same time, Gabby. Greatest thing about a Lifestealer, you've got so much sustain in your own lane up on that top, so you're going to be okay. Especially with the help from Ancient Apparition right behind you.
The lane gets tricky for Lifestealer when Enchantress hits 6. If she hits it early and Lifestealer doesn't have total free farm, but the free farm aspect is probably in play. It's an Ench Magnus lane. It's very weak. Ench is strong by herself. Magnus doesn't really contribute very much, but he needs to get experience somewhere. So he's just
Tims, he's trying to kill off DY. That's not going to work though, but almost did.
Cute. Cute try.
It's like the worst creeps as well that you can be thrown into, the Ancient Prowlers.
Yeah. But yeah, Lifestealer will be okay happy up here. I think the challenge for Vici Gaming in their safe lane is to get Yang 6 as soon as possible without giving Fade no game on the mag. So every minute he will pull this camp, more than likely. And if Ench can get 6 in the meantime while he's doing this, they will end up winning this lane, which has a Magnus in it. If you win your Magnus lane, you're generally very, very happy with that. Doesn't even have to be a huge win. Even a draw most of the time when you have a support mag is a great outcome.
You should talk about winning the lanes. The one you were talking about before is like SK can hide inside the Sandstorm and farm on bottom lane. Hasn't had to use the Sentry and Quelling Blade, and hasn't even really got that much CS. He's 5-0 against the 15-4 of Paparazzi. I was expecting Paparazzi to have a pretty good game. Like, Juggernaut hasn't really been the most popular of heroes, but Paparazzi, I don't think there's been a single game where you've said he's performed poorly. And he's going to make this Juggernaut work, especially in the early.
Yeah, I used to have... When you think back 1 year, I used to consider Paparazzi one of the more unstable carries in his previous composition in the team. Would sometimes overextend, would make reckless decisions, get killed too much for a carry. I think he has improved a lot lately and really bumped himself up to the top of the list of the best carries in the world. Just mainly, it's not really his mechanics that have improved that much, it's his decision making. He just understands the map better, knows the limits of his heroes better. and it's showing in their results this year for Vici Gaming.
I feel like also like on both of these teams, there's the supports that make space for a lot of these cores too. Like DY's been having a great time, but here comes your toss. It's Tim's going to work very early on. Paralyzing Cast make it difficult to move forward. The Avalanche buying space, combining with the Barra Strike. This will be first blood. Going the way of Gabby. Paparazzi, there's no real way he can intimidate them to get off his support.
That's great news for Gabby to get the kill. 300 gold, it's the same as 6.5 creeps. Now you're gonna have to have the swap going around, so Sand King will still stay bottom for now, looking to pull. And I guess he's waiting to see what Vici Gaming's rotations are. Now that Enchantress has TP'd bottom, they might want to swap something around again, and that looks to be the case. Gabby is now starting to run across the map while Sand King stays bottom to face the Enchantress.
Tim's going to go towards mid. Shadow Strike out. Already line strike away from Ori. Connects on Armnell. Thanks to that regeneration, he's got all the mana and the health to fight into this one. Even the help coming in from AU. Now they may even get more. Tim's has got tossed back. Magnus arrived. He'll go for a quick skewer, grabbing two with the paralyzing cast. Tim's as well as AU have to separate themselves up, but look at Armel. Blinks underneath the tower, kills off Fate, copping a hell of a lot of damage, but they've got 3 heroes here. TNC as one. They push underneath the tower. TP support's coming in. Maybe now it's a little too deep from Tim's.
As one, they feed the Tiny in the trees. Yeah. Didn't get the toss that he wanted there on the Witch Doctor. A melee creep came in the way, so Tim's could not get the target that he wanted. But at the very least, they were diving with the chat wheel active, so looking to be in good spirits.
It's what you want to see if you're a TNC fan, right? Like they're getting in there, they're fighting hard. It may not always make total sense, but that's how you topple one of the strongest teams in the tournament.
I like the mindset, though, that they're just trying to put the pressure, right? They're even though that was an overextension, the idea of playing this hard aggression and just keeping on cycling your cooldowns to get bonus kills, I think is a good approach. You don't want to just sit back and chill, and they've made some good laning adjustments by ensuring that the Sand King is playing against Enchantress, so Lifestealer has a better time. But Lifestealer against Jugger lane's completely fine. They're both going to farm. If Jugger gets some kill potential with a spin, you just rage it off, and you're completely, absolutely safe and sound, so no problem there. Vici Gaming, however, are still the ones with the early lead. They've just got the better gold out of their lanes overall, mid lane.
Ori's being attacked, so will Elgato. AU's going to run straight past him, looking for the primary kill onto the leaner. Toss him up, throw him down. Okay.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Confirmed dead.
Confirmed.
And they did this with the Siege Creep alive too. They might want to keep this alive, but they can't do it. There's no additional creeps, no glyph, and this will not turn into any tower damage. Something to keep in mind, as we've talked about, this team doesn't have the best pushing potential, so you really need to play around those catapults. And the gank timing was good, but the wave was dead.
We're going to go again.
Lina nuked it out.
Wait, hang on. There's a sentry ward down. Tim's is... he's playing because he thinks he has the advantage with the extra information, but Fade's here. DY will start with the Maldic, skewer him over into Ori, combining with the Laguna Blade. Tim's, man, I know he wants information. I know he feels confident, but that Maldic pop is going to finish him off.
And yeah, he wants to get in here. He wants to get information in the enemy jungle because obviously you're playing against the Magnus and Power lineup. They're going to be stacking camps for the Jugger to farm later. And while Jugger is farming and playing defensively in the jungle, the Enchantress can just play super aggressively in lanes because she's so hard to kill. And that's a nice balance in this lineup, is the pressure that can come from that hero as well as the Lina pushing out waves to keep TNC having to go back and defend and clearing up, giving them that space.
And here they go again with the Observer and Sentry. They're making sure Ori can't see him coming right up the hill. They'll walk TNC into the mid. Paralyzing cast can make this a little bit more problematic. Ori, he's getting a lot of damage out. AU's going to go down. Ori will still fall for this course, but Yang's had time to TP over. Armel TPing out. One more impetus. It'll be enough damage. And Armel, just not enough time on that TP to get away to safety.
Yeah, they were super ready to help out there. Might see a bit of a change up from Ori in this game. Maybe getting a little tankier in his build would be super useful. They seem to be targeting him really hard. Maybe getting one bracer or a raindrop, anything that can give him just that little extra time for them to connect, and this could go even better.
But I think he's already had 3 of the deaths of the 5 kills the TNC has claimed. So
they're targeting him really hard, but guess what that means? That just means the Enchantress and Jugger are having great games. And now that Gabby's playing against Ench, you see the problem. He's getting zoned out, won't be able to farm here, and he's going to leave this lane. It's not feasible for him to stay up here. And of course, you have him power lineup. Sure, you target out one core, but you're not even targeting the guy who's going to, carry the game, which should more than likely be the Juggernaut within power. So the upside, of course, is the guy that they are targeting is the primary playmaker. And if you stifle Lina a bit, BG Gaming will be playing more defensively, but so far it's okay. They're getting what they need.
Yeah, TNC need to add more pressure. But they still don't have that perfect timing yet. The Infest from Gabby just being used for farming and lane presence for the moment. And Cuckoo doesn't have that delivery system with a Blink Dagger, but it looks like they're going to give him top lane. But it really does feel like SK needs to get a lot more out of this game before TNC can be properly enabled, even with Tim's toss.
Both of the items he has queued up on Sand King are super good this game. I suppose he will get the dagger first, but I still think you get Veil after that. It's incredible for your whole team. They have insane amounts of magic damage to get amplified by it. Oh, it's gonna get dusted.
Right, Cuckoo, however, Burrow strikes the other side. He'll be away.
Did that, okay. Minus 90 gold. There's nobody there to help him. That kill is just flat out not happening from Yang. But maybe a bit of a fear factor going forward.
Cuckoo feels fine enough just to buy up the bottle as well. Just walk through, back up to full health and decent mana. Good timing for it as well, as the 10-minute bounty runes are about to spawn. TNC's looking to fight around the bottom, but Radiant scan up on the hill. It does ping, so they're already a little bit concerned. Witch Doctor throws out the cast, won't bounce to anyone but Juggernaut. Ready to fight, needs some damage with Maledict already being committed. Ancient Apparition's back to relative safety, but with 3 seconds of the runes, Sentry wards are down. Witch Doctor getting really caught out by the Avalanche. Maybe with the heal, no, it's still not going to be enough. But PG Gaming, they want to fight. Shockwave connects onto the Infest. Tiny, where are you going? Yeah, you've got someone else inside of you now. Gabby will pop out. Paparazzi's already got the kill on Tim's. Well, up on top, Cuckoo keeping Yang away from the runes, but because he burrow striked in, no escape. Sandstorm was just on cooldown. And Yang, well, he already had the dust anyway, so big kills from VG Gaming happening on both sides of the map.
And it's Siege Creep Wave. They're pushing out bottom. Enchantress is starting a push up top as well, has 2 waves. And that catapult, so bottom tower definitely going down. Mid tower, see Fade immediately walking over here to try and defend it. Will more than likely be absolutely successful. There's
trouble, DY. Ah, Tims has already killed him.
And he's dead. That's really high levels on Tiny. Level 7 now, minute 10. That's great for him.
He's been involved in all of the kills. All 7. 2 kills, 5 assists.
The Force on VG Gaming are happy. We talked about this is the early game, the early stage of the game.
Skewer underneath the tier 2 tower in mid. Fade. Sonic Wave pushes him back. The Shadow Strike was going to kill him, but Armel really trying to push the issue. Ori will arrive, but it's all a little too late.
So another extra kill going the way of TNC onto Fade, but where's the tower damage? Are you limiting the VG Gaming lineup from getting what they want accomplished? They got the bottom tower, they're almost getting the top tower, and this is the farming side that's doing the pushing, right? This is the lineup that you expected would maybe be a little bit slower, and they're still the first ones to get a tower and almost get the second one. So very good news for VG Gaming.
They're trying to go up for Enchantress. The Ice Blast is coming in. They just have to hold him there, and they're able to do so. Yang.
Nice execution.
Felt really good about pushing the tower as well, but the Midas took out the catapult, and then the push power just came a little too slow, and still by himself. Just in case you needed to raise the spirits.
Yep.
So VG, like, you've still done heavy damage to the tier 1 tower up on top. You've taken the bottom tier 1 tower as well. Is this that point where you're actually happy to let this tier 1 tower go? Should the TP in?
This is pretty dangerous.
Well, here comes your Avalanche already. DY, open wounds up, can't move away. Paralyzing cast, making it difficult for TNC to instantly disengage. Paparazzi has the Omni Slash available. Here comes your Ice Blast, however. Yang and Paparazzi both getting chilled to the bone. And they need more help to arrive. Fade's thinking about making his own play. He's going to skewer himself away. He wanted to skewer into the RP if they really want to have the fight, but maybe now Ori can find an exiting hero. With a Lion Strike Array, they control Cuckoo. He'll Burrow Strike away, but because he's been dusted up, one more attack. He went down to 18 HP. The Shockwave, it pulls him back down to 29. They still need one more. The Slave will reach from afar. Ori channels the power of the dragon.
Really nice
spell. The Sand King.
Super good spell casting. They hit so many things right on the edge. The Shockwave was great. The Dragon Slave in the end, just barely clipping. They get the impetus off as well before he gets down. Super nice from VG Gaming. And I thought they were going to lose this tower and maybe a couple of kills, but they end up holding it barely, and they are the ones rewarded with a tower kill. They get this on the Jugger. He's now far ahead of the curve.
He's right in front of 3 heroes.
And, yep. But he's not walking up.
All right.
Maybe old Paparazzi would have farmed that camp. But new Paparazzi,
They were
Better
hoping
improve.
for it. The Ice Blast just flew straight over the top of them.
Version 2.0 does not make that mistake anymore.
And that's the kind of clean, sharp play. That's the reason why a lot of people were backing VG Gaming coming into this TI.
Yep.
Like even over teams like LGD. So Fade's getting his time to farm up inside the jungle. There's so much space in the jungles. DY earning all the fantasy points by stacking every single possible camp he can.
You love that, don't you? Do you have him in your team today?
Of course I do.
Oh, of course.
Of course I do. Like, you're 14 minutes into the game and he's got 13 fantasy points. That's how fast DY moves.
But he also has a haste now, so
Yeah.
also moves fast.
That was the intended visual pun.
Oh, I didn't know you were looking at that. I'm
No.
looking at my own stuff.
I'm looking at everything, man. I see all. Gabby takes the tier 1 tower up on top. Actually, he misses the last hit on it. But still be a tier 1 tower dropping. The mid tier 1 tower is being chipped away. Fade will finally come out and defend that. But VG Gaming starting to have some damage done to their map control. Losing the tier 1 tower up on top as well as mid. This is really going to start to feel a restriction and an opportunity for TNC to at least gain some vision. If you can get those orbs down, see where VG is moving.
I thought VG were not going to fight the top tower, but defend everything else, or try to defend everything else in the game. But showing that they already want to defend the top tower, I think they're willing to fight for every tower on the map. The question is, are TNC? They're getting a bit surprised here in mid, have to pop the glyph.
Ice
Three
Blast
heroes
is
came
coming
out
in.
here. Smoke.
Support's arriving as well. The Ice Blast into the back lines. He'll connect over only on Fade. Cuckoo and Armel TP'd into the side trees with Tims. But VG is fine with this. It's still going to be a 2-2 rune trade. Yang still building up, and if TNC want to fight, VG are more than ready. Level 2 Omni Slash. The Manta style is freshly done over on Paparazzi. Ori with the Yule Scepter knows he's able to control or potentially escape. The only thing they're really missing from this fight is kind of Fade's Blink Dagger. Then it feels a lot better for VG. Then there's that initiation you were talking about.
And they don't have to brute force this mid tower, but what they're accomplishing by going there is they're forcing TNC to react, and that means they're not making their own moves. So it's the good old saying, right? Sometimes a good offense is the best defense. Is that how it goes?
Yeah,
Something like that. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the
other
same
way
thing.
around.
No, but it was the same thing I said, just in the other order. But anyway, you get what I mean. You play aggressive, and in return, you end up defending your mid lane. Because every time they make the move first and TNC react, it's a win, as long as they're farming, too. So stretch that as far as you can, right? You know you're not playing the high stun teamfight lineup, but if you can get skirmishes going and make TNC move after you, it's good news.
TNC still have more time to wait before they can fight. We actually thought the Cuckoo might go to Blink Dagger, but he went Veil and now is going into the Blink, so it still feels like it needs both items. Almost the downside about VG Gaming, yeah, you could farm up inside your own jungle, but because these tier 1 towers have been taken out, there's some safer areas for TNC to farm on bottom lane, because VG don't want to keep pressuring this. In fact, VG, they're looking for their own kind of movement. TNC is smoked up looking for something on bottom lane. No one's coming to contest that. Once again, VG arrive at the tier 1 tower at mid.
Did you notice TNC's movement there? They started making their own move towards bottom. VG start pushing in toward mid, and they'd have to cycle back in again. Ice Blast.
Ice Blast, no! Forster pushes Yang out, saving himself. And now the Ancient Apparition trapped underneath the Juggernaut. Sand King is dying in the backlines too. The Maledict, I think it's actually going to end up popping him off camera. Yep, that's what happens. Yule Scepter, it's just the catch shot. Armel can't move anywhere with the RP and Omni Slash. TNC are playing stuck in the mud, and no one wants to run through their legs.
Perfect fight from them. If Yang could have somehow not been clipped by the Ice Blast, that's the ideal fight. But they still got that on him, so they get the 1 kill. But again, TNC trying to move bottom, VG immediately pressure mid, TNC cross back, and then they lose that fight and the tower. And it doesn't look like much with a 2k gold lead, but this kind of lineup hits this point of critical mass when Jugger becomes a monster. He is so far ahead already, 2,000 gold ahead of the Lifestealer, and if you keep letting this guy farm up, give him an Aegis, he's an excellent high ground sieger too.
And he's always got so many damn stacks. And we're actually seeing this moment again, so the RP, while the Omni Slash was still going, just gives Paparazzi that triple kill. It's like, yep, okay, nice. Nice.
Ice Blast.
Yeah, looking for Fade. Avalanche, toss combination. This is what TNC wanted. Even though the Blink Dagger gets bought by Fade, he won't lose any money, but they need to be aggressors. And now Lifestealer caught out. He'll rage up quickly. Just wants to run out, but he cannot make it to the creep. The Death Ward able to continue to reach out, not to mention all the Ori buff. And that's the first reveal of the Shadow Blade too. He only just got this.
Yep. This is not that common of a Lina build nowadays, but immediately put to use for a great kill. It's a good way for them to catch the Queen of Pain as well, and another escape tool. So, yeah, it seems like every time TNC get even a little bit going for them. It's like, yay, we got this mag kill. Oh, we lost our carry. So the trade-off once again against them. And now it's a 3k gold lead for Juggernaut. Well, what do you know? He gained another 1,000 in 1 minute because of the kill on the Lifestealer.
And he's almost finished his Skadi. Like, we're 20 minutes in. He's got enough to pick up the ultimate. Orb just needs the money for the point booster now. Ice Blast is flying again. This one will be short. If it did connect, Tims was there ready to go, but he'll deward the sentry instead. Just pressure being applied on all sides. Cuckoo's trying to keep him out of the bottom. He also now has the Blink as well as Veil. Got to bring in this team fight from TNC. And if it's just not a team fight, at least a pick-off.
Yeah. It's starting to feel a little bit tricky right now. I think they're going to wait for the Lifestealer Radiance, and then that's a timing that they want to try to find a team fight.
They have other items, though, which let them fight. Like, obviously, Ancient Apparition is able to enable Tims, as long as they have a setup and he can go from range with the Ice Blast. But the Orchid build over on Queen of Pain, this comes around the 20-minute mark.
Yeah,
is there enough momentum in TNC to actually justify an Orchid pickup?
It's just not very good, this game, is it? Like, Juggernaut has Manta Style, he can remove it. The Lina has Shadow Blade and Yule, she can remove it, and the Enchantress has Force Staff, so if she gets Orchid, she can reposition herself. There's just very limited plays with this item. I think, sure, maybe you can get the Magnus, or you can get the Witch Doctor, but it's not the way you want to start the fight going on the Witch Doctor. So it's a bit tricky for TNC, honestly. Like, when this Radiance comes out, let's see what they're going to do, because it's one thing to have the tools to fight with. Will you find the fight too? You can't just go to a tower and be like, hey, Vici, come at us. We're stronger than you, come fight us, because your tower push is atrocious. It's pretty bad. Like, Lifestealer needs maybe a Desolator before he truly starts hitting these towers, and he can't realistically commit Rage to do tower damage, because then he exposes himself to getting killed off afterwards.
And he's not going Desolator yet. The Radiance just got completed and Armlet's next to the quick fire.
I mean, he wouldn't go Deso second item anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just,
just means it's that time you now have to wait.
This time right now is when TNC's strategy is meant to be ahead and destroying the opponent, and it missed. It just didn't happen. So now you're back on recovery mode, plan B.
VG's ready to fight. They smoke up. 4 heroes together. Should also flag BTs on Ori, so he's going up to the top lane to push it out, but it's Fade. Gonna look for the jump in towards mid. Tims hiding in the tree lines, but VG Gaming just move a little bit to the side. Tims reveals himself, quick blink away.
Broke the smoke on Mag, but they didn't see him.
Okay, extra TP coming in from Cuckoo. Arriving under the shrine, 4-man smoke from TNC. Probably feeling like they have an opportunity, and they definitely do. Blink, Burrow Strike, combining with the Ice Blast. Enchantress very much caught out. The full stuff, he'll dodge the Ice Blast, but the Sonic Wave has to be committed to put him down while Tims catches DY in the back lines. And that's what TNC want. A chaotic split from VG Gaming, not in the position that VG wanted to fight.
Yep, they couldn't RP there, and they got the easy-to-kill heroes caught off first. The Enchantress dies very quickly if she gets hit by all this magic burst. And you see what he is quick by. He wants a cloak, just any magic resistance value that he can get right now to try to stay alive. So it's good kills, but still no tower damage. The waves are still not good, and they're going to be forced back.
VG's going to look to fight the second the two are up again. There's a double damage turn. Ori actually gave his bottle over to Juggernaut, so they're able to bottle this DD for as long as they can.
Oh, quick reaction from Cuckoo there on the blink.
He realized he was underneath the sentry. But this battle for vision's definitely kicking in now. DY already gets rid of the northern sentry, puts down his own observe ward as information around Roshan begins. Can either team really go into the pit though? Like, can they actually take Roshan without... Because it feels like there's enough of an answer to whoever is first to start it.
If you go in there as Vici, you're kind of risking a lot, because if an Ice Blast flies on top of you, you're setting up the same thing to jump in, you could suddenly start losing multiple heroes in the pit. And if you're TNC and you go in there, well, you have another problem. You can't kill Roche very fast. So
Let's see how much damage Ori has got. Tim's actually able to get the avalanche off. Moves into the tree line, needs 2 seconds, 1 second. Got attacked, just tosses Tim's away. Needs some more time. Dodging, no he can't. Here comes the rest of the support. Paparazzi, Yang, they've arrived and Tim's will die in the trees. But there's still a 5-man commitment from VG Gaming coming to the bottom lane to kill off the support.
yeah, they're gonna leave Jugger down here to push the tower, and then I reckon they might rotate the Enchantress up once her TP is ready to try to make a fight top as well. Jugger has his ready.
Yeah, look how fast Ori has moved over. Instantly stunned with Laguna Blade. RP comes out. You are going nowhere, Armel. They just used every stun available, and the Life Stealer, who was just around the corner, still was just like, I cannot help.
He can't help. The guy I was looking for to help there when they jump in is the Sand King, but he was showing in mid, so they made it very easy for Vici Gaming to make the decision to go. As soon as you see, this is something we've talked about in previous casts in this TI as well, is the problem you have when you're playing without save is you have to be extra wary of what heroes you're showing where, because you can't buy the time. If your guy gets jumped when you're splitting in multiple lanes, there's nobody who's going to protect this Queen of Pain and keep her from dying. Sand King is your best bet, but he's mid.
That Observer Ward, they're trying to use it again to get the initiation off. It's still 30 seconds before the runes are up, but they see that double damage Juggernaut, and they're definitely thinking twice, but there's no RP available, and now the jump comes in. A Burrow Strike being used defensively from Kuku. They're really running scared here, TNC.
Yeah.
Like, if this was TNC with confidence, they would have just instantly gone. That's a double Burrow Strike into possible RP into, like, glory.
I don't know if it's that easy.
If you're TNC,
If they're all there,
if you're TNC, your eyes light up for it.
if they're all there and they hit all spells, maybe. But you've got to be super wary with. If you're committing on Jugger and you don't kill him, he's going to turn around and kill 2 or 3 heroes with Omnislash. Like that's the kind of Juggernaut game this is right now. He's just so far ahead of everybody else, and they know it too. It's very obvious in the game that Paparazzi are way ahead of the curve. And TNC, I agree with you. They should be trying to find that TNC let's go spirit, but there's always 2 teams in the game, and if the other team doesn't present an easy opportunity, it's easier said than done. Vici Gaming are not giving them many openings to take a fight.
TNC are keeping a close eye on Roshan, because that's the opportunity that they're really hoping for. VG feel confident enough that they can move inside the pit, and it gives TNC that clustered team fight that they need to force VG into. But it ain't happening for the moment. Paparazzi just continues to farm up. That butterfly is rapidly approaching. Ori's having the same type of thing. BKB is done.
It's huge, this game.
Oh, he's going to steal the Arcane Rune from right in front of a Kuku. Yule Scepter up. Ori's going to hit the Light Strike array, but a Burrow Strike does get Kuku into a relatively safe position.
And Vici Gaming just keep gaining on the map. They keep split pushing, they keep farming with their Empower. They'll constantly nuke out the mid wave with the Lina. Top lane, doesn't really matter. There's nothing up there right now. Tims will still go there because it's the best play he has on the map is to push this and hope to force a reaction that can ultimately set them up for some sort of skirmish or fight. But again, the pushing threat is not very serious. And therefore Vici Gaming are totally fine with just clearing out the map every 30 seconds, get whatever they want, and play for bounty runes. But right now, they're choosing to smoke. They're seeing an opportunity. Lina's not here. She's showing top, and that's what's kind of setting up their play. TNC, false feeling of safety here.
They just de-water both the Orbs and the Sentry, but Avalanche toss with the Ice Blast. This would be a kill. It's over on DY, but it's DY. He'll buy back. He's a support. That's not what they wanted, but you'll take what you can get.
I honestly think trading his life away for D-Ward is worth it. He is worth less than a ward in the situation, because as long as TNC are playing in the dark, the moves that they need to make are exceptionally difficult to execute. And Vici Gaming can constantly just play around this Roshan area to pose this threat of killing the Roche or of invading their jungle. The smoke from Vici Gaming, obviously in that instance, did not work out, so that's a bit of a minor win for TNC, but no progression being made as to what will end up winning them this game. There's only one type of play really left that will win them the game, and that's that big team fight where they get the jump. The skirmishes don't really exist anymore, and maybe it can get one pickup here or there, maybe get a Witch Doctor, maybe get an Enchantress, but it doesn't cut it. You gotta aim bigger.
Because there's no sustained damage. Going through the butterfly, it's gonna be difficult. So jump in, magical burst, just kill off whoever you can, back up, reset, go again. But eventually they'll need to have an answer to Paparazzi. They'll need to have an answer to this insane level of farm that he's managed to achieve.
As the butterfly purchased, he's going to go top, start pushing out, get him power.
28 minutes in.
He has
It's
60 armor. He's
sure.
ice armored by what? Inch creep.
Inch
Okay.
creep.
Where's that inch creep?
I don't know. Like,
I
it
guess
must be on the other side.
He
of the
probably
map.
lost it. He's been taking mini creeps as a wolf right now.
Cuckoo under the cover of smoke. Yang. And that feels like bait. Cuckoo blinks up. Burrow strikes. Here comes your Ice Blast coming in with the 4-stars. Orange just pushed away. So is Fade, but he was silenced up, so no RP available for him. And maybe with Tim's control on the back lines, DY can't do enough to really stop him. Here comes Gabby once again, looking for his targets, but the Omni Slash, the damage is ridiculously good. Tim's has been pushed away. He does have the Life Stealer inside of him. The downhill fall from the ground with the impetus. It does a lot of damage. He has to hide in the pit. 2, 1, now Blink away to safety.
The illusion
Taking
runes
Gabby with him.
were so close to getting one swing in. If they get a hit on the Tiny, they both die. Huge for TNC to get out of that mess. They still didn't really win the exchange, but at the very least, it wasn't a complete disaster.
Vortex is giving some information. Tim's just had to toss his tree in, but with the Vortex, Tim's, you can see him. He knows he's got an Observer and Sentry around the side, but wait, he didn't realize there was a dire Observer would run above. 4-star! He'll try and dodge the stuns, throws out the Avalanche. Here comes your Ice Blast as well. If you're going to find inside the pit, Tim's the only one hit by that, and that's an ally. Gabby, how can he get away? 3 seconds till Infest up the hill, continues to rage, continues to toggle, and he does have the distance. All right, time jump to Dragon. That'll be a little bit more immune of Tim's. He's in it once again. Another huge Avalanche, but where's the follow-up? Yang, Paparazzi, Ori, they're still up on the high ground. A double Burrow strike from Cuckoo is buying space for Tim's. He's just hiding inside the trees. Stay away from him, Yang. No, not gonna happen. Trees are not safety. Tiny will buy back once again underneath the shrine. DY, he's trapped down. Gabby able to get back-to-back kills, but Tim's, who does he want? He's still realizing that there's just vision absolutely everywhere, but now Armel jumps in once more. Looking
Fade
for a
is
target, won't happen.
So patient outside. He's just waiting on the low ground for TNC to make any misstep so he can blink RP with that empowered Jugger.
Back to Roshan. SK prepping the epi, blinks forward, hits the Burrow strike, over towards Lena. He's under his own sentry ward, so he feels okay inside this sandstorm, but still both the abilities from Ori able to connect. Fade looking for the skewer, blindly attempting to drag him away, but it won't happen.
Still overall a net gain for VG Gaming in these last 2 minutes with tons of fighting. They're still the ones coming out on top. TNC using buybacks on both the AA as well as the Tiny. And keep in mind, VG Gaming took these fights without using RP.
Yep.
So it can get worse than that very quickly. You've got to be super mindful of your positioning.
But that's also props to TNC for their positioning. Here we go again for Roshan Tim's. Not realizing the dire Observe ward was on top of the hill, but great 4-star. Getting some distance. But they were definitely looking for the fight on Roshan. That's why that AA blast ended up in the pit, not out the front of it. Don't know how you can actually highlight that entire thing, because it kept going on for a good minute and a bit.
That's a very long fight.
The Sadamaya Steelers watching Roshan. This Observer and Sentry actually down from the Radiant, just north of the pit. That's actually what gave Tiny his confidence to do what he did, but now it's going to get de-warded out. We've got a Gem of True Sight over on Ori. No more hiding. Ice Blast coming in. DY, 4-star, tries to just push him out. Not chilled up. The RP. It does catch out Gabby. He's raised up the Sonic Wave. It's huge from Armel. He blinks in with a scream. Cuckoo needs some distance. Burrow strike coming off cooldown. Now he'll die through the middle of the burrow. And TNC have been fighting in to VG Gaming and eventually had to bite him in the butt. 1 support for 2 cores, 3 cores.
It feels so hard to play Queen of Pain in this situation. You want to blink in, you want to cast your spells, but you're just exposing yourself to jump off.
Oh, start back out again. Take the paralyzing consequence. But still on you back. Where do you think you're going? A Burrow strike. Huge from Cuckoo. Combining with Gabby. He actually gets the Infest and also the Ice Blast Paparazzi. It doesn't clip him. He's just fast enough, but it's not fast enough to run away from Gabby. He's just going to stay right on the back of that one and move to the next target. Enchantress just above Roshan. Ori's trying to force Gabby away inside the jungle and down the hill. Another Yule Scepter. Up he goes. Light Strike Array follow-up won't happen. Rage is there to protect Gabby. As TNC are on the retreat, now it's TNC who forced the buybacks out from VG, Jugger, Mag, and Witch Doctor all committing them.
That was huge from them. This combination is massively important for the outcome of this game. If they are to win, that's the play that did it.
They're going to finish Roshan.
Roche,
RP's down, so they're feeling confident about this.
And I think VP are going to let them have it. They can't.
Oh, watch Fade, watch Fade, watch Fade. He wants to jump in and okay, no, don't, stop watching Fade. It ain't gonna happen anymore.
I stopped watching Fade a moment ago. All right.
Okay, maybe we should start watching him again. He may actually go down. Overstaying is welcome. The Ice Blast comes in. He'll shatter with a Burst Stride from Cuckoo. They keep the control up. And Fade is dead for a very long time. He committed the buyback before, so TNC with a fresh Aegis in hand, they're gonna push down mid.
Yep. No RP for 60 seconds. And that's the big teamfight tool that they have to be scared of when they're playing into VG Gaming. But now that it's not available, sure, there's this strong Jugger, but he doesn't have Empower. Empower is dead, RP is dead. They might just choose to go high ground with this. It's not going to be that easy, but it's easily the best opportunity they've had all game to do something big.
They need some good wave clear now, VG Gaming. And it looks like TNC, they're not going to push the issue. They're coming back. They're looking towards the jungle. The Juggernaut's already grabbed the bottom lane. It's going to push out with his Manta units.
Man, I would have loved to see them go high ground there. I think this is a missed opportunity. I don't think it's going to get much easier than this. You have this Aegis for 5 minutes. You can start poking this tower, see what you can get out of it while Empower is not there. Now instead, you're going to be facing VG Gaming at more than likely full force when it happens again. I reckon they will be smoking for the Bounty Rune fight, potentially if there is a smoke available. There is one on DY. He's not pulling it out, though, just yet.
No, he's spending his time taunting in front of the tier 3 tower with Paparazzi. Just like, okay, guys, let's get back into this. They're actually pinging out where they believe the Observer Ward is, and they're actually 100% right. The Sentry is in range, but someone needs to actually cut through the tree before they'll see it. But don't worry, that's why DY's got a Quelling Blade. Nope, that's the wrong one.
Wow, it's actually going to stay there. All right. And that's 4 runes for TNC as well.
Tim's grabs the top one. Now Hex put to work with Laguna Blade. Ice Blast flying forward. Ori moves away. But the money starts rolling in. Not that much though. Like, we're still changing the graph around. It's about 12,500 be the net worth going the way of TNC. It's back to around 7.5K.
It's back to 5.
The experience is swinging up too. It's actually kicking. Yeah, it is. The graph is not keeping up with the board above.
And the win expectancy went from clearly in VG Gaming's favor to actually slightly favoring TNC now all of a sudden. Big, big loss from VG Gaming in the last 5 minutes.
Still feels like VG have a lot to work with though.
They
like,
do, absolutely.
Because they just reset and start this all over again. You've lost a little bit of map control, but you've got everything you need for a team fight.
You do, but if this Roshan situation doesn't happen, you've got the game completely under control. And instead, you open up an opportunity for TNC to get a couple of kills and an Aegis. And suddenly, they now, it's not just, you know, they're getting towers because of this. They got the mid-tier 2, they're getting the top tier 2 when everything was on lock. The map is going to feel open. And there's right now it feels like there's a lot of pressure on Fade on his Magnus this game. He's super good on this hero. But if you're playing against world-class teams, it can be difficult to find that great RP. It doesn't have to be multiple heroes necessarily, but it needs to find the right guy that he can connect the Jugger to, kill with Omnislash, and snowball the fight from there.
Man, Tims, you're living life on the edge when you go and do that. He just, oh, TY, a Fade. Can't get close enough to him. They knew he was up in the trees. He avalanched the Juggernaut underneath the tier 3 tower. Blinks, 4 staffs, TPs, and only barely gets out. But you're definitely seeing like that kind of play. That's confidence there from TNC. That's them looking to have Tims jump in and not even just try and find something now, but always make VG Gaming look behind them.
Yep.
Play the erratic style of Dota that TNC is able to crush teams with.
So what big... Oh, they saw the smoke. They never dewarded the ward, and they actually smoked at this exact spot. TNC know it's coming. This could be huge for them. They can bait the Lifestealer with the Aegis in front.
Where do you fight? Where do they want to be?
On their own high ground. If they run into Lifestealer, he can just straight run into them and start this fight off.
It seems like a very odd place to throw down a sandstorm, though, because if VG Gaming see this, it's like, this tornado does not look natural.
Alina does have the Scythe to open with, and they do have the BKB on Enchantress as well, so these new toys for VG Gaming can become very useful. Also, BKB on Jugger, 10 seconds on him. They don't find any opening.
No, but they did see the Kobold Soldier moving around, which kind of told them that TNC was up near the shrine, or at least one player was. So they were a little bit more cautious about moving forward. So just leave 2 Observer Wards behind. But yeah, man, they really need to find that. The Observer Ward's like, it's 1 minute and 42 seconds away from full duration, but it has definitely done its job. Now TNC can look to fight on their own terms.
Yep.
Lifestealer for the first time as well has actually cracked the top 3, the top 2 in the net worth position. I say that as Ori just gets a little bit more fun, but like.
But yeah, he's caught up, right?
Yeah.
That's.
You're keeping up with the Magnus empowered lineup. Obviously, Ori doesn't get anywhere near as much from it.
Aegis down.
Yep. Waited out the time.
And this mid lane is being a bit annoying for VG Gaming. We'll have to deal with it. They're actually going to TP back the Magnus. Just full-on retreat. We're not going to push out any more than this. We got it across the river and a little bit further on bottom. Time to take care of the lanes. Stabilize again so we don't get caught. And just farm the triangle as well with Jugger every minute when it respawns.
It feels like a lot of safety.
Yeah.
Only a couple of years ago when TNC actually came to the playoffs at TI and started just toppling down teams because they thought, okay, yeah, we'll just keep fighting into them. We'll fuel the beast. And VG understand they just got to change the tempo up. What was it? Like BHA was saying, like as long as you control up the map area, you'll forever scale with this Empower buff up.
Yeah.
But when do you reach the limit? When does Paparazzi hit a point where it's like, okay, I cannot grow anymore?
Well, it's not only Paparazzi, right? It's not the classic way of thinking about Magnus and Power with these other two heroes, but both Enchantress and Lina are actually hitting hard. Lina went for a physical build. Went this hybrid where he started with the Euls and Shadowblade, and now he's transitioning with Fiery Soul Stack talent, attack range talent, health, so he's more sustainable in the fights, and now he's going Daedalus. So you empower this guy, he's going to hit like a truck as well. And that's the kind of hero that Lifestealer doesn't like to face in late game. It's one that has massive range, can hit him from anywhere he wants, and actually force him out of the fight during rage. That is the worst case for him. And another smoke. Man, these smokes just seem to not be working in this game. Like, nobody is finding anything. They're trying, but VG are on the exact opposite side of the map.
The only ones from VG who are even in a position where you could have gone was Ori, who was under the cover of Shadowblade and has a Gem of True Sight. So,
yeah.
like, how does TNC smoke when they can't even keep their vision game up? I also like it from VG's warding. What do? They control up the bottom half of, like, literally the bottom half of their side. Like a little early warning detection plus anything that comes near the Trinity camp, and then a very, very defensive ward on the hillside, watching the mid, making sure there's no gank in the lane. Everything else, they're just leaving to TNC.
It's like a roughly 50-50 split on the map.
Yep.
So not really too much advantage going either way.
But no one has vision on the other side of the map, really, apart from that one observe ward, which is now timed out. Tims. He blinked up there. he'll force stuff down.
Ori's fast. Ori's real fast.
5 seconds. Here's the Eul Scepter up and towards the air. Life Striker reconnects.
Nice.
And we'll see just how tanky Tims can be. Supports arrive from Paparazzi. Death Ward also being committed. And Tims protected by the Ghost Scepter, but that amplifies up for Laguna from Ori.
Leave the game.
Yeah, leave it for 100 seconds. TNC. Okay, so you just lost one. What's your reaction? All right, let's group up and try and fight. Cuckoo's ready in the tree lines. Fade, he's going to walk into them, the sentry ward. Okay, no, blink into the lane instead. Fade has dust available, so if he wants to jump, he can.
Enchantress is far away, though, and they're not really interested in fighting without her. So what they will accomplish is exactly what's being drawn by Tims right now. This is where they are. They own this part of the map. We need to start pushing out the bottom side, so they're starting to rotate all their heroes bottom. And in the meantime, Paparazzi and Ori will start pushing out mid with the hope of getting the mid-tier 2 tower and protecting Roshan, which is currently being ice blasted.
He's 1 minute away from spawning.
Yep.
But VG Gaming, well, if no one's going to defend mid, they'll take the tier 2 tower. Seems easy enough. Paparazzi claims the last hit. And the pressure on bottom lane will be able to reach the tier 1 tower on bottom lane. That's actually not taking a single point of damage. VG Gaming's off-lane tower, Tims. Burrow strikes forward, Lifestealer being very patient. The Paparazzi just, yep, fortification actually gets wasted. There was no real crit wave with them, so they just burn it. It does help the push on bottom lane a little bit, but that's it.
I think the backdoor protection was not kicking in at all. They had a creep wave before. But maybe Paparazzi would have still been scared to continue going. I think the glyph was what made him back off, though. So you have to scare him away somehow.
VG still want to try and fight. They've got this great Observer Ward and Sentry down. There's just no way that TNC can surprise them by moving up. In fact, right now, Cuckoo playing around that exact vision. The up hit, the Eul Scepter, the missed timing. This is not good for VG Gaming. Now they can Burrow Strike and turn around to the back line. Enchantress and Witch Doctor already dead. Who's the next target? TP out from Fade. No, he can't do it. There's a Eul Scepter from Queen of Pain. That'll cancel that one out. So Mag will try and run.
I got back.
With the bash on Juggernaut. He can't TP out. Not with the spin. The Burrow Strike forward, even catching Orion Tims with another double stun. And just back to back to back stunning. Paparazzi, he'll go up in the air once again. Is there a follow-up connector? There's another bash out from Gabby. He just keeps letting it rip his Tims. Burrow strikes forward. What else has he got? There's a Sonic Wave from Armel to bring down Paparazzi and Witch Doctor. It'll be a die back for DY. Cuckoo's not done yet. He Burrow strikes forward, but he cannot connect on the Lina. One small mistake from VG Gaming and TNC pounce like the Tigers they are.
Ooh, that RP, Toby, that was not good. That was not good from Fade. He wanted to catch the Sand King before the Yule, but they mistimed it completely. I'm sure we're going to get a replay of this, but
I'm sure we will. Just as Roshan's going to go down to
that is
TNC.
worst case scenario. You want to RP the Lifestealer so you can Omni Slash him. Instead, he tries to RP the Sand King. It misses. We're going to see it here. So just barely. Wait, was that even his own Yule? I think it was, and not the Lina's, hopefully. But
it was
Omni
the
Slash,
SKs.
unlucky on the Omni Slash. If he keeps continuing on the Lifestealer with that, maybe he can even kill him off. And then the bash too. Everything aligning for Gabby. He didn't have the MKB. He could have easily hit and missed some more attacks on the Butterfly, but they get the bash and they get the good Omni Slash RNG, and all of a sudden, TNC are in the lead.
And look what they do instantly too. Infest the Lifestealer into Cuckoo. He'll beat him to the bottom lane. They want to start taking some of these towers. The Ice Blast is checking the tree line, so Gabby, he's just got a little bit of extra cover. Don't have a Tinker Ward, use an Ice Blast. They want to remove all these outer towers. And to think like VG Gaming's early pressure, they're going to be the first team to actually lose all outer towers. TNC still hold their tier 2 tower on top lane.
Yep.
I'm liking this item pickup. Aeon Disc from Enchantress, because she seems to just be going on and just blasted. Not even a chance for a BKB.
You need to find a way for Lina to start the fight, I think. You can't rely on the RP, and you can't really rely on any of that. That's the limitation of the lineup that we've talked about, that they don't have very much in the way of catch. Lina has the Hex, so you need to fight in vision, start with the Hex, follow up, and when TNC respond, that's when you can get that big RP. For now, TNC still seem unable to push high ground, but they made up so much ground in terms of the economy.
Oh yeah, we've moved from a 13,000 to now a 7,000, 8,000 advantage for TNC, but the experience graph swings 25 grand. It's looking good for TNC, but can they still hold it? There's still the chance that VG Gaming, obviously they're a world-class team. If they just get one good fight, we can swing back the other way.
It's a Magnus game. You can't fall asleep at any point. You need to non-stop watch the positioning of your cores. Unless Fade sets you up for success, then you don't need to watch for it. So he has to be a little bit more patient. Just don't jump for these reckless RPs. Even if he lands that on the Sand King and they kill him, he could just buy back and TP on his Shrine, and then you don't have an RP for that fight. So no matter how you look at it, that is not the way you approach this fight.
Ice Blast coming in, Paparazzi's in trouble, the Burrow Strike's already connected, quick force stop, gets Paparazzi further away, he's able to get to the spin, but Fade, he had to sacrifice himself. That's also the gem of True Sight, being lost from VG without the buyback available. Paparazzi will move up, but Yang also force stop back inside the base. No RP available, BKB burnt on the Juggernaut. Watch that buyback marker. 3 of them are in the red for VG Gaming because 3 of them are all on cooldown. But it's the 2 bigger cores from VG that have that second life.
Great heads-up play from Armel. The moment they went on that guy, he jumped and silenced the Magnus.
And Yang's burning so much mana just to get this little harassment damage into Gabby. They'll pick him up. Protection is there from Aeon Disc.
Oh, good
And
damage.
yeah, and hey, remember, he's still got the Aegis Immortal, so he's fine to tank it.
Yep. VG are doing everything they can to buy time. They're even sending down a converted Lifestealer Illusion down the mid lane. And that will actually force Cuckoo back. He has travels though.
Yeah, he can come straight back again.
But it's buying that time. Every second right now is about getting Magnus up and alive. You've lost so much damage when this guy is dead. Empowers for Jugger, Empower for Ench, Empower for Lina, and that RP. It's very, very important.
Fun item for Paparazzi to finish. Refresher Orb just sitting in the backpack for the moment. He needs everything to fight, but I think he also understands, like, Juggernauts really fall off once they've already burned the Omni Slash. Yeah. Now he's able to have it twice, as well as the BKB twice.
I think he's going to activate his Omni Slash, and then he's going to swap it in for Phase Boots. and then refresh and go for it again, or swap it in. You've got to swap it in for phase. I don't think you can
Yeah.
swap any of the other items.
I mean, he needs everything else. Jang, there's your jump in. Ice Blast is coming in towards the Enchantress. The Force Staff will get around. Paparazzi already the spin. Armel's in pretty deep. BK beaten, also bashed up, stunned up, maybe a little too deep. Armel is going to go down. He never even was able to trigger the cheese. Hexed over on Gabby with the green play. The RP from Fade. It'll connect with the double light strike array. Stunned up for days as TNC. 2D. Gabby will try and run back up the hill. Fade wants to stay with him, and he actually infested. He blinks up to the side. Tims, how many times can he be the get-out jail free card? Underneath the tire Observer Ward, they see him, the skewer, it'll cancel everything. Back into Paparazzi, back in the fight. You'll end up losing Fade once again, but he's the sacrificial lamb. Ori's moved in with his own Hex, controlling Tims on the sideline. They'll have to finish one then the other, or Gabby can just go full Artur, trying to actually get more kills. He's picked up the support. Now they're going to focus on him. Tims ready for his own combination. He'll jump in for the three-man avalanche. Tosses Gabby, wants to fight. The others making it difficult to find kills. Ori protected by the BKB, but Gabby gets the bash up. Still trying to fight this one out. Has he got the damage with the bash on Yang? Gabby wants to be the real immortal. They'll turn back over to Tims. VG Gaming, they just can't decide who they want to kill. The TP out from Lifesteal will be successful on 400 HP. Tims, can he get out as well? Back past the creep wave. They can't reach him. They're away.
How many lifesteal moments do we need in this tournament? I mean, sure he doesn't get an X8, but they kited. That was like a 30, 40 second kiting, basically, and they both get out alive. Beautifully done by TNC, apart from the part where they dove the base and went too deep.
The face from Gabby, yeah!
But the end of it was cool, so bounty rune time.
You know, this game started off looking like it could be a very one-sided affair from VG Gaming, but here they go again. But Gabby is there. He'll get the hit. The Abyssal Blade's done, plus the follow-up. Ice Blast. Well, the Yule Scepter will kick in, but straight back down again to death.
The confidence from TNC to send these heroes up there. They're playing 3-on-5 right now in that situation. If there were more heroes from VG Gaming, that could have been a travesty. They could have just died, both of them. But they took the risk. They get the rune and a kill. And it's a big kill too, it's the Lina. Dead for 80 seconds. This is a bit of a moment of opportunity. No Roshan, of course, but you can at least re-establish map control.
You still have Juggernaut forcing out the lanes, and Paparazzi is still the biggest hero on the map. Gabby is definitely getting good. We're actually seeing this whole little chase again, but you are getting the Abyssal Blade timing arriving for the Juggernaut. He doesn't have enough of a surplus to buy the entire thing, but the other damage is also arriving. The Daedalus is now done for Ori. It felt like an age ago that he started to build into this. But at least it's done. He decided to get the control with the Hex first.
There's more than enough damage on VG Gaming's lineup. It's about if they can keep heroes in place and kill them. The lifesteal is a problem.
Okay.
He's kiting them. There's Force Staff, there's Yules, there's...
So why you're seeing Magnus building into a Refresher Orb as well.
Yeah, that's a bit ambitious.
I just need a second RP, but that's a lot of money.
You don't need the second one, you just need the first one. Just hit it.
If at first you don't succeed.
Just do it, dude. Just RP them. Easier said than done.
Yeah, that sounds like your pub games.
Yeah. Why don't you RP the whole team? But absolutely, Fate. This has not been Fate's best game, though. To be fair, he's had some questionable decisions, and it's also in part been because they consider him a save in the sense that Jugger will go in front, they're going to turn him around and force him away, and then, well, guess what? Fate just gets blink orchided by Quap and killed off. It's happened 2 or 3 times. Whenever Mag gets caught by the Queen, it's a huge play for TNC, and I think Fate should be itemizing for that situation. I think getting a Yule Scepter in this game would be very, very useful. But he doesn't seem to be planning for it. He's going for the big item. That's just so far away.
It's kind of hoping the TNC is just going to fight directly
that's a
into them.
nullifier.
But VG Gaming, yeah, they're looking for a big fight if they can claim one. But with the nullifier and lifesteal, Storm may be disabled up. Yang's bringing an Aghanim Scepter into this fight. They're able to get the range, the Hex off. They need to get this quick kill over on Cuckoo. He's been such a problem for them with a blink skewer back. They have him dead for 100 seconds. Roshan will respawn in 1 minute and 15 seconds. That'll be the next timing to watch, but you still need to get control of the lanes. TNC, they're pushed out top, they're pushed out bottom.
And they're infesting.
Well, there she, of course, you're 1 player down. What do you do with your TNC? Let's go and fight. Do they use any major abilities? No. Does that matter? No. think the surplus is almost enough for the Juggernaut to buy the Abyssal Blade. Feels like Paparazzi kind of needs that. So much space is being created by Gabby just by getting this initial jump in with Burst Strike, the perfectly timed Abyssal Blade, and then he's even getting bashes on top of this, just because of that insane attack speed he's able to achieve.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure about Ori going for this MKB instead of maybe a Lincoln Sphere for that exact reason. Like, you're getting blink stunned and you die in the fight. That's just the life of Lina late game. You're not a tanky enough hero, or Tim's.
Well, he's just sitting there in lane.
He's
looking
trying
to play
for
it
it.
out. How much damage have you got, Ori? Putting it to the test from inside the trees. He's a little bit more. Goes in will protect the rest of VG around Roshan, but Ori's just going to do this solo. Tim's is down.
Very nicely done.
And Roshan spawning in 3 seconds time.
I think that was actually a perfect kill. I don't think he could have done anything better.
Look at this from VG. They know Yang's the one that can be protected thanks to his Aeon Disc. They'll get rid of that vision of TNC around Roshan. And they're actually going for more. They're coming over. 4-star Finn, that long-range damage, but that's why Glimmer Cape, level of protect is available, but he comes in range with the jab. That Aghanim Scepter buff up with Empower. And Yang just, yep.
Impetus talent, damage talent, Empower, the 2 range items. He 3-shot the AA.
Now they go for Roshan. Nope, Ori wants to finish that top tier 2 tower with Paparazzi. The creep wave will probably do it for them. Well, they're coming back over. They want Roshan still. And the creep wave actually doesn't do it. You've got Cuckoo and now Mel. They have an infested lifestealer inside of Cuckoo. With the Gem of True Sight, what have we got? There's an Observer Ward to the north. There isn't a sentry, however, but Roshan's dying so quickly. If they don't jump now, they can never jump. Cuckoo looking for the moment. Go now. It's already too late. Aegis Immortal is taken. The cheese is up as well. Refresher Shark grabbed by the Enchantress. She won't want to keep that. That goes to the Magnus. That's how you get 2 RPs. Not buying a Refresher Orb. And he lines up the Shadow Blade instantly too.
It was how Fade was communicating with his team. He was like, I need this item. We need the 3rd Roche. My quick buy. If we don't get the 3rd Roche, guys, you know what I'm buying.
It's like, I can't buy a Refresher Orb, guys. I'm too broke.
Yeah.
That Observer and Sentry needs to get... Well, okay, well, they'll drop the Sentry anyway. A little bit forward. Yeah, you see the obs, guys.
This Enchantress is starting to be a really big problem now. Since they can't kill it.
Bottom.
Oh,
Catching out Ori.
that's a freebie.
Yeah, that's the Aegis Immortal gone. Infest Cuckoo, get me out of here. I need an evacuation chopper right now.
Great kill. Very nice.
That's really going to put dampener in the sails of VG Gaming.
Again.
Again.
Feels like every time in the last 30 minutes that they have a huge advantage.
Ori, he's so close to all of TNC. Just after what happened, the Lincoln Sphere will break. They don't get the opportunity. Oh, Cuckoo, just so short the RP. We'll hold him in the ice blood. It's Gabby. He needs that life. He's a life stealer. Cuckoo, heals him up, stun him up. Light Strike Array. He'll get the following stun, even if Cuckoo does change position. Laguna Blade is out. Cuckoo is down. The Gem of True Sight has been dropped. And VG are looking to fight once more. Down through the mid. The wind dropped from the sails, but I'm thinking they're blowing strong again.
He used the refresher already on Mag. He is super ready to go. The call's been made. We're going to fight them again. Jugger, however, did not swap in his refresher orb, so doesn't have Omnislash ready in this RP.
No, but he's still got his BKB, and that's what he's probably thinking about.
Yep.
If he uses it already, he won't have the second immunity. First buyback comes in. It's going to be the SK. Paparazzi stays on the front lines. Spin will give him the protection. Ice Blast will arrive. Tiny, the BKB from Paparazzi, gives him the protection. It does keep walking. It's a 2-man RP. We'll try and push him away. Ghost Scepter protecting Tim for the moment. The bash is over on Queen of Pain. She can't attack with a Burst Strike. Sonic Wave! Layer it on! VG Gaming! 3 players down. It's about to be 4. Yang has no way to escape. And VG Gaming, they thought they could push. They took a tier 3 tower, but that's all they will take. And in fact, they'll have to expend their buybacks. TNC are looking for a push back the other way.
That is a perfect combo from TNC, but man, 3-man RP, you don't have Omnislash? He had it in backpack, the refresher orb, he swaps it in, he refreshes, and then the fight is lost. If he has Omnislash in that RP, I think VG Gaming get 2 or 3 core kills. Instead now they're back with their backs against the wall.
2 buybacks burnt. Gabby comes high ground.
That's just some, I don't know, it feels like miscommunication, right? Fate is like, we're gonna go for this, guys. We're gonna go, I'm using refresher, we're taking this fight. Paparazzi's like, okay, but I don't want to refresh my ulti. So if you get a great ulti, I mean, let's see if we can kill them all. And guess what? They couldn't. They needed an Omnislash in that fight badly. And the combo from TNC was just sick too. You have to be very careful as BO3 Gaming to fight into any high ground on the map, just because of how much of a sudden burst is just going to come out of nowhere. Epicenter with Veil, tiny combo, Ice Blast, Sonic Wave.
See what Tiny's going for as well? He's got Octarine Call lined up with 9.2k sitting in the bank.
He should really buy it.
Yeah, he really should.
10,000 gold on this support.
Just give cheese over to somebody else.
Hello? Buy your item?
It's 3.4k.
Why is he not buying it? They're standing on the high ground.
It's a very good question, but
okay, he wants to kill the wave. Now he's going to buy it. Surely. Surely now he's buying it. Okay, he is actually.
Yeah.
Nope.
Wait, no. Yes? No. Hang on. Meanwhile, back at the mid fight.
Hey, your entire item is this
like
dude
we
you
could
just
be
walked
watching
next to sells all the stuff you need.
We could be watching the double RP, but instead we're just watching the small screen at the bottom. But that Sonic Wave, that was sweet.
Perfect combo.
The combo that TNC was looking for. The hilarious thing is too, like BO3 need to cluster for that to happen. Retreat down mid lane, that's what happens. You're still just watching him with almost 8k gold on himself now.
I'm striking. I'm not casting until he buys an item. Come on, dude.
Sorry. Welcome to Cinder and Airlines, where you will not get flown.
10,000 gold, buy an item. I'm getting triggered. This reminds me of
Sentry. Yang. He's trying to get rid of it. They're coming out with a gem. They get rid of the sentry to begin with, but now Blink
that's right.
in through the rear. This is a huge kill if they can claim him, and they've got him. Juggernaut is down. Buyback is available. Yang's having a hard time walking away. So the cold feet slowing him up. Tim's going in once again. He won't kill you with damage. He'll kill you with 10,000 gold.
Maybe he thinks he does more damage the more gold he has.
What is this, gambler?
Yeah.
Actually, wait, that was his ability, right?
Yeah, he had something that was yeah, well, the whole hero was built around gold.
Hence called the gambler.
Oh, okay, he changed his mind. Now he wants to not buy an Aghanims. Yep, indeed. He's just gonna walk past the okay.
Oh, Tim's, get something, please. Buy a moonshot for somebody else.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Gabby will take a moonshot.
He has 9,000 surplus. I mean, the explanation has to be he's really unsure what the best item is. He just can't decide what he wants.
Can we just we need to have a conference. The fate of TNC must be decided in a committee.
Okay, so let's think about it for a second. Maybe he's debating if he should go be another core in the game, because he has so much gold that he can actually go Ags Daedalus, for example, and do massive physical damage into the Jugger. Because he was hovering the Octarine and he was like, maybe this is a better way of doing it. Okay, he's gonna buy the Ags.
Okay.
And Daedalus.
That's because Ancient Apparition has already bought his Aghanim Scepter, so he's waiting for the big surprise combination.
He was waiting to have the gold for everything at once.
Yes.
He checked, okay. He pulled out his calculator. It's like, what is... I don't remember how much expensive these items are.
Plus a surplus of 900 gold. It's all part of the plan. This is why you don't question a pro player.
He was hovering an Octarine core for like 3 minutes before.
Okay, that's why you question a pro player.
But yeah, okay, Tim's is dangerous.
Okay, back to the focus.
So much damage now.
Tim's does a crap ton. He doesn't have a Faceless Void to combo with, but that's fine. We're 62 minutes into this game, and BO3 Gaming are just trying to keep their lanes pushed out. TNC are doing a very good job of keeping them down. Maybe not exactly where Faye wants to be, but he's checking hillsides with the gem.
TNC ended up not pushing with the Jugger kill too. They actually didn't force a buyback, so Paparazzi gets to have this buyback in the defense.
Yeah, that's a good board to keep up. How many buybacks do you have available? You've still got another 3 minutes to count down for a lot of the BO3 Gaming players. But the same thing can be said for the Lifestealer. He's dead for a while. But they're coming out, BO3. They're on a ward mission. Either that, they're on a rune mission, but I hate to tell you, it's been taken. There's no double damage for you. Roshan may respawn in 15 seconds. But they've come out. They're not under the cover of smoke. They're not under any observer wards. In fact, they're just putting down Roche wards. That's what they're preparing for. But Infest into Cuckoo. Is it go time once more? The Radiant scan hits perfectly on BO3 Gaming. And they're actually crossing over even further out.
So what Vici are doing is they're leaving the Lina in base, who has Boots of Travel level 2 and buyback. So worst case scenario, she gets jumped and killed, but she has the buyout. Best case scenario, this squad that they've sent out on a mission will find something that Lina can teleport into.
Going forward, there's the jump forward. The Burrow Strike, well off target. Now it's Armel caught. He has to BKB and blink himself away to safety. Yang's looking for the target. All the colors of the rainbow. Going over towards Gabby, dropping him down by half life. But they got more. Ice Blast, that's coming a little late. Just don't trigger that one. Actually, no, he did. All the way back at Fountain. Information given. So SKBT's at the bottom lane. Again, TNC just turning this into a side lane push, but Roshan spawned really early. So he's already available for everybody. And this guy comes with everything. He's the Supersize Me Roshan. Refresher Shard, Aghanim, Scepter Upgrade, Aegis, and Cheese. He comes with everything. I feel like it's a McDonald's menu.
Well, gotta put it in order first.
Well, Paparazzi, order up. Goes in for Roshan.
Oh, TNC cannot let this happen. There is no way they let this happen.
They're so quick about it. The Dire are scanning. Here comes your Ice Blast. This will scout out what's happening. Roshan, he's taking a while to kill off. TPs are coming over. Cuckoo's already there. He's already got a friend inside. And now he'll walk out underneath everybody. But where's the catch? Is the Hex already over Armel? Down the lane. The Shadow Blade from Fade. He wants to jump. He bought this item just for this, to hit that 1 RP.
So Ori managed to get the Hex off, but Force Staff Glimmer Cape easily saves the Queen of Pain. And we're back to square one. Sandstorm.
Sandstorm blink. Burrow Strike catches 2 with the Infest pop-up. They're able to keep the chase going. Who can they kill off? Magnus is low. He cannot be low. He needs to RP right now, but he's muted. Silenced up. 2 heroes down without the buyback. Armel's battling from the high ground, giving the extra information. Life still level 4. However, Ori, he's just trying to be the Lina cannon up on the hillside. Run away. The bounty's not worth the Juggernaut, because Tibbs is back in once again with a double stun. The BKB's protecting Yang, and now SK's down. Buyback, you may as well keep this fight going. Tibbs got on the wrong side of the cliff. 3 heroes down. Vici Gaming, however, do not have buyback on 2 of theirs, but Roshan, he's not licking that many of his wounds.
Why are all of Vici Gaming's best team fights when Magnus dies without RPing? And all of the worst ones are when they RP? I don't understand, Toby.
They perform under pressure.
Fade, die, and then we'll clean up after you. I mean, of course, the thing is, they do commit a lot of cooldowns, right? They put themselves in a pretty bad position to kill off this Magnus. They use Rage, they use Sonic Wave, and they use BKBs. So, of course, there's a little bit of logic to the madness, but these fights are so unpredictable right now.
They're beating him. Ori also just consumed an Aghanim Scepter, so they're not even that confident they're able to grab this.
They're not getting it, though.
No, they're backing up. They're doing too much of the damage for TNC. Here's your buyback out from Witch Doctor. Where's the initiation? The tree volley arrives, but, well, that's a wide volley. Enchantress runs up. He's not protected by that Aeon Discus, still on cooldown. Same for Paparazzi, both stunned up by the Avalanche. Healing Ward down. Paparazzi doesn't have a lot of mana. In fact, he can't even spin and Omni Slash. And now Roshan may even die to volley. Another buyback comes in from SK. VG, they still don't have the RP Magnus alive.
They got what they came for. They forced 3 buybacks to defend this Roshan. Tiny, Lifestealer, and Sand King.
And the Creepways are pushing in through mid as well as bottom.
Yep.
So their presence, or their lack of in the lanes, has definitely been noted. Is someone going to finally grab this gem of True Sight? It's just been sitting above Roshan forever. Tree tossing out, Life Dealers inside the pit, Juggernaut, assets, no, that's a lot of damage you can get in. Yang throwing
Instant
out,
hacks.
and maybe now, well, you've actually got the bash out, they're going to get the kill on Paparazzi. He'll fight back, but Roshan's already being claimed. Gabby's trying to grab absolutely everything off the field at the moment. The Aghanim's consumable actually went into the Sand King. So now he's got the extra range. DY looks like he's still got the cheese from before.
All they had to use for that TNC was the cheese on Tiny. That was the only thing they lost. And they take a big win. Paparazzi, I think, was mashing his BKB to use it out of spin. And Queen of Pain was mashing her Hex. And it's about who does it first. And the co-op gets the Hex off. Very, very big in that moment.
Oh boy, 67 minutes in. We may be testing the limits of what is the longest game in TI at this rate, but we'll have to crack an hour and a half to change those compendium predictions.
This game is not even close to over.
No.
Sure, this Jugger buys back after this, but
even if TNC take a lane of racks,
There are plenty of buybacks in
push back
TNC
so
that are
hard.
down. They've used 3 buybacks themselves to get this Aegis, so they're not safe either. They're not in the clear at all.
no. But it's VG who want to fight. RP is up. Who's going to walk into it? Die, get the scan, and man is Sand King. That'll be a huge jump. Lifesteal's inside of him. Armel's right next to him too, but VG, they don't have the information. It's a Radiant Observer Ward that's watching that movement down, playing under their own vision, TNC.
I don't think they had the catch either. Lina was unable to get in. She doesn't have the Shadow Blade anymore, so has to get in and hex by just running up the hill. She does have buyback, so she can take a risk like that, but
Kuku's going for the tier 3 tower. Lifesteal can just pop out. Fortifications unavailable for VG Gaming for the moment. Well, because now it's popped.
instant
Little,
infest again.
Yeah. That means TNC, without that fortification being available, can now push. Get one step ahead of my own brain.
Ori is exposing himself in mid. Not really.
Jump. Ori, they actually break the Lincolns with the Hex. That Aghanim Scepter from Ori does so much damage. Queen of Pain brought down by the Shockwave.
Has buyback.
That she does, but how many of these can you keep burning? If she burns hers, 4 players from TNC will be down. The Courier's going to get sniped out, because hey, why not? While Tiny, catching triggered up, Fire Strike comes in from Gabby. That RP, he waited! You catch out 2, they both jump away from the Ice Boss. They saw it coming in. DY will consume the cheese, giving his life back again. Ori trying to pump through the back of the Ancient Apparition. Still didn't have enough damage to work with, however, but Gabby now tastes all the colors of the rainbow. We're playing Skittle Enchantress, trying to kill off Gabby. He'll infest into Kuku. They change the target. Aeon just protecting Kuku, and they can turn and kill off Lina Bot Tims. He goes into the backlines, finding DY, gets the avalanche toss up. We've already got the buyback. Queen of Pain ready to fight once more, as you've got the toss. Tiny can't reach anything. Ori, he's cleaning up the creep wave and keeping Gabby stunned up. VG Gaming, full retreat back inside the base. They do not have RP. The biggest thing that TNC's been scared of, but the best thing VG fight without.
Yeah, VG should be favored in the coming fight.
You wouldn't think it though. Queen of Pain's dead for so long. If she dies once more, and this will be all the space they need.
They get all the bounties on TNC. This is 70-minute bounty runes. These are worth about 1,000 gold each.
What is it? It's, yeah, 180.
It's 900 gold per bounty rune. So 3.6k gold just picked up. How nice?
Yeah, sure.
But again, they can't high ground, it looks like. So you traded off buybacks, Queen of Pain for the Lina. And your Aegis is going to probably just expire at this rate before you go high ground. And the RP will come off cooldown again.
I actually wonder how many Aegises have we had that have actually been burnt? I think we have the one, which was on Ori on the bottom lane.
I think one only.
And that's it. Every other one has timed out, and we've gone through 4 Roshans. And there'll be another. Don't you worry. Mel's looking to be the carrier of Lifestealer for the moment. It is kind of stupid when you reach that point where Lifesteal's like, yeah, I'm not going to pop out of you. There's nothing for me to really farm to advance myself any further forward. Actually, he still can, but he's just got to swap the Radiance in and a Moonshard. Like, that's it. But he's got a Bloodthorn.
Yeah, I think you go Bloodthorn instead of the Radiance. Because at this point, you Bloodthorn nullify somebody and you just blow them up with Sanking. 100 to 0. You can even kill the Aeon Disc heroes if you're quick with the nullifier after the Aeon Disc procs. Although Ench will probably be mashing the crap out of her BKB button.
I'm wondering if Ench actually commits her own buyback money, her surplus. She's got enough to buy the MKB and has a Moonshard ready to consume.
But buyback is the biggest resource in the whole game now. There's nothing more important than buyback. It's bigger than any item. It's bigger than Aegis Cheese. It's bigger than Refresher. Because what this is going to come down to eventually is either VG Gaming will run out of their base and lose a fight, and if they don't have buybacks, it doesn't matter what items they have, or TNC are going to try to push and you're going to fight with your extra lives. It's a huge resource to have right now. And, well, there's very few people that have that resource. It's 2 heroes on Vici. Nobody on Radiant has buyback currently. There's been so many burnt.
AA is just short of the money, but
AA is the only hero missing gold. Everybody else has cooldown.
Yep. So what does TNC do? Like, you just wait for next Roshan, and that's when everyone will fight. Also keep in mind that, so the Aghanims was consumed on the SK. Like, there's still a Refresher Shard on the Queen of Pain, so double Sonic Waves, double Hexes, double Bloodthorn, Shivas, all that kind of jazz.
Yep.
And she's got the cheese as well.
I wonder if we're going to hit this kind of moment. So sometimes complexity can be a bit too much for you. Like, for example...
Are you meaning the team with Kyle, or
No.
were you meaning what?
Oh, Kyle can be too much for you. That it's not complexity related though. But when it comes to, for example, Shadow Demon, right? When you get level 25 in an X, you suddenly have 2 disruptions and 3 demonic purges, and you need to like cycle them correctly in the fight. You want to use them effectively. You're reaching this point with Queen of Pain where if you overthink things and you want to play everything perfectly, you're gonna get stunned and die. Like you have to. You don't have to use maybe every single item in the perfect way in the fight because you're going to overwhelm yourself, and analyzing and casting all of these abilities correctly is extremely difficult.
So
and
what you're asking for is a spray and pray of
not
abilities.
necessarily, just don't overthink it. Don't be like, okay, I have to BKB, I have to link in somebody while I'm BKB'd, use Shiva, Orchid, Bloodthorn, and Hex, all my spells, and then I can refresh and do it again. Because something is going to go awry. Like, there's going to be something that surprises you, somebody gets Force Staffed, and your entire plan is gone. Like, just make sure you get 2 good Sonics off and 2 Hexes. I think that's the biggest thing, maybe 2 BKBs. The Shiva, not important that you get 2 off. The Lincolns, you know, you can refresh it if you absolutely have to. But apart from that, just, you know, don't make it too complicated.
Well, let's see how TNC do it. They're smoking up, so we may get the answer to the level of complication. Juggernaut, the man in the front lines, they're protecting him so hard. It's the Glimmer Cape from DY. Also, the only player who's not 25 right now is DY. Cuckoo wrapping around the back. Vici also smoking out. Roshan won't respawn for another 30 seconds at the earliest. But Yang, he's the bait. The blink, Burrow Strike. Out they jump. Out they go rotation. Oh, a huge avalanche down the back lines. Paparazzi and Fade instantly couldn't respond, but now they can. In towards Tim. They want to kill him off with the Sonic Wave. They're all being pushed out of the ultimate of AA, but it won't matter when Magnus is going to pop anyway. Buyback's coming thick and fast. All 3 of them back up again. And now Enchantress just needs the hills. Actually, it's just Lena with the hillside advantage. They'll move back up. Triple buybacks out from BG Gaming. They have enough from Paparazzi on the back of the Omni Slash with the extra bash. They just need to hold Cuckoo there, but they can't do it. Now you're offing! They're able to pound on it. They're trying to stop the damage, but you can't stop it. Armel could only avoid it, blinking away to safety. Fade's got blink off cooldown 1 second time. Armel's feeling like they should already be there. Out of all of that, with the buybacks that were committed, there's still only 2 heroes who are down for the count.
They finally had a team fight with 2 Omni Slashes. I think that's the first time in the game that they've managed to accomplish it. Paparazzi gets Omni Slash off, the Mag buys back, gets an RP, and they have the second Omni ready to go. But somehow, TNC didn't lose more heroes in the second Omni Slash. I think Queen of Pain just barely got out of it with the blink.
Oh, Yang, the Burrow Strike. He was going for the rune right now. He's actually going to be Bloodthorned up. And how much control have they got? Your Scepter arriving. Fade, he may need to help out. A quick forced up. Yang's going to BKB. Armel blinks himself forward. Well, that's not complicated, but that's daring. They still want to go for more. Infest, delivery system right now. The blink Burrow Strike. Cuckoo got 2, combining with the Shadow Strike. They just fear them up. Enchantress, Paparazzi, they're trying to BKB and get the hell out of here. Buyback's not really available for anyone apart from Paparazzi. Magnus, he's actually cold-feeded up. Armel just beating him down with the daggers. Juggernaut will also fall. No life, no mana, no teammates. 3 players from VG Gaming pushing up the daisies. TNC, now they need to force the issue. They know the buybacks are on cooldown. They're going for the tier 4 towers. They're going to end this game right here, right now.
And it's all because VG Gaming wants to get this bottom bounty rune. They're not that important anymore. They could have maybe held for another 10 minutes or more in their base, who knows, but now they don't even get the chance. GG.
That's it. They just call it 76 minutes in for, well, an anticlimactic end. All for a bounty rune, all for greed. But TNC, man, they felt like there was opening. They chased it. They looked so far behind in just the early, like 20-25 minutes into this game. The probability didn't look good for them. The goal, the experience didn't look great. But a couple of great fights playing around VG Gaming, and TNC claimed game 1 in this winners bracket quarterfinal.
I did not think they were going to come back into this game, but they managed. It was an absolutely crazy game.
Yep, I want to see more, and we're going to get more. Game 2 soon.
There it is then, game number 1 in series number 2. TNC Predator take the game in just over 75 minutes. Not quite the longest game we've seen so far at the International 2019, but pretty long, it has to be said. We've got all of our men back, ready to bring their thoughts. Gents, first of all, over on the draft panel.
Woo!
My goodness,
What
what
was
a
that?
game. Just everyone, Tims and Gabby styling on him near that secret shop. You had it just fade with these blind skewers over and over, canceling ultis to use it on multiple heroes when Lifestealer jumped out. It was crazy.
Lifestealer was just spending like the last half of the game just chilling, cracking the knuckles inside the Sand King and the Queen of Pain's like,
Didn't
whatever.
care.
Didn't hit a
Yes,
creep, you
Didn't
know?
hit a creep.
He had Radiance for
Yeah,
creeps.
he was passively hitting
Yeah.
creeps, and what a comeback. Gabby and I can't, like Gabby, Tims, Armel, Cuckoo, all of them, it was just an amazing comeback on such a grand stage like this.
I couldn't agree more. Also, you know, guys, it's always fun seeing teams make mistakes. I know that you shouldn't, you know, we don't want to see them make mistakes, but it causes cool stuff to happen in the game. And we saw plenty of that in this. Both teams making mistakes in the team fights.
Absolutely. I like when I see teams that are really like relentless to team fight, even when they have a man down. I think that's when you catch teams off guard a lot of the times. Like you see that one of the situations when Vici goes for that Roche, and then they got full wipe for that 10k swing. I feel like that's one of those where I see TNC do that a lot. They're like, we only have 4 heroes up, but this is where you have the opportunity to really just change the entire tide of the game, and that's what happened.
All right, let's take a look at the stats from the game. I'm sure there are plenty more to look at here. We've seen some fairly high damage results in previous games as well. One of those records, actually second place, was set by Gabby, who did plenty of damage in this particular game. 13-5 and 22 on him as well. Armel 18-7 and 16 as a pick out on the Queen of Pain. Dendi, you said to me in the green room, we were watching, and you look, it was 25 minutes, and you were kind of like, is this game over? I said, is this game over? And you were like, well, could be. But if they go past 40 minutes, TNC have a chance.
Well, if you look at heroes, at first, when you watch heroes, you only see one Naix as a carry hero. And when you have Vici Gaming with Lina, Juggernaut, and it's all empowered by Magnus, and when there is Ange who can pure damage hit into Naix Rage. So when you look at it, and the way how game was going, it was going into Vici favor, we were gaining lead, I thought, okay, it's probably, we're probably gonna win. But when there is a thing about Queen of Pain, for example, that if game go late game, she have a spike because she get level 25 talent, she get this fear and stuff like this. And also TNC playstyle, we have 4 cores. We don't have 3 cores, we have 4 cores. Team somehow getting a lot of items, and then he's doing a lot of damage. Like we just saw stats, he dealt like 40k damage or something with his tiny. That's crazy.
Right, I'm going to get more. I know, Cap, you haven't said anything yet, but we're gonna catch up with you in just a moment. Still got, of course, the second game to come here in Shanghai. And talking of Shanghai, earlier on I saw Casey speaking some Mandarin, and I was like, how do I learn some of that? So let's find out how she learned the Mandarin.
Here we go.
Numbers.
Yeah. Follow me. Say 一
一
2
2 Chen Lao Shi. Chen Lao Shi. 2
Oh my God! You cannot call me Chen 老师 2. Do you know
What?
what does that mean in Chinese?
No, what?
Oh my God! What did you do?
What did I say? I don't know what I said.
Oh, that's very fun. If you call somebody 2, the meaning is stupid.
Well, that is useful.
No. We're only 5 minutes in, and you've already managed to insult the one person who can help us speak Mandarin. 1 2 3
1 2 3
4
4
5
5
6 6 6
6 6
很好，很好 ，very good， 很好。
Hey guys, we're gonna hold on for a second. We have a little audio issue.
Okay.
Cutting for a second.
No, it's a real class, and then we're gonna actually we're trying to show people that.
Oh, now I look kind of like an asshole because I am bringing materials. It's disrespectful.
Yes, it is.
Listen, I didn't know. I didn't know it was a real class. I'm sorry. Can I have some pieces of paper?
I don't have very many pieces left.
You can spare 1 slice.
I can't possibly spare a square. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh, I found one.
You have a pen?
Pop quiz. Quiz. I will give you number. You need to quickly react.
Quickly?
And ding, okay?
Oh, God.
Who ding first? Who say and get money, okay? Ready?
Yes.
好了吗? Say 好了.
好了.
好了 ready?
好了。
好了 Yeah.
5
Yes.
No.
Very good.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. I didn't get the
Yeah.
first money.
That's not true.
Why did you get money?
I won.
9、10、8。
哇，5块。
5块。
Yeah, correct. 5块. You pretend very angry because the tone go down. 不 Yeah, very standard
还
pronunciation.
好不。
多少钱？多少钱？多少钱？
多少钱？多少钱？多少钱？
太贵了，太贵了，便宜点儿。
太贵了，太贵了，便宜点儿。
Welcome to my shop. 80块，便宜便宜。
太贵了，太贵了，便宜点儿。
3块。
不可能。不。
哪里要3块
？10块，10块。
10块。
3块，10块。10块。
Is my friend bothering you?
Ready?
Yeah.
It's a real dance now.
I'm
Any
good.
part.
I'm good on the dancing.
左边，左边，右边，右边，前边，前边。
你好。
You guys really did good job. I'm so proud of you guys. Now I believe you have the ability to go outside, go to a real world, go to China to talk to the native speakers.
谢谢老师。
Congratulations!
再
I'm so
见。
proud of you
蒙
guys.
迪，
再见，谢谢。
谢谢。
再见，再见。
Very good, very good. I think their manner has improved even more since then as well, because we've been hearing them out in the crowd as well. Gents, have you learned anything?
I've learned that Slacks is actually okay at dancing. I thought to myself,
he had some moves
yeah,
in there. They were nice. Yeah,
For such a big guy, he's able to move around. And it made me think, like, I kind of want to see more from that dance. I kind of wanted. I remember we got quite the dancer here on panel.
I
would love to see Dandy do that dance.
You got some moves.
Whoop. Oh.
Oh. See?
I can't
Pass
do
it
that.
off.
You can't do that?
I can't do that.
Yeah. Have you picked up any Mandarin? No.
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 Oh.
I
picked up that one.
Yeah. Well done. Dendy?
I can help.
Yeah.
你好.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Shishi.
I
What was
know more.
boo? Boo was no? With the angry
Boo
under?
was no. Boo
Yeah.
was 5.
Boo.
Woo? Yeah. Woo.
Boo was no.
Yeah.
Boo
Was
5.
5. Woo is up. You have to sound like an upwards kind of
Woo.
thing, right? Yeah.
Woo.
Okay.
Good job, panel. Good job.
Thank you.
I don't know if our other panel are as clued up or as good with the whole, Mandarin. No. Cut it. Okay, come back.
I thought Boo was cheap. I thought Boo was cheap, and I thought Tim's was looking pretty boo.
Oh,
he's cheap. That Sand King was overpowered.
Maybe.
The way that he was playing it, I can't believe it. It was that game. I didn't really think that TNC had it in them. We were all ready to go on back, and it's like, all right, it's another 1-0. Just quick,
do you know
quick and dirty.
the last person to get back to the panel? Do you know who it was? Dendy.
Dondo, the super
Dondo,
meta.
because he knew. He's like, I've got this.
He knows.
Understand. This isn't done yet.
He knows when it's Dendy time.
This is going to be 74 minutes. And then he was like, boom, he's back by 74 minutes.
Wait. So how early you arrive at the panel determines how knowledgeable you are?
Yeah.
All right.
Red Eye's
so
Herald.
I have a confession to make. I was first.
Yeah, I was
second. Hey, but I saw a lot of the drafting panel here, like a good 40 minutes hanging out.
I was sitting here the whole time, so I don't know what this is about me, but...
Grant never left. Grant doesn't want to leave. He's just like, I don't know when I'm going to be back. I could be back in like 11 minutes or 27 or 33. I don't know.
Nice try, Grant.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We should look forward. Fog, to game number 2. That was a great performance by TNC because they could have lost that. There were plenty of opportunities for VG to clean up in there. It felt like VG played a little bit scared in that first game.
They were
tentative.
A little bit. It's really that big swing in the mid game that happened. They had a 15k gold advantage. They lost that like one fight around Roche, and it really just turned everything. I got to cast a lot of TNC games, and I've been seeing TNC with Gabby playing that Lifestealer. He's been phenomenal on it. Like every single game they play, somehow it makes it to like these later stages of the game, and he just goes absolutely berserk, just putting the team on his back.
Yeah, it's very difficult, isn't it, Cam?
Yep.
I mean, let's talk about, we started off this series and we said what to look out for TNC. I said shut down Cuckoo. You said, concerned about like Cuckoo's overall hero pool, right? And you named 2 heroes, Bat Rider, Sand King. Like, oh man, he turned up in that game. Like, it was just beautiful.
All right. Teams are ready to re-enter the Mercedes-Benz Arena for game number 2. TNC versus Vici Gaming. If you're just joining us, these two teams going head-to-head in the quarterfinal of the upper brackets, the only matchup that doesn't match the same quarterfinals that we had 12 months ago in this upper bracket, which is going through and guaranteeing themselves, by the way, we haven't really talked about the money too much, but there is a fair bit of money on the line, guaranteeing themselves a top 6 finish, which is at this stage already to guarantee one best of 3 in the upper bracket to guarantee yourself such a relief as well for these teams. Dendi, you've played in this format, you've gone through, you've won TI obviously. You want to stay in the upper bracket. You don't want to go down the base. Exactly. Dangerous down there.
Yeah, upper bracket is, I think it's super important. It gives you too much. And lower bracket is so scary. Best of 1, woo! Oh. So yeah, those guys, they can try out things, they can try out some sneaky strategies and stuff like this. They have the opportunity to do so, at least for one game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what TNC have got now, Cap, but the other way around, not so much. Vici, no more mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they would be... I saw shock, honestly, when they found their Roshan contested and like the way they played afterward, they just looked a little shell-shocked. And I'm a little bit concerned going into this. It was a long game, and there was a lot of cool plays back and forth, so maybe they've warmed up a bit again. But I was just a bit concerned for VG Gaming in that last like 20 minutes after the Roshan. They just seemed a little shook and weren't sure like how aggressive they could really be against TNC. As you said, TNC always seems to surprise and when they're actually going to take that fight to you.
Exactly. I think that's like the most thing I've seen from them all year, because even dating back to, I think like even KL Major, there was some games where they would just, it would be a 4v5 fight and they would just take the fight, or they'd be playing with 4 heroes versus 5 with an Aegis and they'd go snipe the Aegis and take a fight afterwards. It's really impressive when they choose to take those fights. For me, I think for Vici, I think Fade, he played fantastic this game on the Magnus, but I want to see him on something that's faster paced. Because I think we didn't get to talk too much about him, even like in the opener or anything. And I think he's really crucial for Vici when they start getting the ball rolling. If he's using these long cooldown ultis, if he's playing these type of heroes, I feel like he can't actually play his absolute best.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to bring too much up about the previous game because we're going to look forward to the next one. But there were a few missed RPs in there, and actually it seemed like Vici did better when he missed. He's like, when he didn't land the RP, they had a better team fight somehow. How does that work? He's supposed to be better, isn't it? And then he had a 2-man right at the end, which really kind of got them back into the game. So a little bit inconsistent, needs to be more consistent.
It was very, very hard for him because if you look at Vici draft, and if the game go late, TNC had Senki and Quop, which are mobile heroes, and Vici, they don't have much disables. They really rely on this RP too much. So it was all about this RP. So he needed for sure to control Nakes at least, maybe sometimes Quop, whatsoever. So it was very hard game for him and very hard decision making.
Having a like plethora of stunts in the late game is honestly just OP, right? Because when there's so much pressure on one person to be able to perform, and the enemy team knows that too, and they're always set up with one thing I noticed, like TNC just had beautiful like counter initiation. There was a sort of freedom that Cuckoo had to be able to constantly go in, right? Because he's got the life stealer to be able to jump in, but he always had like an ancient apparition, Ice Blast that was going to follow him in. There were so many things that could follow up, right? That he could just have that freedom go in when he saw an opportunity. I don't think that same opportunity was there for Magnus. He was always thinking to himself, I need the 3, 4, 5-man RP to win this fight.
Yeah, I also like the tiny transition. We're kind of waiting. What is he going to buy here? Is he going to buy anything? He's got 10k gold. What is he going to spend it on?
Dendi, do you like the change that has happened for Dota? I think that's something that people are a little inexperienced with, that late game 25 talents, these new Aghanim Scepters, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, it gives more variety to the game, so more strategies can be used and so on. So it's just more bigger chessboard for you.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2.
Versus Game 2.
That's right, gentlemen. Game 2. I'm here with Gunnar and Grant, a.k.a. Granthony Grantano. It's a pleasure to have you guys here again. And if you had to look at that last game, sift through all 70-something minutes, are you going to respect ban either of the heroes on either of the teams?
I don't know if it was like heroes, more so whichever team went high ground lost the fight.
Yeah.
VG walks mid, they go high ground, they lose the fight. TNC walks up, they get RP'd.
There wasn't a Rax taken until like like 70 minutes into the game almost, or something like that, which is crazy for a game like that.
I would say the AA you possibly think about, because let's be honest, you have a 5 position in the late game. Do you want a Witch Doctor and AA? You're going to take AA every time. And TNC, as Dendy brought up a while ago, they have like the longest game time of every single team. So eventually you're going to have this really, really good hero who's good against cores, even though it's a 5 position. So I think the AA you might take out.
They played it similar to Navi. I casted a lot of Navi games in the group stage, and they would always pick AA. And they would pick some hero like Earth Spirit or Axe, and these heroes, and they play off this AA off cooldown. And I think TNC did the same thing.
Yeah, they did. They missed a few of the ultimates, which was right. The 4 staffs from Yang, early game getting out of the AA ults, but eventually, right, you're just a spinning jug, and oh, AA blast hit me. Uh-oh.
And that's one of the things that we were most concerned about at the beginning of the draft, that the potential for that lack of a heal potential. And they're going to go right back for it. Again, like while it may not have brought them success in the late game, they still managed to win in the late game with this hero. Ideally, though, TNC likes to operate in that 30 to 40-minute win window, I suppose.
Yeah. I think I don't mind it as much now. I don't know why they... Honestly, I'm still going back. I have no clue why they picked that Witch Doctor into the A, but now you have a Shadow Demon, another hero who scales very well. That can be 5, 4, possibly even 3, doubtful, but I enjoy them. Yeah, why not? I mean, this combo did so much work for them last game.
It's so much magic damage. You burst cores, if they BKB, the jug would spin, or the...
Yeah,
and then once the spin's over, they just combo him and he dies.
That's the thing. They always had Roche. It's weird because the other team had a mag, but you had the AA blast into the pit. You had the Ice Vortex on the ground, and a Tiny, right, can just blink in, toss someone out. They had Roche control that whole game, even though there weren't that many Roches.
So we're seeing like a different draft already from Vici. They're giving Yang Tidehunter, I believe.
Yep, and that was first banned last game.
Yeah,
yes, it was.
So it's kind of different from the Enchantress. It's the opposite. It's a tanky frontliner, where Enchantress is a squishy backliner. You want to throw your spells in, your auto attacks. And then the Shadow Demon's obviously, like you said, a better scaling core than, or the support than the Witch Doctor.
And it sets up. That's the biggest thing. Like Witch Doctor, you throw your stun, they can just run away from it, honestly, and get away. This, you put someone under, it's going to force reactions. You can force TPs back up, or you can just fully commit as long as you have another stun.
That's why TNC bans the Lesh in the next phase. It's to, the dual lane of disruption into stun. You get a kill.
And some of the other setups, Mirana was already first phase banned by VG Gaming themselves, but there are plenty of other combinations that you can do with Shadow Demon. Kunkka is still available in the pool.
I think VG might want to ban the Lifestealer here. It's fairly good against Tide. If the Shadow Demon is trying to kill him in the lane, he has Rage. It was also really good, like well played by Gabby last game, I think.
Yeah. He got his Radiance, I believe it was like 20.5 minutes in, which wasn't that bad. He had like 1 bad death, but then once he got that, they could just move around the map. And I think just slow down TNC. They're going to get to that 30, 40 minute mark. They somehow always do it.
So one thing I was curious about Gunnar is the break mechanic I thought was something that made Nyx Assassin rise to prominence very quickly, maybe around 6 or so months ago. And ever since then, he's kind of fallen off, even though I see a lot of heroes that are susceptible to the break, like the Tidehunter. Is there any reason why you think that heroes like that, or even the Silver Edge buyers, aren't that popular against heroes like Tidehunter anymore?
A lot of more heroes give more teamfight from the 4 position than Nyx, and like we said earlier, like Shadow Blades are out of the meta.
Right.
Same with Vendetta. There's heroes that are not really in the getting picked off anymore, so it's harder for him to find a support or even a core in the side lane and pick them off with Vendetta. I think it could be okay for TNC. It gives them vision, and that's the most important thing about the hero. It's also good against Tide, like you said.
They do ban the Sand King. I think that is a good choice. So, if Fog was right, we should be looking out for that Bat Rider coming out from TNC. And there's a Death Prophet. I really like that ban. It's just a team fighting a pretty dominant hero middle that, you know what, you have your ulti up, you just go push a tower, and who wants to fight into that? And the Lifestealer again, right?
It also goes against like TNC, right? We want them to go to 35, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And DP kind of fast speeds up the game.
Bristleback being picked up by TNC Predator. This is a hero that it seems initially like it's very situational, and then teams make it seem very, very relevant, even though like I don't really see necessarily a great role for the Bristleback, because your fights might not necessarily last long enough to make him useful to get all those quill sprays out.
Yeah, I think the fact that you can go into a fight with Phase Boots, Hood Vanguard, and you're doing 400 damage a hit is pretty
Warpath
insane.
has gotten out of control recently.
It is really,
I'm
really good.
a little worried for this pick, actually, for TNC. I think Shadow Demon matches up really well against the Bristle at all stages of the game.
Because the Soul Catcher?
Soul Catcher, and also if he ever gets Ags, he has a break.
Yes, that's true.
So late game, if the Shadow Demon, even if they put it on a 4, I think is possible. If he gets like a second, third item of Ags, this Bristle kind of falls off really fast.
There you go. They get their team fighting middle, and that was one that was banned out with the Cropulus. I like the fact that you can like roll in. You have this boat and you have something to group around. That was the biggest thing. You didn't have a group around, and now you have something to group up with.
This is the combination that LGD went for actually in their previous game. You think lore-wise, Tidehunter and Kunkka wouldn't cooperate, but I'm gonna leave that for Slacks. If you just put it pure spell-wise, I mean, X marks the spot, and then you've got Disruption. You can buy so much time that TNC are like, can we save this person who got X? Can we save this person who got disrupted? You all start grouping up, and then all of a sudden you're looking really primed up for a Ravage from Tidehunter.
It's also a nice hero against these heroes like Tiny, who want to blink in, kind of combo a target and try to get out of the fight. If you get an X on him, he's fully committed to this fight now. I guess he's a mid now?
Yeah, how are they going to do this? So whenever I see Shaker on TNC, the first thing I think of is Tim's.
Yeah.
But right now, I mean, Tim's had a pretty solid performance on the... He was playing the Tiny.
Yeah.
So you'd think that maybe they would just give it to him again.
I guess core Earthshaker's a little bit better. I mean, they actually picked it and then Lifestealer's picked, but now the fact that you can't get Initiate on, you have that Ags, you just jump away. But I love it. They just take the Lifestealer themselves. They're like, wait a minute, it's good versus like almost all 4 of their heroes, and they already banned out half the good heroes for us.
I could see TNC doing a mid Earthshaker against a Kunkka.
I think, yeah.
It matches up fairly well in the lane.
Actually, I think you're right.
And then they still get to have a Tim's Tiny. The Bristle can either be a, I guess it would be a Armel Earthshaker, right?
So is it because recently with the Tidebringer changes, like on not working on denies and stuff like that? Because normally I would have thought that if you're like Earthshaker, you have to deal with Tidebringer, you're going to get harassed constantly.
Yeah, you are, but you're going to get harassed back, right? Like in because you're going to go like, what, some 1-4-4 build, and you're just going to harass them straight back. And the fact that Tidebringer doesn't work on denies anymore, Earthshaker has a better base attack time. Yeah. So it's really, really nice.
You can do a little dance around the creeps, where Kunkka wants to have a line of sight for the creeps. Dance. And since you have the stun, you win the dance.
That's why
you can't make a move.
I love the TA Kunkka, both those. It's like you have to carefully pirouette around the mid lane. Little subtle mechanics like that make this so interesting.
That's why everyone loves watching the middle lane. Doesn't matter me, I could watch every game for 10 minutes just sitting in the middle lane, watching range creep denies, watching all the little subtleties.
What a great lane it is.
And we're assuming it's the Earthshaker mid. I think it's a pretty good assumption, but they honestly on TNC they could still do a ton of different things.
They could
really
do a Tiny mid.
Yeah.
If they really wanted to, they could AA for the Lifestealer. I feel like that's the most unlikely. I think it's probably going to be just a 5 AA.
Yeah.
I've seen some teams run the Bristle and the carry or the 3. If they put in a 3, they kind of try to pick a more lighter carry or a lighter mid. And I think if it's a 3 Bristle and a 2 Earthshaker, that kind of fits the lighter mid role, where it's not, you don't have an OD who needs to go Midas and hit jungle. With Earthshaker, he can maybe go Blink or he can go Ags.
Well, also it might depend on who would you prefer to send up against Lifestealer in the lane. Which right now we don't necessarily know what support will be laning with the offlaner. Again, we are assuming it would be a mid Earthshaker, which if you haven't tuned in to Dota in a while, that would sound completely ridiculous. But I suggest you go into the group stages, Vici Gaming, pick up a Rubik. What a signature.
So the panel said they wanted a faster hero for Fade.
Correct.
I believe that's a faster hero.
I think so.
It is.
As long as you're not looking at telekinesis cooldown. That is a slow cooldown.
And the fact, look at the steals you have. AA Blast, any of Tiny's spells are insanely good, and the Earthshaker, right? Fisher is one of the best abilities in the game to steal early, even late game.
Now this will determine where this Earthshaker will go. Vici Gaming assuming it's not going to be a mid Earthshaker as they ban out the OD.
OD was a good ban. I think it matches well against Kunkka. It's a little scary versus the Lifestealer. If you can catch him without the rage, you can
This is going to be a Razor in the mid lane, most likely now. So then, who's what? Who's what? Where, what?
Could be a Razor offlane.
That's true. If you want to put that up against the Lifestealer, that's a pretty good option.
Yeah,
see how it pans out.
There's a lot. It looks like it is going to be Cuckoo on the Bristleback, at least. And Armel is playing the AA.
Ooh, so we got a mid AA on our hands.
Or no, I lied. It's Razor in the background. Sorry, I debated you guys. Gotcha.
I'm so excited for it, though. So then which draft so far are you favoring out of these two? TNC or Vici Gaming, Grant?
I think it's a lot easier to play Vici Gaming's draft, and I think when it's easier to play your draft, you know exactly what you want to do. You want to throw boats, torrents, just push towers down. I'll probably give it to them.
Okay. Connor, how about you?
The Lifestealer last game was really strong as well. The game went late, and he went this Heart build. The Heart with Feast is a crazy interaction right now. It's 50% more Lifesteal on the Feast.
Though he ended up going for the Rage Duration talent, which is probably better.
I think it's better overall, but since Vici has the Lifestealer now, I favor them.
Well, let's see what TNC's coach has to say as we go to Casey, who's speaking to Heen.
Thanks, guys. All right, Heen, we just got you out of the pods here. How are you feeling about your draft this game compared to how you felt the first one?
I mean, this year I'm trying to not think too much about the draft. It's more about the mentality during the drafting phase. And last game, I think both sides had a fair chance to win. Like, mistakes were made on both sides. And this game, I feel, will be the same. But if I really have to answer, we're pretty happy with the draft. I think we did some mock drafts yesterday, and the outcome was a bit similar, so we feel comfortable.
Really quickly, I know that was a really long game, and as an audience, it was really fun to watch, but I know as a coach, you got to listen in on your team and their commentary in-game, so what was that like for you with a long game like that? How are they holding up?
That's the first time I've listened to them speak in-game, obviously, because that's a new feature here, but they didn't speak English.
Well, I guess they got one in on you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heen. Best of luck to you guys. Toby and Syndrome, back to you.
You know, I love how Heen's like, I'm going to focus on the mentality, focus on like just making them really happy about things, and they were laughing their asses off inside the box. End of the draft, it's like they couldn't have a care in the world. It's like you're fighting on the main stage of TI9, potentially taking out one of the clear favorites of this tournament. And, well, let's have a laugh away as we go through it all.
And he'd also have no idea if they had a good time last game because he didn't understand what they were saying. So you just gotta hope that they were enjoying themselves in that previous game. And,
yeah.
Well,
hey, we have to work on some communication problems. Did you have any communication problems? I know you got to tell me.
Honestly, though, that last game really showcased one of TNC's biggest strengths as a team, which is they're very, very good at team fighting. There were so many like small intricacies in every fight that could have gone differently if they had slightly different plays. You know, Infest was used super well with the Sand King. Their initiations were on point. VG Gaming, however, they were a bit lacking in the teamfight department. We know that was going to be the case. Fade had to have an outstanding game on the Magnus. I think he played all right. He had some good RPs, some fights where he didn't get anything done. And the main problem was like the disconnect, it felt like, between the Magnus and the Juggernaut, where they didn't really get to combine their spells in too many fights in a row.
Yeah.
So this time around, I think VG Gaming have set themselves up for an easier to execute draft than the previous one. They have multiple ways of catching. They have multiple teamfight abilities with both Tide and the Kunkka. They could even steal one with Rubik. And their lane should be just as strong as last game, if not even better. Except mid, which will be hard for Ori against Razor.
Yeah, but it's also, it's the Kunkka. It's a hero who we've seen, even in some bad matchups, still make the most out of it. Paparazzi's really hanging around for a long time here in mid lane too. He's trying to get a little bit of extra information. They don't see anything. The Observe Wards haven't scouted out any of the lanes for the moment. VG have Fade and DY down on the off lane, and Paparazzi's going to think about joining them now. It is an aggressive tri-lane from TNC as Tims blocks the wave out with the fissure. So it's going to hold it back as far as it possibly can. And Grant gets his wish. We get to look towards the mid lane as Armel just looks to bully Ori out of the lane.
Paparazzi was waiting. He wants to get the tiny matchup and avoid the bristle matchup on his lifestealer in the beginning. So he's going to walk up top, break a clarity on the way. That'll do.
Yeah.
And run up to the top. So TNC with a little bit of a head start in this offlane, of course. Tiny will have the level advantage against the rotating lifestealer, but unfortunately for him, he barely denied anything.
Gabby's going to cop a lot of damage.
Be all right for now, though. Getting trial lane as Bristle is actually really scary if it's a kill lane. Oh, same story for Lifestealer, though.
Yeah, Paparazzi fished up. He actually ended up having Cold Feet go, because obviously, yeah, you want to have Feast level 1. And in the mid lane, Ori getting in the face of Armel. Courier is bringing the salve, so he'll be okay. Ori's is a little bit further away, however.
And Paparazzi will now be getting... He didn't lose as much farm as he could have because there were so many creeps top that weren't denied in the first wave from Cuckoo. So he'll get some good experience in the tower, but missing quite a lot of last hits though. And Cuckoo got a couple of denies in too, so very nice for them in the start in the top lane. And bottom is kind of just chilling right now. I'm curious about the outcome of mid. I think historically this has been a super Razor favorite matchup, but it might be slightly better for Kunkka now than it used to be. So looking forward to seeing how well Armel/Ori will do in this lane.
Or at least knows that Tims is hanging around right underneath the Dire Ops. They can't really do much with it, but yeah, bottom lane, Gabby popping a lot more damage. Facer got his level 1 Fade Bolt, but Gabby burned through one of his mangoes, now will be salved up.
Is that why he likes Rubik so much?
Fish block over on Ori, he's got no way out of here, just has to TP. He's only going to the tier 1 tower. Doesn't want to leave this lane because he does have the South to get himself back up to full health. But he's been waiting for this moment, keeping Tims there.
Generation.
Just smart play from Ori. Keep his hopes alive in the mid lane against Armel, who was obviously very much ahead in CS.
Yeah, it's mainly the denies that are the problem. If Razor's getting farm, it's not that bad for you as long as you are getting farm too, but he's getting out-leveled heavily. And that will become a problem. Once Razor hits level 6, could maybe run you down with a Shaker Fissure, get blocked off and you get killed. And Gabby's game is not too bad either, honestly, considering the starting tri-lane and then this current dual lane. He's doing all right for himself. He's staying kind of afloat, somewhat similar to the Lifestealer in the top lane.
Tims is coming again, but Ori sees him coming. So Armel already having the static link broken. This is a lot of wasted time for ES's rotation. Obviously, you can't do anything without a paparazzi on top. Any harassment you do, like Feast is just going to regen it back up again. If you get in too deep, then DY is going to punish you.
In my opinion, this is not that good of a Shaker game, especially because of the early stage that you talked about. But he can, of course, always come up big later with a good Echo Slam. Just trying to pull the wave here and not letting that happen. DY with the Disruption. Very appropriately named for that situation. Disrupts the pull.
I love how Tims was, while that was happening, he was trying to pull with the illusions on the camp, but he mispulled the set of Mind Stealer. So DY has been stacking everything else on the side, but he's been trying to stop the stack on the hard camp to pull to the top lane.
Oh, he's gonna let Tims do it this time, DY.
Interesting.
I wonder why.
He does have mana for a disruption, so he could easily stop it. And even if then he has a mango.
He might let him get it because he will get the bounty then. But I don't know if that's gonna align.
Yeah, 20 more seconds. Suppose the creep wave will be so far back, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like if he gets the wave in the tower at 4:45, maybe they will not be ready to get bounty runes, but I still think they will. And he doesn't look like he's interested in contesting them anyway. Maybe they'll get 3.
Might contest bottom lane.
They could get 3.
Because you got Fade coming over, so yeah, Fade should be a secure bottom lane, but Yang's in a lot of trouble. There's way too many stacks of Quill Spray. Really don't know if that's going to be worth both of the bounty runes, because they dragged off the support as well.
It's first blood. That's 600 gold.
Yeah, not worth it.
I think that's worth it. That is absolutely worth it for Gabby.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And I don't know if Tide will be having a good time down here anymore.
They're going for Armel. They know Static Link is down. X-Mark, Torrent up, DY is moving in. Tims thinks he can do a little bit more, but you've still got Fade who can pick him up, and with Destruction, throws him to the other side of the rock wall underneath the tier 1 tower. Tims can't help out anymore. In fact, he tried to keep chasing down. All he had was a totem. So a great rebuttal onto Armel. And my God, did VG need that? 19-1 to the 33-15. The level difference was, well, it was a full level before that happened. And now the efficiency shrine them back into lane. Smoke up from TNC. Of course it's TNC. Lost a hero, what do? We attack.
Yeah, looking to make a quick move of their own. Looks like it's unlikely to be successful for now, unless, now it's very unlikely to be successful.
Yeah. Invis Rune Fade breaks it. There's no Sentry Wars, there's 2 obs on Tims. But they have no detection. So disruption will begin. Cuckoo's nearby. He's going to find out there's a big stack just over on the side. So they're going to help bring that down. In fact, Bristleback may just try and farm that while he try and farms up DY's life. DY doesn't have much more to give. Down very quickly. Left an Observe Ward behind.
And Gabby gets the stack.
Yeah, that's a full triple stack as well. All of it prepared by DY. That's damaging to the VG economy.
Good cliff.
Oh, even better fissure. Tims wraps around the side of the torrent. Will create a little bit of extra space. DY's nearby too. Starts the disruption in TNC. With 3 heroes are fighting between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower at mid. But they may go again. There's still 120 damage stolen over on the Razor. Can't get in range to hit anyone though, but Gabby also ready to dive. They'll get rid of that ops. Vici feeling like TNC knew a little bit too much there. But they've left the side lanes alone. Yang has been farming up and pushing as well as Paparazzi. It's a little bit of space for the 1 and 3 of Vici. And
Oh,
Fade.
mid lane.
Yeah, they're really trying to go again on Armel, dropping down the ship. Is there a pickup? Is there a throwback? There's Fade having some issues. They'll disrupt to begin with. They could have thrown him down the hill, but decided against it.
I think he couldn't get the right range. He was very close to being tossable, but I'm pretty sure he would have done that if he could.
Gabby's had such a huge injection of money. He just took an Ancient stack that was prepared. They're going to get another double stack up right now. And Garmel can help with Plasma Field, and Gabby can just take the rest of it with Quills. And this is going to bring about a very early Hood.
Nothing like some good family farming.
Everybody together. Family affair. And same time you see an Urn now coming out in Rubik. Not deciding to go for the Arcane boost. In fact, you're seeing Fade, he's just directly rushing into the Spirit Vessel. There's nothing else that he's looking to complete.
Yang was just left alone to take a tier 1 tower bottom at 8 minutes.
Trade-off was the stack, right? Ori.
Yeah.
X marks Gabby, just trying to get him away from him. But Fade's going to die in mid lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And now the mid tower being pushed by TNC, and this is the bigger tower.
And Gabby's taking the stack while this is happening. They don't even have to commit their Bristleback. He's taking the stacks from the side. Yang's trying to have his own little battle with Tim's. Ori. X marks his spots on cooldown for the moment, trying to go for a blind torrent. Tim's a little bit off target. If Yang really wants this, he can commit the Ravage. He may have to do so because Ori, the Plasma Field. Armel just moves over from the mid lane to find the kill, and Fade's got nothing more to give. Yang, he's got 1 charges. He's going to burn the Ravage, eclipse the Bristleback on the back lines, but they really just want to kill off Armel. He's dealing all the damage out of Paparazzi, so he's hitting like kittens. Armel through the trees. He's still got 75 HP, but Paparazzi's got negative 150 damage. Cuckoo will create some space with the Avalanche toss, and Yang will in fact die.
Huge for Armel that he just barely manages to get Static Link off before the Ravage connected. If he doesn't turn for that, 100% a kill for Vici Gaming. But now they ended up losing their mid tower, their Ravage, and they're tied. So huge segment there from TNC, and maybe they'll even get 3 bounty runes. At least AU is trying to perhaps get some information here so he can get an additional rune, but looks like he is wisely backing away. Or is he?
Don't know. Probably feels he's okay.
Okay.
He's just taunting in the lane. That's all he has to do. Yeah, it'll be a 2-2 trade-off. I think Ty's trying to get his own money in now to try and complete up this Vlad's for his team. They need the aura. Hand of Midas is flying out as well on the courier. That one will be for Paparazzi. Gabby's going to have all the money in the world. He's now sitting at 5.3. This will move up even further with these 3 big Ancients to go down. So we're 10.5 minutes in, and he's cracked 5.6k net worth.
Yeah, he's super hot. And consider this was a 3rd pick Bristleback. They had ample opportunity to try to counterpick it, and they built their lineup, which hasn't been successful at countering him at all so far. They didn't really pressure him very much in lane. A little bit, but not too much.
Oh, toss in. We're already starting with the static link over on Paparazzi. He has to open wounds to try and outrun this. Gabby's moving over too. They'll try and slow him down. Ice Blast, well off target, but it won't matter if they can keep that chase going on Paparazzi. Difficult. And they will back off. All they want is the tier 1 tower anyway. And VG aren't in a position where they want to try and fight. Like right now, they've got Rubik leeching some experience on bottom lane. He can TP up towards the top, and it looks like TNC will back off. The fortification has dissuaded their push. And they're actually going, okay, so you got the Vanguard. He's going Crimson instead on the Bristleback. And it's the Hood on the Razor. So they have Pipe as well as Crimson Guard from VG Gaming at a reasonable hour. Yang, space being created by DY. He's got Ravage off cooldown in 10 seconds time. Paparazzi thinking about coming in. That's a nice Ice Blast on the back. Until it hit absolutely nobody. Not so nice anymore.
Nice can also mean that it looks pretty, Toby.
It does. Beautiful.
And it was a very nice Ice Blast. But yeah, TNC didn't manage to connect on that one, but they still got some good damage on the top tower.
Rubik actually got the Ice Blast.
That is a big steal.
And look at Armel come over. It's like, guys, we're going to kill him. We're going to kill him. Plasma Field through the trees, begins the TP, realizes there's no stuns nearby. Tiny, I mean ES, sorry, was looking for the fissure. Paparazzi really wants to finish off this top tier 1 tower. There's money going begging, and also just has to restrict the movement of TNC. Almost feels like it's time for another smoke from TNC. They're carrying one on the AA.
But they don't have a dead hero right now. That's when they smoke. It's when there's a dead guy and they smoke as 4, get an amazing team fight out of it.
I'm getting the wrong, the logic train's the wrong way. And you see the reason why the Spirit Vessel is just being totally rushed by Vade. They need to put that on Gabby every single fight.
Yep.
He cannot stand on the front lines. And what are you going to do? Like, do you even build like Silver Edge on Lifestealer or something along those lines? Like,
probably not.
Like, how do you actually counter the Bristleback apart from stealing Ice Blast and getting a Spirit Vessel?
Well, if Shadow Demon could ever get an Axe, that's pretty much a hard counter.
That's the way you do it?
Yeah, it's a super hard counter, but he's a position 5. It needs to be a long game for DY to get. I'm sure in the back of his mind, he's like, if I can get this, we win this game like game against Bristol. But Bristol kind of probably doesn't want to play that game anyway. TNC don't want another 70-minute game here with their strategy, but you never know. It might get into that position once again. And then that would be the ideal solution, is Shadow Demon Axe.
Just got to push hard and fast. Vici Gaming really want to have a fight up on top lane. If Gabby hangs around just long enough to get in range of the X marks spot, which is what happens. CP support is coming in. They'll hit him with a ship and we'll see just how much damage can be done. Ice Blast, it's flying in. Who's that one actually going to belong to? It belongs to the Radiant side. They've already killed off Gabby. Echo Slam will go. The Ravage doesn't clip Armel on the back lines, but Tim's Echo Slam is really ineffective. It's VG Gaming. They want to keep the chase going. The torrent, it doesn't slow down Armel. If it did, they would have been looking at a kill, not a tower. Cuckoo's moving in through the side. They're trying to look with the poison of DY. The tower is low, but it's not within deny range. If VG Gaming will back up, happy with what they've achieved so far. Killing off the Bristol, slowing down his farm time. And getting all that money. Ori is the one who claimed the kill for 409.
Now I think they're going to lose the top tower, though. I think Lifestealer is being forced to TP out. They might TP Bristol up top if they want to. They might not have to do it even. He's kind of in between. He's TPing to the ancient area. They're going to flush them out, get the bounty runes, and get this top tower. No Ravage. Lifestealer TP'd away. And it's not defendable.
There'll still be a 2-2 bounty rune trade.
But TNC are the ones getting map control out of this.
And
They've taken 2 towers to the 1.
I love how if DY is in the neighborhood, he's still stacking. Anything he can get.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So Fade's 500 gold. They're actually giving him the farm on the off lane and inside the jungle. Like he's taking it from Paparazzi just to get that vitality booster. TP in towards mid. Coming a little late. Ori wasn't blocked in by the fissure of Tim's. So he's just waiting this out. With Cuckoo arriving. No Blink Dagger, but high movement speed. They can look towards the top lane. The tier 2 tower is being bodied right now. Gabby will try and tank up the creep wave. A lot of Quill Spray stacks up and running, but fortification delays them. But this is just buying time for Paparazzi to push bottom lane. He still wants to have the Radiance before they fight again, and they need to have Ravage up and running, and that's on cooldown of Yang for another 30 seconds. TNC being careful, scanning inside the tree line. They don't want to get jumped, surprisingly. Oh, Tim's? No. They don't go on this. DY is nearby just in case they try and push him. That TP took a while.
That was a really good TP, though. If he runs back up, he's running into the Tiny. He knows that Shaker doesn't have Echo, so he can't get in and get that instant stun. Has to get the enchant off. And he does manage to get out. But that was a really awkward spot he got himself caught up in.
Yang wants to fight. They have the Observe Ward. They know that Armel's still nearby, so DY going to start with Disruption. Purge is available. How much control have they got? Pick up, throw down, Ice Blast. It's going to connect over on 3 heroes, combining with the Avalanche, with the Ravage from Yang. It'll create the space back again. Cuckoo, well, you'll have Toss stolen, so throw him around, throw him in. As well, run away. Gabby, he's now arriving. Fade, trying to get away from the cold feet. Gabby wants to focus down on him. There's still 2 dead for the moment, and it will be a very dead Rubik. Fade was worth quite a lot with all the space and farm he's managed to achieve.
Yeah, 440 gold per ML. That's pretty... It's not an even trade, but getting that exit kill definitely helps with the overall trade-off. And that was, of course, another Ravage fight. So now there's downtime. And this downtime will be used to pick up a Blink Dagger for Tim. So now things can get really interesting for TNC. They need to start fights with probably Cuckoo running it. Wait, does Kuku have less net worth than the Tiny? Oh, they have pretty much the exact same. I was like, wait, Tiny is not even close to Shaker's items, but
yeah,
it has some different items.
It's actually exactly the same net worth. Actually, 20 gold the difference.
Yep. So you want to set up the fight so that you can get a good echo, ideally. Or you can lead with the echo, but that's dangerous against both Ghost Ship and Disruption. So you probably lead the kill with Tiny or with Bristle, get a response, and then you can turn it around. You see they're forcing Roche right now.
Yep.
Bristle can tank it, he'll keep stacking up the goo, and if a team fight breaks out, Shaker has the dagger. They should know it though, he walked through a ward now, so they have ample time to click him.
It's just a little early though for him. Oh, here comes your avalanche. Toss comes, Ice Blast. They're going to avoid a VG Gaming. Up the hill and away, but a Blink Echo Slam connecting on 2 with a Fissure onto 3. They'll buy some time for defensive disruption, and Arvel's caught on the wrong side of the rock wall. Dead for 44 seconds, but it won't matter when Gabby continues to stack up the Quill Spray stacks. He's going for Yang a little bit further up, while Fade has to battle against 3. He's almost up. They're just tossing everybody around. As then Yori looking for the cleave. You can't get it though. Gabby's already got him with a Fissure. Now he'll get it onto AU. But they want the bigger one. They want Tims. He's the man to start this. And they're going to bring him down. Kuku's not done just yet. Ori, toss him up. Try and get him onto the Radiant side. Gabby's moving in, and Ori knows he's dead. Gabby with a triple kill. He's still the invincible, but he wasn't there for most of that fight because he was fighting the Titan to keeping him away from the engagement. Keep in mind that Roshan is not dead yet, and Ravage is up in 10 seconds.
Yep. That was 2 support buybacks from TNC, but if they manage to get the Roche, it'll be all worth it. If they don't, however, and lose a fight, they could end up losing the map in a big way right now, being dewarded. BO3 Gaming are getting their heroes up and alive soon. This is a pretty slow Roche kill.
Really is.
Even with Solar Crest, this is taking them forever.
They've built up the stacks finally.
But
Tims will come in to help land the stuns. VG don't want anything to do with this. They're going to let it go.
And do you give this to Gabby or not? No, you give it to Armel. I think that's better too. Like Bristleback, Bristle with Aegis is like pretty much invincible, but then at the same time you have another core that's exposed, and then the call from the enemy team would just be, well, we're kiting Bristle and we're killing the Razor. Now, there's no good choice. You're not going to kill the Bristle first, that's very unlikely, and killing the Razor first is also not very good because of the Aegis of the Immortals, so the upcoming fight for BO3 Gaming is going to be really difficult, and maybe they're just not going to try to take one at all. Maybe they'll just farm. Paparazzi's close to Radiance. Anything else coming up? Kunkka close to Lotus Orb. They can remove all the Nasal Goo stacks. Reflect the static link.
It's a lot of patience from BO3 Gaming, but this game feels very different to game 1, where before it's like, oh well, we're Empower buffed up, we'll just be able to outfarm them and outscale them, but
I feel like the majority of Vichi's hardest games, win or lose, have actually been with Magnus this tournament. It really feels like, oh, bottom lane.
Have a crack, disruption up, Gabby picked up, thrown down, perched, having a hard time walking this off, but at the same time, Yang, what are you going to do? Is he going to commit the Ravage? Support is on the way, Paparazzi has arrived, but they've burnt most of what they had on the Bristleback. Keep in mind, there's no Spirit Vessel charges now on Fade. That item which he rushed up, they haven't been able to actually get kills with it, or he hasn't been around when kills have happened. So the charges are going begging.
Yeah, very necessary. The healing block, the damage. Bristleback has super high max HP, so lots of damage coming out from the vessel usage. When he's high on health, it will hit hard. And I like this from TNC. They have a Siege Creep, they have Aegis, they have a fat Bristleback in the front. Let's go, let's take some towers. And BO3 Gaming will try to defend.
Yep.
As we talked about before, who is your target?
Fade's got good clearance. Lotus Orb is up, Radiance is up. Paparazzi will be the primary one. Sorry, Gabby, he's a little bit closer. Here comes your ship, torrent combination with the boat. Mel moves forward a little bit and creates some space, but they don't get anything out of this. With the ship down, there was no commitment. TNC will easily take the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that looked like indecision from Vici. Like, the call was to go and somebody immediately counter-called that, like, we can't go. They end up just wasting away a ghost ship. 25 seconds on it now.
Once again, Fade trying to clean this up. Tims, Kuku looking to jump in through the side. They're going to get it. It's a nice Ravage over on 2. And actually, the spill damage. Bristle died so quickly. What? I am uncertain, but Armel, he's certainly dead. In behind the back lines, looking for his own kill. Disruption from DY buys some time for Yang to move away. He wants to stick around for the extra gush. Maybe an anchor smash. You've got good damage from Kuku. And then the Fidger. They hold him there, but Armel can't go anywhere. He's trapped inside the rock wall. Kuku, he stopped his TP. The Creeper's going to chase him down. You've also got DY on the back of Tims. Does he see him? He does, but he doesn't have disruption. He can't kill him. He tries to pump him with the poison, but it won't work. Can we see that again? What was that?
I think Cuckoo got X marked, that's why his TP got cancelled, but he actually he just ran away. So that didn't really matter very much.
What happened to the Bristol?
Yeah, he died real fast.
He has like, he's got Solar Crest, Hood, Vanguard. All these things should spell life.
I know there is a Soul Catcher, of course, but there was no Vessel.
No
at the
Spirit
time.
Vessel.
Okay, let's see. So he's crested up. Ravage. Paparazzi's just nailing him from the front.
Okay, that's it. He just never turned.
Oh, Lifesteal. Well, he got ravaged with his front turn toward the Lifestealer, so he got in like 3 hits, 4 hits. Yeah, that's a quick kill. He's not tanky against that right now. Because, yeah, you've got the defensive Solar Crest on yourself, but then Tide puts an offensive one on you, and it's kind of negated. So Lifestealer is still dealing really good damage, even though he doesn't have any minus armor himself against the Bristle. And Gabby just overestimated himself.
Yeah.
For that. It was a cool play call from TNC, though. They had a max range fissure, they had the Ice Blast over the top, but Rubik got off all his 1 charges before he got Ice Blasted, stayed alive, and they easily cleaned up the Bristle and more.
It actually feels a little odd when you look at these engagements where TNC, like, as you said, like maybe they just underestimated how much damage VG could do. You throw out the Fissure, it's like, it's a Rorschach moment. I'm locked in here with them. Uh-oh. And Fade's not done yet. He wants to look for more. Farm up that Ether Lens, get himself something nice. Ari's able to snipe out the rune. Seems also a little harder to target him down now. Just wait for the right Lotus Orb timing. Not as easy for the Razor just to run in and get whoever he wants. Yang is approaching his Blink Dagger too.
That's a big item for Avicii. It allows them to set up a fight similar to the one from before, just that they can be the initiators. They can infest the Tide. He can Blink Ravage and Solar Crest the Bristle. They just go to work with anybody behind where the secondary is done. So similar to last game, there's no saves on TNC's lineup. This time there is one on the Vici Gaming side with the Shadow Demon.
It's like TNC are grouping up once more up on the top. They do have 2 smokes on the Ancient Apparition. So if they want to smoke into the VG jungle, they can do so. But you're already seeing the vision game trying to be played out by VG. Defensive Observer Ward to the north of their shrine, centering around all the access points into their jungle. But there's no wards down from TNC there. They have the Tinker Ward on the bottom lane, and they have a very defensive Obs inside their own jungle. And that's it. That's the vision. That's the vision report. Dori is really keeping the pressure on bottom. Some good farm for him. His recipe away from now completing up the BKB. As the Ether Lens that Rubik was farming up, now completed as well. And an Assault Cuirass is on the cards here for Paparazzi, and he's already got 2 of the biggest items for it.
AC's the big item, but they decided to smoke regardless, and Paparazzi actually broke the smoke to hit creeps. And now he's going to go into the jungle, so the smoke will only be Tide and Shadow Demon. I guess this is a little bit of a warding mission. Didn't really find anything with this sentry. Maybe he's going to walk down and try to obs. Oh, he's going to use it here only, so pretty defensive. Maybe they were worried that TNC had a lot of heroes up here to go for this smoke. But if they were running into a lot of heroes, they would probably just die.
That's why you send the expendables.
Yeah. Found that a little bit odd, but...
That's another easy way to scout. I need a couple of copies, guys.
Yep.
Let's send the Life Stealers to the mid. We'll burn down the wave. VG have done a really good job of just slowing this game down.
Yeah.
The advantage was going the way of TNC, but just over the last, like, 10 to 15 minutes, everything has been going VG's way. The experience actually tells the bigger story. About 7,500 in favor of VG. Just one pushing fight from TNC on the bottom, and VG just turned things around. They're really trying to be safe with Ori. Still got the hit.
Yeah, it's looking good for Vici Gaming right now. They're getting the BKB on Kunkka. It's a good lifestealer game like the panel talked about, with the exception of the Razor Drain. And they've kind of outlasted one of the worst parts of the game. If they pre-cast Lotus on the lifestealer and he gets linked by Razor, it's just a net 0. So then he can just stay in the fight and hit. So TNC have to be very mindful of playing around this Lotus Orb and trying to get the initiation. They have BKBs of their own too. Bristleback 10 seconds, Razor 9 seconds. So lots of magic immunity to go around. And they're really important for both teams, these BKBs. You can't just waste them away.
This smoke won't last long enough to take a fight, but nice deep ops. But now VG, yeah, they smoke up as well. They've been looking towards the mid where Ari's been pushing it out with this X mark, hoping that TNC would actually jump him. I love how he doesn't have enough damage to actually take the creep wave out in one hit for a 28-minute conker. Here comes Yang to drop down the ward. Up on the hillside. I'll leave a sentry behind as well.
I feel like I'm watching the same game as last game. Just running past each other in smokes, placing wards, and then farming creeps.
It's like both teams just understand where they're going, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, okay, we'll take the objective on the other side. We're not going to take the fight.
It's a very natural way. It's the layout of the map makes it make sense to play like this, but
that's the sorry, I thought Gabby was actually going to have a crack.
That would be a very bad idea, I think. He doesn't have the information. But during the group stage, we saw a lot more aggressive invasive maneuvers, in my opinion.
Oh, DY. He just saw the observe ward that was planted on the Ancients. He understands they're right behind it, but the Tyrant, the ship, combo, tied under in the back lines. The BKBs, however, protecting TNC. The Ravage wasn't good enough. Same with the Fissure from Tibbs, keeping the back line of VG under control. Gabby now can start stacking up the quill sprays. They've already got the kill over on the SD. Everyone else is trying to get back out. Paparazzi needs a vessel. He needs to infest. Ori came in close to give him that, but now he'll lose his life as well. VG, they were asking for it. TNC, they gave it to him.
Perfect BKB usage. I think both of the cores completely avoided the Ravage.
They did.
And the Shadow Demon as the first kill is perfect for TNC. That's the save. That's the guy that can extend the fight so BKBs expire. And then they would be able to turn around. But this Tiny is just working super well for TNC in both games on 2 different players as well. Nice blast.
Yeah, it'll hit Fade.
So that's a tower.
Yeah.
And TNC's back in the lead.
That's all we need to do, right? It's like say, okay, so this game is starting to go the way of VG Gaming. So let's swing back the other way and let's have another look at this fight. So great initial stunts, but then BKBs on both Gabby and Arbel both get off before the Ravage of Yang can connect.
And they get the Ice Blast onto the Tide. He has to run out of the fight, so he can't stay in help. And at this point, the fight is already lost, actually. So quick and easy for TNC, and they will get a Roshan.
Another Aegis and the Immortal their way, and this one comes with a cheese too. So Bristle takes the Aegis, Armel will take the cheese.
So this time they're swapping it around. Oh, well, they didn't have a cheese last time. They're putting the Aegis on Bristle this time, because he was like, okay guys, I am more.
This Observer Ward's going to give him really good information to try and fight on bottom. So you can see TNC coming to the bottom, and well, okay, never mind. There's the curse kicking in again.
Yep.
Defensive vision now.
Right, AU wanted that creep, he got it.
The line's definitely been drawn by Gabby. Push bottom lane as far up as we can possibly go. Ravage is still down for another 21 seconds. Which probably means like with the creep wave coming, VG could try and fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Like they had the AC completed. Fade's got 1 Spirit Vessel charge.
This fight is very difficult. You have to either bait BKBs and outlast, and then you can Ravage, or you have to blink and burst people. But you can't burst the Bristle, he has Aegis. The Razor is super hard too, because he has cheese, so you have to kill him from 100 to 0 in one go. You don't have any... I mean, you have the Vessel, but you can BKB cheese.
TNC quickly smoked, but they did it underneath the VG ward. So VG should be very much aware of this. Gabby, Armel, EA. Why do I feel like almost that TP towards the top lane of Tiny with the smoke was almost a bait? They want someone to feel like they can come out and fight, and Paparazzi is that man.
Oh.
The Ice Blast. Oh no! What?
He wanted... Okay, so Tim's wanted to 4-staff Blink Echo, then he 4-staff Echo. Maybe he had cooldown on Dagger, I didn't see it. But that tree is so dead. He echoed it real. It happens though.
That one right here.
It's not that big of a deal because VG Gaming aren't really in a position to make an aggressive move right now, so you can just chill and wait for the Echo to come back up. If you take the fight right away, you still have Aegis for another minute. But that doesn't mean we can't have fun with it. It happens.
It's all okay, all right.
Yeah.
As
the cool thing was the play itself, where they smoke and TP the Tiny away and stay, like you pointed out. That was a really cool play. Paparazzi was not expecting that at all. But fortunately for him, a bit of a misplay from TNC in that instance to go for the kill.
very rare thing as well on Tim's ES. Like, he is a god on this hero. But
everybody makes mistakes.
That they do. I'm liking this atomization as well from VG Gaming. Like, the 4-staffs are starting to begin. Fade's got his picked up. Ether lenses for the support so they can hold back as far as they possibly can. And the push is coming in through the top. Gabby, he's manned the front lines. Quick early bash out from Paparazzi, but Prospect does have his back turned. The Plasma Field hits him pretty hard. He's actually perched up too. What are you going to do here, Gabby? Apart from potentially break the Aegis Immortal, they won't even get that, or will they? X-Mark pulling back in. The Spirit Vessel taking away all this regeneration he wants. They 4-staff him, so he dies mid-push.
The poison stacks killed him off.
Plasma Field's going to clip him. Open wins again. Paparazzi protected by the Lotus Orb of Ori, but the volley is beginning from Cuckoo. Aghanim Scepter is being completed.
That was a beautiful kill, though. It's a really good spellcasting, and I don't know if they couldn't 4-staff him earlier to get him out of there. They have 2 4-staffs, but...
He had his back turned.
Yeah. It was almost like they were trying to bait it, but they didn't have Echo Slam, which it seemed like VG Gaming were aware of. I'm not sure they saw Shaker...
There was no vision of that.
I don't think they knew, actually. But yeah.
Actually, maybe someone attacked from this.
I don't think they saw him echo the ground. I'm pretty sure they did.
Hey, look, they changed the ward up this time around. TNC. They put it on the hillside. They didn't put it over on the tree line. And VG Gaming put down their own sentry looking for it. Not going to find it. And that is the job now of DY. It's a very thankless job.
I think the Plasma Field scouted there from Fade.
Did it? Yeah, it did. Nice.
That was, I don't know if that didn't seem intended. It's just farming a camp. Sometimes you're allowed to get lucky.
Unintentional awesomeness. But Fade really is just putting all his money into farm. I feel like he's taking so much farm on the map. He's got more net worth than the ES does at the moment. Which is kind of surprising considering the start you saw from Tim's, but he just had to create space for the rest of his team now. They're waiting for the 35-minute runes. Paparazzi is sent in. He'll rage up the torrent. Well, they're expecting Gabby to come in a little bit closer. With the Ravage committed, they're going to get through it. Gabby's down for 80 seconds. Tims was stunned on the sideline too. Cuckoo creates a volley, space creation, backcourt deep. VG don't want anything more. They got what they wanted. They got the bounty rune and the Bristol.
TNC have to be in better position with their 4-staffs. If they're going to send in Bristol as food, you got to be able to reposition your food so it doesn't, you know, expire.
That analogy is just, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very digestible.
Yes.
They're attacking in towards mid. There's the X mark. It's just Kunkka trying to get in nice and close. Cuckoo, 4-staff. Nice push away from Tim's. Cuckoo was just able to turn himself around and get away. But that's the tier 1 tower drop. VG looking to amp up the pressure. Bristol back. The only reason why he's not buying back is one, he's short of money, so VG may feel like they could force it. Armel, oh, he cancelled his TP! There was no Ravage, there was no stun! Now Armel is totally trapped in TNC! The cracks are beginning to show in the armor! A quick first bash as well from Paparazzi! Another second, why not? Down goes Armel, and once again TNC are fighting without one of their primary cores.
You're absolutely right, he was alive. There was nothing to stop that TP. Ravage was on cooldown, Kunkka was too far away.
It's like a, ah!
It happens.
And now the tier 2 tower will go down as well for this.
This has been a couple of minutes with TNC making a couple of unforced errors, honestly. The Shaker missing the Echo and using it on the ground. The Bristleback getting killed on the rune. And now the Razor just not running away. And these...
Not finishing his TP.
These mistakes have just... That's 5k gold.
Nice observer ward from TNC. Well, at least let them know where Ori's playing. The fact the tree was tossed might flag to Ori. The vision was there. Gabby is the man who has to be on the front lines defending the tower. Still trying to find that last bit of money to finish up the assault, Cure Us. And they're going to start to need to have items because there's bigger ones coming in from VG. Paparazzi, he actually stopped at the bracer and he's going in for a BKB next. So all the immunity in the world, the lifesteal is looking for it. Does he actually have like, does he go with the +2 with the rage duration? Is just like immune forever almost at the beginning 10 seconds?
I think you take rage duration like every game. Yeah. The other talent is, it's not bad, it's just not 2 seconds rage duration. So it's
like
really
+1%. Like maybe if it was like +2%.
The rage duration talent is super good.
Just to balance that, you can just see it in the next patch. You're gonna have it just so the 2s match up. 2-second rage, 2 feast percentage.
Imagine you gave a hero in the game a talent that said BKB duration +2 seconds as a 25 talent. How good that would be in a lot of games, right?
Yeah.
And that is even, you know, a much longer cooldown. Rage's cooldown is 18 seconds, so it goes from.
So you have 8 seconds, and then 10-second BKB. So
10-second downtime.
So you're technically immune for 26 seconds the first fight with a BKB.
Yes, correct. If you layer it
perfectly.
Yep.
Sure.
That's a long time. Remember the old lifestealer from Dota 1? Who had Rage as his ulti that lasted 18 seconds with magic immunity? And then he had 2 passives. One was lifesteal and the other one was Orb of Venom.
I think I like the new lifestealer better.
That hero was really stupid. And then it got changed. And that was a good decision. Techies is up next.
Yeah, I'd like a rework on Techies to make him a little bit more viable than just being a meme. Like, there are a lot of things that make him viable. Blast Off is very well worked, but yeah, Mines definitely needs something. Put out the theory crafting, something better than what Slack can come up with. Yang's on the hunt. He's got Gem of True Sight, making sure there's no vision for TNC around Roshan. He's another 2 minutes away from spawn time. And they really feel like, okay, hey Gabby, I'm gonna hit you with a torrent. I don't see you. There's no vision up on the hill for him, but we'll play like there is. They feel the force.
Yeah, the next Roche has got to be where it's at. When's it spawning? 1:30. Both teams will not be leaving that area very much. Kunkka's going to go bottom to push out a little bit. He actually,
Jump,
okay.
find their opening. Over on Cuckoo. Pick him up and throw him back. The Ice Blast is on the way in. It will be able to connect over on to both Yang as well as Paparazzi. Yang still having to wait out these BKBs before the Ravage can be useful as the tree toss begins from Cuckoo, but these BKBs are wearing off TNC. They have to turn around because Yang's about to come in. He's looking for the Blink Ravage. They already go for their initial target. Gabby, he can't turn around. Where is this Ravage? Where is his control? Here it is. 4 heroes hit by it, but where's the follow-up? Ori's trying to do it all at the moment. X-Mux spot, Torrent, they still haven't killed off Gabby. And now they'll lose more. Ori forced after wait. A little bit of space being created. Yang can't really help out. Fade wants to, and maybe he has enough with a quick little toss over. Ori so low on life. The Echo Slam has finally dropped down. Ori and Fade pushing up the daisies. Paparazzi about to join them as well. Maybe he can get our own. No, he can't. He can just die. No lifestealer shenanigans this time around.
Godlike fight from Tims. Every fissure made every bit of a difference in that fight. He blocks them off on the initiation, he blocks them off during the Ravage, he blocks them off during the escape, and then he gets the Echo, which is just a measly 1 hero Echo that barely matters because it's completely overshadowed by how wonderful those fissures were. That's the best play I've seen today. The way he played this fight was absolutely amazing.
Have I made up for my Echo Slam on bottom lane?
He just realized he doesn't need to use it. He's like, okay, well if I don't mess up my Echo and I focus on my fissures, man, that was awesome. That was a super good fight.
Gabby is starting up on Roshan. This is the 3rd one. Has a refresher shard, no Agadim's upgrade. But the fact that Armel also got through that entire fight, they still haven't used the cheese from the last Roshan.
Yeah.
So now they'll have a 2nd one. Refresher shard, it goes to the Razor. You get cheese on the Earthshaker,
and we also need to
cheese on the Tiny with the Aegis on the Bristle.
We need to remember how that fight broke out too. Kunkka was bottom, and they went for jumping on the Tiny, I think, when the first fissure saved him, and they have the 4 steps. I think jumping the Tiny next to the tier 2 tower is just not a high-value play, and not one that favors them at all. So,
and that anchor clap. Shady eardrums all you want. Torrent combination. Gabby saying a little bit too long. He's got a lot of poison stacks on him. They're going to purge him. They just want to break the Aegis Immortal once again, but the forced up over with the fissure wall, creating all the space in the world. TNC really on top of positioning, but They don't get up to the high ground. They did not force a buyback.
Oh, regen.
No, how nice.
Yep. When you have map control like this, you're likely to get runes. It's 40+ minutes, and now there's 2 runes every time. There's an Invis sitting bottom, not the most relevant rune for what TNC are trying to do right now.
Hey, look, Yang's going for the double ulti again. This time he might be able to actually farm up the refresher orb, but they're looking for 2 times the Ravage.
And this time it's huge compared to the last game, I would say. I mean, in theory, the 2 RPs would have been outstanding as well, but this will be much easier for him to use.
He just has to wait so long. Like, they still waited for the BKBs. They were 9-second duration BKBs in the last fight, actually 7 seconds for the Razor. But they are starting to get lower. That wait time and that immunity time is definitely going to drop, especially now the BKBs on Paparazzi. Like, he had that in the last fight too. We did see that long immunity duration. They're going to put it to the test. He's going to break the smoke over on Gabby. Fisher will connect. Is there something to help? DY wants to. Defensive disruption. Tims doesn't hit on the Echo Slam. Instantly they want to move away, but Purge actually, yep, is over on Gabby, but Tims creates more space. Volleying forward once again. Almost impossible to move through that volley.
Something Yang can do in the upcoming fight is he can blink and pump fake the Ravage to bait out BKBs. Then he can BKB himself, stay alive, and then get the Ravage in. They need to kite the BKBs, and similar for TNC, you can, or well, not similar, because I think kiting for you is way harder and not as impactful. The cooldown of Lifestealers, we've talked about this, how much uptime he has. It's hard to play around, and playing around Tide's BKB is probably not going to get you very far. So it's way more of a value play for Yang. And if he does get the refresher and he blink pump fakes 2 BKBs out, you better get out of there before he gets the Ravages, or you're going to lose multiple heroes very quickly. Alternatively, he can also just blink Ravage instantly, hope they don't react, maybe catches some supports.
Really wants to get rid of that Radiant Observer Ward, but it's so dangerous to come close to the volley. Another quick tree toss, they'll send in their immunity Lifestealer to do it.
Kuko's damage is super high with the Ags Daedalus.
And the control that comes with the Echo Saber as well. It's just like 100% movement slow for 0.8 seconds. Well, the pressure is being applied through both bottom as well as mid. Yang does have the double Ravage, but do they have the opening? He jumps in for a quick anchor. Now, the tier 3 tower still getting beaten down. The Aegis Immortal from Gabby will last a little longer. Tims has Echo in 10 seconds. Looks like finally Ori is, actually, he's underneath Observer Ward. Avalanche has been thrown out. Cuckoo just trying to battle for the bounty runes. Goes for the quick volley. Support's coming in with the Ice Blast. Ori going to stay inside of it as well. Just trying to walk all this off and then TP away to safety. Cuckoo, but nothing to stop him with, but look at Vici. Move out, look for their own target now that a lot of attention of TNC's been dragged top.
That was great from TNC though, they got 4 bounties. They do end up conceding some map control here by letting Vici come back in. Perhaps they could have avoided that if they just let Tiny do the job top and they stayed in this strong position down here. But they do get all 4 bounties. So, some good economical win. Oh, that's an Abyssal I'm hearing.
Yep, bottom lane. They're going in after Paparazzi. He's still got his BKB available as well. That rage is lasting forever, but so is Armel's like damage deal. 280 taken out of it. A push away from Cuckoo. Now the Ravage will pop a 4-star. They're going to X-mark and pull him back in again. All that extra life that he gained. Where's your refresher in second time? It ain't going to happen, or maybe they just stick on top of him. That'll be the way to bring down the Tiny. Buyback comes in from the Rubik. Get a lot of money. Now they look to the Ancient Apparition. Another Torrent pulls him back in once more. Ancient Apparition to fall. Disruption. It is allowed to go to the next target, but there's your refresher. Armel, BKB, and put off the Storm. They're looking for their own damage output, and the stun from ES, it stops Yang from getting the instant Ravage off, and in fact he doesn't even have the mana for it anyway. They're just going to have to hold in Armel. Yang with the BKB wants to keep on fighting, but now the volley will arrive. They have to start retreating. Vici Gaming back on the shrine. This thing's still up. They're going to regenerate up almost everything they lost, and Gabby's going to try and fight into them. They've got to be careful. Ravage is still available. He can blink forward and just go for it. Bristleback, he gets clipped up, and also the stun's on the sideline. Bristle's down for 100 seconds. Ancient Apparition will also go down, but they pull back the bigger one. They pull back Cuckoo. They need to get rid of all that damage output that he had. They're gonna do so. Ice Blast comes too late. TNC, 2 heroes without buyback, and VG Gaming, like sharks, they smell blood in the water, and they're hunting. Yang, taunt chasing Armel up through the top lane. He's wasting time, however. VG need to push the lane.
This is a huge kill though to get.
Oh, with a gush. He's still got static link available. There's no stun. There's no way he can actually cancel the TP. That's the goal right now. Kunka's coming over. He'll BKB TP away to safety. Safety for Armel.
And in the meantime, Lifestealer and Rubik are still mid. So they pushed out that wave and they're going to try to go high ground. Good Fissure is going to buy some good time here.
Still a big creep wave pushing in through the top lane too. And Ancient Apparition is forced in the bottom. So while Paparazzi is going to be knocking on the door, taking anything more than a tier 3 tower may be problematic because they'll look for a trade-off. Here comes your Ice Blast flying in, catching everyone a long distance, but Razor so low on life. The Oilstorm trying to protect him, but it won't happen. Fade just volleys him down. But now what do they get? They're going to buy back out from a Razor, but there's problems on the bottom lane and top. The Catapult double waves really did a hell of a lot of damage.
Yep, AO may have just saved a potential lane of Rax there with this bottom push that he was doing with AA.
Tims, this is a solo kill. Jumps out, can grab the double damage room. Fissure, maybe he doesn't even need it. Echo slams, a quick 4-star. DY, the Yule Scepter, he went up in the air and now Disruption. He'll go 2 different ways. The Ice Blast flies right over the top. DY needs to kill off the illusions, won't help. Gabby will find him. Geometrucite has been dropped. Still a 1-for-1 trade-off as they keep on battling. Maybe with the torrent. Where's your boat? It's off cooldown, but they don't want to do it. The BKB's protecting TNC for the moment, but they're such low durations. The TNC know they need to back off once more.
And Tims used buyback. So did Shadow Demon actually, so never mind. But Tims is way more valuable. He's much richer. His buyback cost, I think it was, let's see, 1,200 to the 500 of Shadow Demon. So that's about another 1,000 gold before the gold loss itself.
And the fact that VG were able to get there in time means they also recovered the Geometrucite, so there's none of that value lost either. Very problematic for the support to try and survive.
And you're going to get your Silver Edge, it looks like.
It is.
It will happen.
So we have Silver Edge for the Kunkka. The Daedalus, there is enough money for Paparazzi to buy that right now. His surplus is 200 short of buyback. Yep. I also love how Fade's been working his way towards this scythe for such a long time. He's like, I'm fine. I got this. No matter what, I got this. Now smoke up from VG.
They have 2 Ravages, and there's Bounty Rune spawning. This is pretty much the perfect timing.
And there's no Echo.
Oh, this would be a great
Ancient
start
Apparition.
for AO.
He is going to go down quickly. Dead for a minute and a half.
It might seem like a small kill, but he has no buyback and dropped the gem.
And Roshan spawns in 10.
Yep.
That's the bigger part. If VG Gaming see this without the Ancient Apparition blast, like, can you take this?
That fight, I think, is next to impossible for TNC, even with a good Echo. Unless VG line up for them to land the perfect combo, it's going to be tough.
Oh, stolen volley. That's one Fade never wants to give away. He's going to go through almost the full duration of the steal for it.
It's a pretty pitiful tree volley compared to
the real Tiny.
To the real one, yeah.
Oh, Roshan's alive and VG know it.
It's a big boy. He's got all the items. This is Rosh number 4.
Where's your Aghanim's upgrade this time around? Do you actually even give it to the SD so we can keep purging up?
I think giving it to
Bristle?
SD is really good. It applies break when you have Axe. That's why it's the hardest counter to Bristle. Maybe in the whole game. I think Shadow Demon Axe has got to be one of the absolute highest on the list. But are they seriously not giving him the Axe?
Who are they giving it to?
Lifestealer?
Wait, what? He's going to assimilate now?
That's like the worst Axe in the game.
Maybe it was a misclick.
I mean, maybe they just wanted to pick up everything in case TNC was coming, but I can't.
It's like, so what was
Who
even
do you want
your
to
3?
swallow?
Yeah, who do you swallow? You don't take in Kunkka. You can jump in with Tide Hunter, but Tide's the one doing the jump anyway.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah, DY definitely looked a hell of a lot better.
It's amazing. It is so good, this game. And he even has items to get them off reliably with both Lens and Force Staff.
Maybe they're just worried he's still low, but even then you could take the Rubik Axe.
Could have given it to Rubik.
Rubik would have been great.
They could have given it to Tide, so they have AoE gun. I mean, there's no way. No way.
This makes no sense, but hey.
It's what we got.
That is the decision of the teams.
VG are still in a great position, so
I love how we
get.
we get to watch him again. It's like, guys, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. It wasn't meant for me.
It's like, okay, man, you want the Axe? Swallow me next fight, then do it. Yeah.
It's like watching TNC. Like, it was the major where they're just fissure blocking each other out and just playing around the ruins. Hey guys, let's have a little bit of fun. It's going to remind you, VG Gaming, you're currently 1 game down in the series.
Yep.
A loss here drops you to the lower bracket where then every game is elimination to get to that grand final.
They're probably feeling really good about their position in this game, though, as they should. They're in a great position. Tide has 3 Ravages, but he doesn't have much mana, though.
Can he even get 3 Ravages off?
No. Unless they mana boot him or something. Do they have any mana?
You don't have any, like, there's no Arcane Boots on the SD. There's no Arcane Boots on the Ruby. They both put their items into the Ether Lens.
They probably aren't planning to use 3 Ravages in the same fight anyway. I think it's a mistake, though, to have the Refresher Orb instead of the Shard in his inventory.
Yeah.
You know, the Shard is free.
The 375 mana for Refresher Orb.
You get some regen for now from having the Orb, but absolutely swap in the Shard when you're trying to go high ground, just for safety's sake.
Oh, here's your move in. Bristle back on the front lines. Paparazzi gonna rage. There's a quick Abyssal Blade from Gabby. Trying to control up Paparazzi. They'll pick him up. They'll drag him back over with actually another one. Just leave him under the torrent. The best front liner they could have asked for. A Bristleback with his back turned and no 3 purges to worry about.
Yep. How fortunate. Oh, that's a good fissure, but
yeah, it's gonna lock Paparazzi in. Remember, he's got the Aegis, the Immortal. He just wants to get back out again. Now they can start taking out the shrines. As Red Eye feared, this is VG Gaming. We take an objective, we move back, and we take a safer objective now. Be it farm, be it shrines.
I do not blame them for a moment for doing that in this game.
Neither do I. You see the advantage.
Considering what happened last game too, they were in good position 2 or 3 times, and they just ran up to different high grounds and lost fights. Like, there's no need for them to do that currently.
You just have a chat with the coach at the back. It's like, okay guys, let's not go high ground until we're good to win the fight.
It's entirely possible that that's what RTK told them after the game. It's like, you have 10 minutes between these games. You don't have time to sit down and go through details in the replay. You get 1 or 2 key points across to the team that they need to work on for the next game. And honestly, I think one of them should have been, okay guys, in the next game, don't force fights in bad positions. That's #1 thing you don't want to do.
Okay, we have the mana now for Tidehunter to commit the Ravages. He's got Nectarine Core.
Oh, he was hovering at Daedalus.
Jump up, Fate, looking for a target. Remember, he's got that side defiance as well. The Ravage is going to burn straight away. Tiny, it even clipped the Ancient Apparition in the back lines. Tiny does not have buyback available. VG have an opportunity, but the BKB is down for Kunkka.
He refreshed on Tide. Refresh #1.
Okay. Now he switches the Refresher Shard in.
Now he has another 2 Ravages.
Yep. A Paparazzi, again being that front liner, making the most of his immunity time. Mel and Gabby clean up the way pretty nicely. Another X mark. That one's over on Ori. He's not even coming close. It's just like, just in case something really weird happens. That's probably going to be on Paparazzi.
Lotused.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, he X'd the bristle with Lotus on. It looks pretty funky when.
Yeah, it does. It's like, that's not intentional.
All right, that's a half-decent static link. Not too great, though.
Still a 53-second window.
So is there anything coming up for TNC now that's going to turn the tides of this game?
They don't have Satanic yet.
There's no big item coming.
Tim's is waiting for the right opportunity. He's moving around the side. That's a good Echo Slam opportunity, but they just lost the creep wave. A 4-star. Gets Bristol back underneath the Tier 4 towers. The fissure is a fantastic block. Rage now up here from Live Stealer with the BKB. With the BKB beaten by TNC. They're waiting it out. The Ravage is ready in 2, 1. BKBs are out, and the Ravage goes #1. Yang, is it time for a second? Maybe it's not. The Aegis Immortal has been burned. VG take the racks. They're just going to reset.
They used 3 Ravages, and all they got was this shitty T-shirt. Now they got 1 melee rank.
They're coming back. Another pickup. The X-Mark's going to bring Tidehunter back to front lines with the Torrent. Razor, 4-star forward. Loyastorm didn't protect him enough, and now Paparazzi feels like he can just go in. If he can get a bash, they've got the Hex from range. It's from the Rubik. Razor's down for 2 minutes. VG Gaming, what do you want now? Okay. Bottom lane or more?
Now it's a better T-shirt. Yeah.
I've upgraded. I've got the Mahjong set now.
Kunkka's going to defend easily with X-Mark. He comes back to mid. They're grouped up. There's no Ravages available right now. 60 seconds for 2 Ravages for Yang.
I love this. They actually TP Tim's out so he can pick up the bounty runes. So Razor actually had buyback. He needed to go and get that money, or else they wouldn't be able to have him for this fight. And then he'll come around the back. Echo Slam is available. VG may not be looking for it. The batch is already over on Tani. They 4-star him away. BKB all protective. Now Tim's, if you're gonna go, you're gonna go. 3 together. Lock him down. From heaven, the Shatter arrives, but Lifestealer still gets the BKB off. He's been beaten down by Gabby with all that big damage. Cuckoo will get the jump in as well. Yang will fall. The damage is huge with the anchor smash back again, but they just chase for more. A long toss up towards Fade.
Oh my
Tree, and she just crit the crap out of him.
That tree volley. Did he just get 3 crits in a row?
He did.
Oh, it's pretty absurd.
Man, what a play by Tim, understanding the game and then getting the great position. He knew he was okay because the Obs and Sentries were on top of the hillside, so he knew that Vici had no information.
And you have to take these risks. When your back's against the wall and you're this far behind, you got to do something crazy, and it worked out. Ice Blast was crucial there.
You've still lost a lane of Rax as well as a tier 3 tower on bottom. This is still the small crippling part.
It's not great, but it's better than the alternative, which was game 3 right now. More than likely.
Well, the alternative is still potentially there. It was a 30 grand advantage because the bounty ring got picked up by TNC. It swings back up another 5. The experience is probably telling a closer game, however. Only 9,000 the lead. And TNC, they'll smoke up. They want to force some buybacks.
Yep. How many are they going to get?
Actually, he went 2 charges of disruption on SD.
Yes.
I was wondering if he would think about the purge damage against Gabby, but he's going to Aghanim himself, so maybe not. There's disruption number 1. That bottom rack's getting brought down quickly. Ship is comboing it nicely. Forced up on the bristleback, still protected by that Lotus Orb. Kunkka pulled back by his own X-Mark. Double Daedalus looking to try and get some level of damage in, but TNC just did a hit and run. But they didn't force the buybacks out for VG Gaming. Well, only the one on the Rubik.
Still a great grab, though. They got a lane of Rax out of that?
Yep.
We'll take that. Oh, Rubik.
Big up. Forced up away, and Cuckoo. Oh, no, Fade. He doesn't want it. Actually, he wants to steal it, but a great Fissure once again, creating space. Tiny BKBs. This is such a low duration time. They may try and continue the chase. In fact, they do. Here they saw him just at the last moment. Move up the hill. It won't last long enough. The bash is there from Paparazzi with the Abyssal Blade. Tiny will fall, so you did get a buyback, but now you're down a player, and Roshan will respawn in 40 seconds time. Tiny will have to buy back if TNC want to try and control it.
Yeah, he needs a way to connect to the fight, though. He can't afford Boots of Travel and buyback, and he has no Shrine to TP on, so even a buyback is a really long connection timer.
They're coming. Silver Edge up from Kunkka, walks in, close range, Ravage to pop, Razor, Armel had no time to react with a double Ravage. They keep Gabby out, and they pull both Tims and AU up on the high ground. Is someone going to force up? He's going to force up. He'll get himself away with the Glimmer Cape. X marks the spots over on Bristleback. Is there another follow-through? Silver Edge is coming off cooldown right now. Hit him, break him, maybe with a volley. Ice Blast coming back, Bristleback's low on life, Yankee Smash able to help get the kill. 2 heroes down from TNC, VG Gaming, screw Roshan, go for the win. Those 2 big cores down, there won't be a buyback, there won't be a way to actually stop this. They're going for bottom racks. What are you going for? They're waiting. They're regenning up and then they'll come forward. They don't have a Ravage, it's the only thing to be cautious about, but TNC, with no buyback, VG will be aware of this because they are on cooldown. Now, Tim, Cuckoo, jumping in, able to get the first little avalanche and hit off, but Defensive Destruction from DY creates extra space. Abyssal Blade, Sentry Wards are everywhere. Tims hits the back line with the Echo Slam. He needs to get the damage going, combining with the Ice Blast. 3 heroes be hit by it. Rubik and DY, they'll end up shattering through this, but 3 heroes down. All the damage, all of it's gone from TNC. This is the win for VG Gaming. They will come through, they will claim more, and they will claim a deciding game against TNC, who have fought absolutely valiantly to get to this point. The paparazzi will end it. GG is called. 2 games over an hour. This is becoming the marathon. The VG probably never thought they'd have to run.
These games are really close. These teams are super evenly matched, and it comes down to, you know, Dota is always about mistakes and big plays, right? And it feels like in both of these games, these teams are, there's some uncharacteristic mistakes that can be, you can write it out off as nerves or whatever you want, but, you know, for example, Gabby being the super strong Bristleback feels like immortal, runs into tier 2, gets killed. There's other opportunities in this game where Yang on the Tidehunter maybe whiffs the Ravage. But there's so much to talk about in this game. I don't even know.
Hey, you know what? We've got some people for this. It's their job, so we'll let them have their job.
One, I didn't think it was going to come to this. Vici Gaming were looking scared. And I didn't really think that they would be able to manage to close out the game, but they did. But Grant, you weren't convinced by that victory yet.
It felt they were extremely scared. The late game, they had three tied ultis the whole time. They were so scared to push, and I mean, you don't want it, right? It's a Tim's Earthshaker, it's an AA. We saw, like, those two heroes can just wipe off, like, any hero off the face of the map, but they get these weird pickups, like they just find our Mel middle, and then finally, it's pretty easy to end.
And it was established by some early game issues, like you were saying, Gunnar.
Yeah, there was a gank bot on the life there. 4 heroes of TNC kind of smoked bot, and then they fissure him, and then he didn't blink. He just echoed the ground. I think that was the big turning point. Before that, Gabby was really strong on the Bristle, and they had stacked for him. They controlled the earlier game. They had this good strat around the Bristle. But I think after that, their snowball they lost control of the map. VG started kind of feeling comfortable about playing around the map. They weren't scared about Echo, and I don't know. I think the game kind of fell out of control.
Yeah, I think it's like the BKBs, right? Like, once the Bristleback has to, like, fully commit to a hero, he's chasing after someone else while they're trying to hold anyone, and they just can't get anyone because the Bristle's on this side of the map, and there's 4 other heroes fighting, like, the rest of Vici. And it just felt like Vici did have very good positioning in that game, all things aside.
Well, we'll wrap it up here, but we're not wrapping up this series. We still got one more game, and I'm sure Red Eye and his boys have some thoughts of their own.
Yeah, I'm sure we do. I mean, gents, another long game. And TNC seem to kind of like these long games, Dendy. They do well most of the time in these long games.
They feel like fish in the water in the long games.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, and Vici also. They also playing some long games in this tournament, and they also feel pretty confident. And that's why I see this 1-1 score, and it's not surprising me at all.
No, it's great for us as well as neutral cap. We always want the best of 3 to go all the way. And I mean, I think Toby said in the exit of that, they're just so closely matched. There's nothing between them.
Oh, absolutely.
In terms of both good play and some mistakes as well. We also Sinrid made the point, didn't he, during the commentary? Dota is a game full of mistakes. You can't play at that high level perfectly all the way through for a 60-minute game. So the capitalization of those mistakes is also interesting.
Toby called it a marathon in his closing statement, and I think that really applies to this series, is that endurance. It's going to wear on you. There are going to be some slip-ups, and we saw some slip-ups on both sides. Our drafting panel talked about the fact that Vici Gaming almost looked a little scared, considering what a big advantage they had with like the Tidehunter. They were pretty cautious, and I could see how some of that lost them maybe some fights that they didn't need to, or they could have capitalized further, but also some of it saved them. Just think about the way they played that 5-man, and they all backed up into their shrine, or 5 minutes later, they had another fight in the same area. What did they do? Go to the high ground, drop a ward immediately. I love that idea that Vici Gaming has against TNC. Let TNC crash into you.
Yeah.
Don't necessarily
do it at some
be
point,
looking
right?
for those fights. Yeah,
because they're going to do it at some point. We'll take a look at the scoreboard as well. Fog, in many ways, the longer it went on, the more confident I got for TNC in some ways. But it, again, didn't pan out this time. Why? Explain to the viewer that doesn't watch a lot of Dota why it didn't work out the same as the first game.
Well, for this one, in this one at least, some of the times for TNC they've surprised me, but in this one I looked at their draft and they were much more mid-gamey. If they started to lose an advantage in this game, I think that their draft, just based off the heroes that they have, just hit a brick wall. They have a Bristleback and a Razor, which, yeah, these heroes, they can dish out a lot of damage if they're ahead, but once you start losing that advantage, a hero like Shadow Demon is going to start really crippling your lineup. That Soul Catcher, we saw it coming out, just brings the Bristle to half HP every single time, so it just changes the whole outcome of what your idea of what the game could actually be.
Did you invent a word in there?
Lockdown.
Mid-gamey.
Mid-gamey?
Is that one word, or...?
I'm down with it.
I think
mid-gamey.
It feels kind of weird.
No, I like the fact you...
Ever heard of mid-gamey before?
I like it.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
You know, it's like, like how food can be a little gamey, right?
Huh?
Yeah. It's like chewy, right?
That's exactly what I was going for.
Exactly.
Right.
So, but I love the fact that he pulled out the Shadow Demon, because that was something that I noticed in the early game, right? This Bristleback had all this farm, and normally in that situation, you're like, God, this Bristleback is actually going to be unkillable. But they had the answer to it. Shadow Demon is easily one of the best counters to Bristleback.
And they even... Lifestealer took the Aghanims from the Roche.
Yeah.
That definitely was supposed to go to DY for the break.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, they definitely had the tools going into the later game. I think that's maybe why we saw a little bit of backing up coming out from Vici, because looking at their draft, if you get to that later stages, you're going to have these ways to address that Bristle.
But maybe it was a strategy where Lifestealer eats a Rubik and gets into Tidehunter. They jump in and hello!
Surprise!
We hope.
Yeah, maybe. All right, good stuff. Thank you very much, gents. Do you know what? I've been mystified this season. We've seen Vici Gaming rise from the ashes of finishing second all the time, but they found the winning formula. But what is that formula? Let's find out.
像你妈了个一样，还玩不玩了？不玩滚回去的哦！你们能不能学学周海啊？现在就他知道怎么打。虽然他在劣势路送很多次，但是其实都是在帮大家拉起空间。
皮鞋死6个月了。
Make yourself known. We are gonna have Game 5 of a Grand Finals here.
我不知道它是怎么发生的，人刚一选完，回头看他就已经不动了呀，突然就不动了。其实没什么影响，我们还是赢了。最难的就是要不被 RTK 发现啊！我们需要想很多办法，因为他一旦发现了，肯定想要来踢掉皮鞋来跟我们一起打了。我们宁愿跟死的皮鞋打，也绝不跟 RTK 打。
我知道，其实皮鞋根本就没有死，就是我让他装死的。让他装死呢，其实就是为了我们这个团队能更上一层楼。杨神对于这个团队功不可没，通过他装死这件事情，就可以证明他是这个队伍的顶梁柱。Nice， 兄弟们，10分钟加油！
我实在是带不动这菜逼了，肯定还有别的办法呀。
今年 TI 大不同，最终 VG 会举起冠军队。为什么我会这么有自信呢？因为其他队都没有我们队这样的死皮鞋战术。
Amazing, absolutely.
That was one of my favorite ones we've ever had, I think.
It broke all of us at some point. I've actually got tears in the corner of my eye. I couldn't. As soon as I saw RTK, I said to Denny, I know this is fake. I know, but it feels like it could be real. Like the way he was reacting at the start. I'm very scared of RTK.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
Very scared. But what a fun piece.
That was beautiful. Yeah. I love it. I like how they're all just like, yeah, we don't want to play with ROTK again.
I'd rather play with Dead Yang than ROTK. Please don't bring it back.
That was good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. No fun. The memes.
Oh, yeah.
Chinese memes.
I mean, it just started off right
memes.
away with him saying, Yang's not dead all the time. He's just been creating space for you. It's not feeding. It's
it was a strategy.
Yeah.
It's a strategy we came up with. We should look forward to game number 3. Dendy, game 3. Yay!
Yeah.
Let's love game 3s. Especially when it's a couple of teams who are very closely matched like this. There's nothing between them, is there?
Interesting. I'm not sure who's gonna win. I'm still thinking it might be Vici.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they were the favourites, Kat. Let's be honest. Yeah, I know TNC have done really well and exceeded expectations in many respects in making the upper bracket because many people thought they would end up in the lower. But they're not far away. This is, regardless of the result now, I think they all get confidence from this, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they've had 2 very close games against Vici Gaming, who are one of the favorites of this tournament. And you're in this situation where it has been quite the marathon. It's been quite the endurance test. If you're TNC, you've got something special about you that just always fires you up when it comes to these close matches. You want to be able to take down the big giants of Dota. They've done so before with some of these players. And I almost want to change over and say that TNC is going to win this series just based off of, just little things about it. Like just the fact that they're still willing to go for it so many times. Maybe Gabby lost them the game with his idea that he was so strong at going for it, but I still appreciate that point of view, just being able to play more free Dota.
Yeah, and Denny, you made the point, didn't you? We were talking about it downstairs. They don't care. SCA, they're like, we've got 3 dead. Yeah, let's just go in on them.
Yeah, and that's amazing about them. Also, I like what I see from TNC with 4-core strat. I mean, that's really cool. That's something interesting. I see that teams and Kuku always have almost same network. Sometimes teams even go further as position 4.
Yeah.
So that's pretty interesting. It's something new. We don't see that much out here, and it's working for them. So it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, saw that in game 1, didn't we, with the Tiny?
Yeah, absolutely. I think
transition into a core.
We tend to see that a lot when he's playing, when I see Kuku playing in particular, like I mentioned, the Bat Rider and that Sanking. He actually backs himself up a little bit, and he's like, yo, Tim, so you're going to be playing a little bit more of that 3 role. This game, he was playing the Tiny in this one around, so he was prioritizing himself a bit more for him. So You can see that Tim's kind of trickled down a little bit on that one, where I think I always just like seeing Cuckoo playing these ones where he's not taking that much space on the map and just let Tim's kind of take over that 3-roll. So maybe slight adjustment for them there.
I don't know about you guys, but I find Tiny terrifying right now. Like
Yes.
everything he's able to do from a support and then the way he scales into late game, there's just seems to be very little this hero can't do, right? It can solo kill heroes, it can actually deal with cores, it can get them out of position, it can save your allies with these great tosses.
It's a sieger. I think that's one thing that people forget too. You actually can hit buildings. You turn around, you've got like 3 tree grabs on the tower, and it's chunked down to half HP or more. So.
Players are coming back out into the arena for game number 3. A game where perhaps Vici weren't expecting to have to play. And as Toby1 has already said, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And they are getting themselves back to their booths. They'll get ready and set for draft number 3. And TNC are pushing Vici Gaming all the way. And remember, this is one of the very best teams of the year. I know they might not have been on your radar if you don't follow Dota that often. Maybe you tune in once a year to TI and you're looking at them thinking, I don't really know who these guys are. Well, these guys have been fantastic through 2019. They've won 2 majors. They've been competitive in everything they've played in. You can never count them out. On paper, Cap, before we came here, if we'd said the upper bracket's going to be TNC versus Vici, every one, to a man, we'd have all gone, Vici will win that.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But a lot of these TNC players are stepping up. I think that one of the biggest names coming out of this series and a lot of the group stage has been Armel. The story of him in Southeast Asia was always the fact that like it was a little bit hard for him to find a team initially. He was hard to work with, but everyone, no matter how you felt about him personally, respected. They said he was super skilled. And he finally shows up on TNC, and I think that this year has really been a showing of just consistent, strong performances, right? There were very few games where I look at it and I'm like, oh, Armel lost them the game. No, more often than not, it's going to be him carrying them the game.
Yeah, and you've pointed out, haven't you? I mean, good old support bros, we have to stick together. You put out they've got a couple of great supports in this team as well.
They do, on both sides. Got to be looking at both sides. I mean, we saw what they were able to do even with like Fade in that game as of Rubik, and then on TNC also, whenever they're playing AU's playing something at Chen, like there's just so many different varieties. I mean, Dota's just gotten to the point where everybody has a more impactful role, and that's what makes it so much better to watch, because back in the day, you see a support and you're like, the hell is this guy? The game's going late. The hell is this Rubik gonna do? He doesn't do anything. Now you have all these like plethora of spells and combinations, talents. Makes the game so much more exciting.
It does. And then you pointed out that it's a much more flexible game now. Because you can have that 4 can suddenly become a core at 30, 40 minutes whenever it wants to. And even Secret, they move stuff around all over the place. Like their 3 becomes a 4, sometimes their 5's farming. They don't really follow the classic rules of Dota. It makes it much more interesting.
It's up to teams how do you split the entire farm on map. And if you watch, for example, IE bots, they split between 5, yes? And then some have greedier positions.
I was going to say, I don't know if that works all the time for the AI, but yeah.
I mean, so it's up for teams, and when we see some special, for example, splitting of farm on TNC side, and it's really cool. It's interesting. It's like, it's more space for creativity. It's more space for finding out something new and fun, you know, and exciting, so...
Yeah. And that's what's awesome about both these teams, right? Is that they are both young, and we've seen from interviews on both sides that that youth and all the fresh ideas that they bring to the table, that's what they say is their greatest strength. Vici Gaming just had an interview where they were talking about the fact that they were willing to work around each other and go for these new ideas. You know, and then you've got the old dog in ROTK who's going to, you know, still solidify the basics of Dota and what remains to be true. But all these other guys, the players, they're down for these new, fresh ideas. They even tried Core IO.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you very much, gents. It is time to get into game number 3.
Virtus.
That's right, Red-Eye. We are going now into Game 3. And now, before we go into the draft, though, I wanted to ask a question. Dendy had mentioned something about how TNC are playing 4 cores, basically. And to me, that's a marked difference from the Raven era TNC, where it was usually like, you know, give him a Terrorblade, give him a Spectre.
He was the man.
He was the man, the myth. And I'm surprised that a TNC like this, maybe it's because of Heen's influence, but Gunnar, they've been able to transition into this pretty smoothly. Is it because the meta encourages a 4-core kind of thing, or is it just a stylistic choice?
The meta kind of encourages it right now with the new Axe changes, new Roche changes, talent changes as well for supports have made them a lot stronger than they used to be. Like, a couple patches ago, like TB was like broken. He would just farm the whole map, And now the map's a lot harder to farm as a core, like by yourself, and get the highest net worth in the game. So a lot more teams are having a lot more greedier 3s and greedier 4s, and they play more as a team, and they play it as a team game, not as a
just win me the game. Win me the game.
It's just, you know, we'll make space for you.
There's so many items now. You get 2 tomes at level 10. You get the Aghanim's Blessing, which obviously should have gone to the 5 that game. Like, it bolsters these supports. Like, they all have GPM talents at 10 or 15 now. Like, it just makes sense to pick these later game supports.
Yeah, and that's why Tiny is proving to be so important and a hero that Vici Gaming does not fear, as we see the ban still respect banning that Chen from AU.
I'm just really surprised TNC didn't ban Tide.
Yeah.
Like, they banned it the first game, they let it through last game, he owned, and I think if Vici just gonna pick it up again if TNC doesn't.
I'm more scared of the Shadow Demon. I think that kind of ruined TNC's strat last game. The Bristleback got really hard countered. Yeah. I know when I was playing with Ferev, he would say, I'll play Bristleback against anything.
Except Shadow Demon?
But not Shadow Demon.
Really?
Yeah. So...
But are you that worried? Because, I mean, they're not going to pick Bristle now, obviously, right? I hope so. And that's why I just feel like in the first game, it was Enchant played by Yang, and, like, he doesn't team fight. You're an Enchantress, and now you have this Tide Hunter. You want to team fight. You want a 5v5 TNC, and I'm worried if you let Vici 5v5 you, they will not outsmart you, but, like, fight into the Shrine we saw. Like, they do the little things better. There's a Grim.
It is a Grim, a different direction for TNC actually, and not any sort of typical combo right off the bat, as Earthshaker doesn't have any targeted spells that would work with the Soulbind duplication, so going in a different direction, and Vici Gaming going to respond with a Leshrac.
Yeah, so last game it was banned in the second phase, so they couldn't open with the Shadow Demon Lesh, so now they're just going to take it earlier.
And this is popular just, you know, because you've got a great setup for Split Earth, but even beyond that, so where exactly do you think this Leshrac is going to be laning?
Probably mid.
Okay.
I think some teams can run at 3 and then a 4 Shadow Demon or a 5, and they kind of pair them. They put them in the off lane. So they go in the safe lane. It's your job.
Yeah, and not only is it a great setup, right? Lesh is one of those heroes that needs a save. You don't have a blade.
Yes.
You don't have one of those things. And the fact Shadow Demon can set up and save you is so good for the hero. Because that hero just pumps out the damage. Like, Leshrac is so scary.
For the longest period of time, Leshrac's Yule's timing was so critical, because not only was it giving you mana regen, but it meant that a hero that needs to be in the fight can actually live for more than like 5 seconds of Pulse Nova damage.
Yeah, that's why you'll see a lot of teams pick Oracle with Lesh.
Right.
Because they give him the save. He stays alive 5 extra seconds. That's like 1,000 damage he pumps out on every hero per second. It's crazy. I also like that they picked the Lesh over the Tide Hunter because of the Grim. I think it's a response to the Grim. His Phantom Embrace doesn't get purged by the Kraken Shell.
True. One of the few things, yeah.
Yeah, so you can silence the Tide. He can't really get his Ravage off. You know, if you grip him with the ult, with the Grim ult, they can't like split. The Tide gets stuck. So I like that they're kind of changing it up.
Sand King ban, really good. You have an Earthshaker, Grimstroke, Sand King. At these 15-20 minute fights, you will just get run over by like the long reach of that team, but you take it out of the pool, makes it a lot easier.
So then if you're TNC, how much are you hoping to really optimize this Grimstroke pick? Are you going to start going for, you know, the classic single target combinations that go with the Soulbind? I know Lich isn't particularly popular anymore. Doom seems to be the go-to combination from Grimstroke, but it seems that a lot of teams are just content to pick him as a great way to push out lanes because the Stroke of Fate is so useful, and then you just slap the Ink Swell onto your Initiator like an Earthshaker.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Because you think of carries that might be good, like with the Grimstroke, like a Sven, a Wraith King, maybe like that, but there's a Shadow Demon in the game, so it makes it a lot more difficult.
A lot of teams don't even pick much combo with it. I've seen teams pick like one hero, like with one spell that helps it.
If that, yeah.
Yeah, and they kind of, if they want to combo with it, it's the Grim. He'll build Aether and then Sheep.
Right.
And he'll get this Hex timing at, you know, 30-40 minutes. He has a really nice GPM talent, and he'll just combo 2 people, Hex 2 people, and that's his contribution to the fight.
You see that stat? Tim's is 0 and 3 on the Grimstroke. That is actually, I mean, it was his only negative hero, but 0 and 3, that's like, that has to be a little bit in the back of your head if you are them, like, oh wait, we just have 1. Obviously, it could be a 5.
It could be a 5, give the Tim's Earthshaker.
I think that's a better idea. I just don't even like Grim that much as 4. Eventually, you are going to get like even this that 5 position, the Sheep Stick and whatnot, because you have the GPM talent. And I don't think you need to prioritize farm on a Grim.
It does work well with Jug that they picked up. You can Ink Swell the Jug in the lane. He goes to spin. I think the Jug's a response to the Leshrac lane. You can put him there. He can never get stunned by the Shadow Demon combo.
That's true. And something that can actually brawl with Leshrac very early on, just because the Blade Fury means that he's not going to take really any damage from the Pulse Nova. It's just the Edict damage.
I think right now I'd like to see a Lina from TNC in their next like pick or 2 for their mid. It works well with the Grim, and I think it lanes well against the Lesh if they decide to put it mid. It gives them this like high tempo, it gives them building damage.
But you'd be willing to show your mid lane matchup this early? Or rather your mid lane hero this early on TNC? Because you don't really know where this Leshrac is going to be. We've even seen like a lot of Chinese teams even like one position Leshrac a lot of the times.
It depends on the team. Some teams are confident with their offlaner. If he has a big pool, he can counter the carry. They'll pick a mid like Lina, where it's stable. You're going to match up 50-50 at worst in almost every matchup.
Yep. TNC loves last picking Bat Riders, so I can see him doing that. I'm curious if Vici's going to go. I would love it if they just picked another stun. I'm trying to think of heroes that would go well, but you want to fight TNC right now. You have a Leshrac, you have a Shadow Demon. You don't mind going late, but I mean, these teams are just running at each other. Eventually, it's not the fastest paced games, right? They're going to 50, 60 minutes. Eventually, you are going to have to run into each other. And these 5-second BKBs, whoever has more stuns at that point, normally is winning these games.
Do you know if Fade plays Earth Spirit?
Yeah,
I can
want to
see
say
that.
yeah, he does.
He does, right?
Yeah. It's not really in like their pool of heroes.
I mean,
like,
Earth Spirit does not seem to be in the pool of heroes either, which is so shocking to me. The hero's been so good for so long, and now it seems to be more situational. Instead, Vici Gaming going to go for a Warlock. Obviously, plenty of synergy with the Leshrac with the Fatal Bonds, right?
Yeah, a lot of AoE, you have a lot of control. It's more teamfight. They were a little lacking on teamfight control. They had more single target from Shadow Demon. They had AoE damage from Lesh, but now they have the control.
And you have the cancel on Jug now with the Rock, which is really nice, just holding him in place. Now you have the Rock, you have the ulti from Shadow Demon. This Jug is not going to be happy in fights.
Yeah, this Blade Fury spell immunity is not going to be able to protect you from these ultimates.
Yep. And it's going to be, looks like it is going to be the Fade on Shadow Demon, which I like. I love a farm Shadow Demon.
Do you think they're going to do 3 Lesh then? And try to match him with the...
That's why I feel they're going to do... I think they're going to want to... If they do that right, you have to dodge the Juggernaut lane, right? And we could see a lot of lane swapping. Obviously, we still don't know because 3 heroes, but...
There's the Tiny TNC Predator. It has brought them so much success. Unfortunately, in that last game, did not really pan out, but still, it's been a real showstopper this entire day.
Now I like it, because now you have 2 heroes who pair very well. Looks like the Lesh probably going middle. As you said, though, the Chinese teams do like sometimes playing it as a carry role. Like, it does scale insanely well. That level 25 talent, buildings are dead, heroes are dead, the Edict explosion.
Even the 20 talent, the Pulse Nova damage, he does crazy damage.
Yep, and you have so many apart.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see what TNC does with the Tiny. They did it 4 the first game.
True.
3 the second game.
And you've been waiting for a 2 Tiny.
Is it going to be the 2 Tiny?
Is it going to be the 2 Tiny?
I think it's decent this game. There's 3 heroes that are really squishy in the early game.
And TNC has the overall last pick, so they can set up for it if they really want.
Yeah, this last ban will determine if they want to protect something like it. So if you did want to do a Tiny mid, and you're not expecting it to be a Leshrac mid, what kind of bans is a Tiny looking for? What does he not want to have to deal with in the mid lane?
I don't think you need a ban for the lane itself, as Tiny is a kind of self-sustaining lane.
Okay.
More just the game,
you ban a hero, assuming that you assume the Lesh is mid, and you ban a hero that's going to own you from the carry position, I think, more so. I think Death Prophet actually might be a good ban. They haven't banned it yet.
Yeah, the first time it's really... there you go. The first time it got through the second phase there, actually.
I think that would have matched up really well with Vici's pace. It gives them a lot more teamfight building. It's like works well with the Warlock as well. You have a heal, you can pop your heal on the DP. We have another save in the Shadow Demon, like Grant said earlier.
And there would be a ridiculous amount of push. You got the Retaliate from Centaur, you got the Golem from Warlock, you got the Edict explosions from Leshrac. If you had a Death Prophet on top of that, it would have been devastating.
I'm excited to see, we saw a little bit in group stage, how many people are going to go middle to defend against that Retaliate, getting it at level 1.
Yeah.
We saw a full 5-on-5 fight just to stop him from being able to get those stacks. I always find that so, like, just the change, like, we'll just give it to him, and now it's like, let's fight for him. Who cares about the runes? We gotta fight.
Increasing, like, at first it was like Centaur would just do it and people would be like, whatever. And then you need to bring an escort from Centaur. And Vici Gaming, they're gonna go late. They are picking up a Medusa, although it's not as late as Medusa used to be. These days we're seeing Medusas participate a lot earlier on.
I think they get this Manta Butterfly timing and they push. But I'd be scared for a TNC Lina right now. It matches up well against the Dusa, and like we said, it kind of goes well with their other heroes. So I'm looking forward to Alina here.
Yeah, because with the Grimstar, right, double Laguna is one of those things, like we saw it multiple times in the group stage. It's just scary, especially once you get that Ags, the pure damage from heroes.
No.
They got
22nd pick Broodmother.
And it's against Medusa. This is a good Brood game, right, Gunner? Like, if you're playing the Medusa, how are you feeling?
I don't want to go to lower bracket.
Yeah, they got brooded, I believe.
You're gonna go to lower bracket on a brood game. This Medusa's gonna have to farm her little heart out.
Yep, you can farm the snakes. Obviously, you have split shot and that, but sometimes if she gets a diffusal blade, you just got to be careful. You're just getting run at.
So I gotta hear it. We're ending the series. Which way are you going, Grant?
I'm taking TNC. I think it's a great brood pick. I love that they just have the Earthshaker and the Tiny again. I don't think those were ever the problems, and it controls the mid game while your brood just runs around doing her own thing.
Gunnar?
I gotta go with TNC. The brood was just a really nice pick. I think Dusa doesn't really kill the spiders that fast. Her split shot's not amazing for it. They have a good amount of magic resistance as well, so the snake doesn't really kill them. I think they might run over in 20 minutes.
All right, fair enough. But guess what, Grant?
What's that? That's my line.
I know.
Son of a gun.
I want to hear from the Banana Slam Jamma. That's what I want to know.
Going into this last game, I was thinking from the first two games, they both went over an hour long. And I was like, who's going to have the better late game? And I looked at Vichi's draft, and I was feeling really good. The Medusa, the Warlock behind, the Shadow Demon save. Felt like they were going to have a really hard time fighting into this Medusa. And then suddenly you get this last pick Brood. And I think TNC's on this timer where they have to hit the mid game really hard, snowball off the lanes. If it does go late, I favor Vici, but I don't know. They have no way to deal with Broodmother early on in the game, and I'm scared for them about as scared for them as I am of spiders. So let's find out how this game's going to go from Toby, Juan, and Synderen.
You know, spiders are terrifying. Like, absolutely terrifying. And it looks to be the same thing here in the draft, man. Like, what is the answer? How do they find the clearance? How do they survive longer than 20 minutes that the draft panel put us on a clock for?
Real life spiders don't look like that. Unfortunately.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't.
You haven't seen Australian spiders.
It would be pretty terrifying if you saw that spider in real life. Not just size, but also looks with like the cosmetics and everything it has on it. Yeah, this is a really great last pick brood from TNC. I think if you're Vici Gaming, your solution is to put the Centaur mid. I don't think there's any other way you deal with this. You play the Medusa safe lane with the Warlock, and then you offlane Shadow Demon Leshrac. Perhaps you can do some tri-lane shenanigans and leave the Dusa solo and let her suffer a little bit. But I think the dual lane setup is the only thing you can really do. So what TNC should be looking at is, if the lanes are super predictable for them, which they kind of should be, put the ideal lanes. You keep your brood mid, even if it's against Centaur, that's completely fine. But how can you punish one of the side lanes? Do you leave a hero solo and do some super strong tri-lane with the Grimstroke and Juggernaut, or do you also do a 2-on-2 match where you can beat them in perhaps all three lanes if everything goes right?
That'd be very advantageous, and that would put at least like if they could win all three lanes, TNC will be very happy because they can potentially stick to that 20-minute timer. But I also like the combinations that VG Gaming have, where you have the SD as well as the Leshrac. It's a classic, it works really well. DY, if you can get early levels and you actually have a rock to drop, if you actually have Fatal Bonds, if you have some kind of control that's able to amplify the damage that Paparazzi as well as Ori may be missing in the early part of the game, then this is a better advantage too. And it feels like, while there's not a Magnus in this game, the rock drop is still able to cause a lot of problems. Same with the Stampede. How does TNC stay on top of them, or does it not matter? Do you just keep pushing anyway?
I mean, I'm pretty convinced that if this goes late, Vici Gaming will win this game, because they have some good late-game solutions for Brood. They just don't have the early mid-game solutions for Brood. And Brood has a tendency to either win games in 30, 35 minutes, sometimes maybe 40, or lose most of the time when it goes very late because the hero falls off. Whereas a hero like Medusa scales very well into late game. So does Centaur, so does Leshrac, and their two supports. All of Vici's heroes are amazing in long games. So, yep, you got to hit that timing for TNC, and a lot of it is going to come from Armel. So keep a close eye on his lane.
We have seen some Broodmothers have more success in the late game just because of the change to the webs.
Yes.
And that's one thing they can do when the late game comes up. Ori's already being heavily attacked up on top lane. Tims has Toss. He's going to throw him back a long, long way. Ori's already used the Mystic Snake as much as he can, but there's no regeneration. Cabby gets the first blood up on top lane, and DY, there's nothing he can do about it. He hasn't even leveled an ability yet. And every time, this will happen again. Tims with another toss. The early aggression. They cannot allow this to happen. DY, now he'll level up the Shadow Word. He's putting it onto Tims. He wants some level, some rebuttal, one more attack. It may be enough. Yeah, it will be. The Shadow Word will tick him down.
Tango.
And DY, oh, he's, yeah, actually, is it still?
Tango.
It's enough. Tango is good.
Tango. Close call, though. but he got out. And yeah, this tri-lane is super strong. TNC has a true kill lane here with Grim, Tiny, Jugger. It's only going to get worse when both Grim and Tiny hit level 2, so that they have Inkswell and Avalanche, as Tims will
not deny himself to the mid
go
tower.
suicide to the mid tower.
Hey, but shared bounty, right?
Yep.
Everyone gets some money. And Cuckoo's getting pounded on the bottom lane. He's looking for some CS, but he's 10-2 to the 2-0, right, of himself 2-0. But Paparazzi's trying to do some damage directly into Cuckoo. No points up in Edict just yet. They're using Disruption, Lightning, Split Earth, anything they could do to harass him down. He's down to 3 tangos after burning through a couple more as well, south.
That's the price they'll pay, but if they can shut down Medusa really hard, it's great news for them. When it's going to come to pushing and ending the game, though, you might want Leshrac to have a slightly worse game than this because it's such a strong team fighter with a lot of damage output with the right items. But as the panel talked about, there's some serious bursts on the Radiant side from Tiny and the Juggernaut Omnislash as well. You can probably deal with Leshrac pretty well.
And defensive ward from DY is down, so they can at least see where Tims is moving. They probably would have liked to get it on the other side of the tree line, but Feder bonds Tims and AU to the camp. Tims with the Avalanche. Someone want to come close enough? Yep, it will in fact be the Grimstroke. And DY wants to help out. He just got some damage into the Grimstroke, and that's all. Ori is totally dead. The shields are nowhere near strong enough. And it's just a terrible game for the Deucer now. And I just saw Yang jump, I think, like 10 CS. One double edge on the Spiders. Okay, he just went up another 5 CS.
He's going to rush Vanguard. Then he's pretty safe made against the Broodmother. What generally happens in Brood matchups like these is that Brood will retreat to the jungle and just out-farm you. It will farm wave and jungle camps, and Yang will just sit there and get only the wave. But Centaur's biggest advantage in this lane, to an extent, apart from being able to be there, is that if Brood leaves, he's going to take the tower with Retaliate. So you put a little bit of extra pressure on that mid-hero to stick around, and will probably limit Armel's farm by a little bit. Trying to be annoying now.
It buys some good time, more than anything else. And that's what VG Gaming need. Still get Leshrac up there, top 3 net worths. Only one of them belongs to TNC. Brood's still a little bit further behind. We know that will start to scale once Brood.
Oh, bottom lane.
Oh, they're actually going again.
Yeah.
Yep, Cuckoo trapped out. Fade. Well, he's getting a lot of poison stacks on him. That's 4. One more, not even needing it. He just pops him anyway. Then up on top, Tims going once again, DY. And this top lane eventually is going to have some diminishing returns. Tims is going in very deep.
Nice
Puts the
toss.
Shadow Word on him, tosses him back over towards Grimstroke.
Tims, or DY was not expecting Tims to be able to find the toss there. He was standing in the middle of the creep wave, but Tims found the right angle to be closest to the Warlock and toss him away, and they get a nice kill there. Warlock will be respawning and be able to reconnect for the bounty runes, but I don't think VG Gaming have any intent on trying to do anything on the top runes. Rather, push out bottom lane with the Leshrac and try to get those runes, as Shaker has...
He's abandoned.
He's gone woods.
Yeah, he's gone bush.
That's... Somebody's got to go bottom. You don't give up a lane at 5 minutes like this. I don't think that cannot be worth it with the heroes that they have.
No, that's like full free farm for Paparazzi.
That's one thing. It's also all this golden experience you're losing by not having a hero in this lane. Like, sure, you get some stuff in the jungle, but that's not ideal.
Unless they're thinking about lane switching. You've hit pretty heavily into the Deucer. Like, is there a need to actually bring some pressure down against the Leshrac?
I think that ship has kind of sailed for the laning stage, unless you bring 2 or 3 heroes down there. There's nobody who can go down here on his own and stop this Leshrac from doing what it's doing. The problem is if they don't do it, he's just going to push their towers. It's level 3 Edict. These towers fall really quickly. So this is absolutely a problem for TNC that Cuckoo has to evacuate that early, but that was the choice they made when they aggroed the Deucer.
Yep.
Deucer is in trouble again.
Yep, really staying on top, but then again the Stampede. Inkswell won't connect, Fatal Bond's connecting 3 heroes together, and Paparazzi, he's joined the fight. Now he's just going to turn on the teams. They're all connected together and no way to break free. Cuckoo trapped in the tree lines. If they can attack into Tims as well as Gabby, Gabby's going to try and spin TV out. He actually gets the kill on the way out. Tims is doing some damage into AU, but he's back home safely, regenerating up.
And these fights are only going to get worse now. If you try to dive, now that Leshrac has Pulse Nova, when he shows up, he's like double his damage in these kind of fights. So you've got to be super careful with how deep you dive as TNC. You got the kill that you came for. but it cost you 2 cores.
Hey, someone's going to go back down bottom lane as well. SD is now alone down there.
Yeah.
He didn't have to come for the fight. They sent in Paparazzi because they realized they needed the damage output from him. And what happened to Leshrac? He has now skyrocketed up to #1 the net worth, 3.6k. And he can build some very, very large items very early on in this game. Like you're 6-7 minutes into the game, efficiency shrine just for good luck. Yang has already finished up the Vanguard. Paparazzi, what do we got coming out in the Courier?
It's not for him.
It's not for him, you're right. He was looking at a Bracer as well as a Null.
He's quick buying Bracer. I think it's a really good choice. Maybe you get Bracer and then Yules, or maybe you get, I don't think you get 2 Bracers and 1 Null. That seems a little bit overkill, but the Bracer would be fine. And yeah, we see it. Gabby has to go bottom now. Because, you know, somebody's got to be down here.
Yep.
And he does the long run from base to bottom because he died TPing out from top.
AU. Do they see him? Do they see him moving around the tree line? He drops down his Observer Ward, instantly dewarded. That's actually munched on by Ori, so hey, efficiency tango. What happened to this mid pressure that I thought Armel was going to do? Centaur with Retaliate is just wrecking this tier 1 tower. And Armel, the panel was saying like this is meant to be Armel's game, a great Broodmother game, but right now it's taking some time. The only great lane is up here on top where TNC is fighting once again. Stampede, the body block was good, but once again, Paparazzi TPs himself over. Cuckoo is the sacrificial lamb into the tree lines. They're holding the split earth just in case, but it's not even required. Cuckoo, well, DY.
How did DY get that?
Wait, what? Okay, sure, he'll take it.
Did he die to fatal bond damage from the Grimstone?
I think it was Shadow Word tick, right?
That was a Shadow Word?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so Yang has won the mid lane. He took Brood's tower and is 600 gold ahead of it.
Well, now they're trying to do something about it, but oh, the 3-man stun! The hop stomp and the follow-up from Paparazzi. They'll take AU. He came out for the regen rune. Oh, this game is starting to escalate a little bit quicker. We were talking about TNC potentially winning all 3 lanes with great matchups, and now it feels like all 3 lanes, or at least 2 of them, have gone the way of VG Gaming.
I think you only have a possibility of winning all 3 lanes if you play 2-1-2. If you play 3-1-1, you can't win the 1-on-2 lane. And that one was lost really hard. The Shaker against the Leshrac plus Shadow Demon lane. And the Brood against Centaur, I would have said beforehand that that is not a Brood favored matchup in the beginning, but that Brood can win it by farming, and eventually Armel will do that. But he lost his tower minute 730. I don't think that's as early as this would usually go, but Yang is super experienced with playing the Centaur, and he's having a wonderful game. 113 CS minute 9. I guess some of them are Spiderlings, but that's also telling, right? If he kills this many spiders, maybe Armel isn't in his right element on this hero in this game.
Yeah, he was throwing him in like
great in the groups, right?
Yeah, he did. Fade is just doing nothing but chasing down AU. He had more than enough poison stacks on him. AU was on a warding mission. He came in onto the cover of smoke, but he only came in as he dropped the Radiant Orbs on top of his death position. So he was looking to plant that next to the tier 1 tower. But I can tell you right now, with VG's presence down here, there's no way TNC are getting close to that dire bottom tier 1. But with Leshrac arriving, 4 points up, an Edict to push the wave, take it back. Looks like Armel's getting some damage into that mid tower, bringing it down to half-life as Yang had abandoned his post for a moment. And the catch-up is happening, as you said. Hand of Minus is over in Armel. He's building into the Aghanim Scepter, rushing it up, realizing he needs to have a large amount of control across this map.
Yeah, he needs to farm a lot. But already, that is already a bit of a problem. If your Broodmother needs to, not that Brood needs to farm a lot, Brood always needs to farm a lot, but that it feels like he needs to catch up in a game where we talk about VG Gaming having the better late game and the overall early stage went well for them. This is very quickly becoming a problem. The win expectancy says 75% for VG Gaming, and we're only 10 minutes in. And it's just this early mid tower and this golden experience lead that they have from the laning stages is quickly becoming a problem for TNC to deal with.
And look at the confidence from Yang. He doesn't care about coming high ground with a double edge Armel. Yeah, that's some spill damage up on top. Paparazzi, Invis Rune looking to prep up. It's a toss back. They don't even know Leshrac. Actually, yeah, they do. He walked just in range of the sentry ward. That's why Tims threw out the toss straight away. But Stampede, now they're chasing after Tims. What's he got? He's got toss off cooldown. He'll throw Paparazzi away, but Purge is up. Split Earth will easily be able to connect. And the tiny wall fall. Paparazzi claiming his 4th kill of the 8 that VG have 11 minutes in. His Gabby's getting something on the bottom lane. Farming out quickly, going in for the Maelstrom build over on the Juggernaut. And getting some damage into this tier 1 tower. Medusa will have to come and do something about it. She's just been wanting to farm up the stacks.
Yep. It feels like TNC actually need to start making moves, but your Brood is not really ready for it yet. Just Yang is just sitting on Brood really, really hard. And your Shaker got crushed in lane, so he doesn't have many play options. And Tiny's level 5. With Grimstroke, he's also level 5. We're 12 minutes in, none of their supports are level 6. On the other side, Shadow Demon is almost level 8, and Warlock is almost level 8. They have a huge lead. Are there any tomes on this courier? There are no tomes. This is what will happen. So the weakness of going tri-lane like this is if you don't get a lot of kills and just stomp the lane, if you keep the lanes for too long, your supports are going to get underleveled because they're sharing experience 3 ways, right?
Yep.
And I felt like the moment Shaker evacuated from bottom and gave up on the lane, you need to put a support down there to leech this experience. You can't just leave this lane empty for 2 or 3 minutes, which results in exactly this. Your options are just super limited on the map right now for TNC.
You know, Fade, I think that's a little greedy, but I understand he wants to get the Ether Lens up. He just farmed half of the stacks that he did on the Ancients with just mass stacking up poison. But Ori can finish what's left.
I'm the carry now.
Yeah, it's just...
And now Brood is top net worth. So Armel is finally leading the board. But similar to Alchemist, Brood has a bad game if it is not the richest hero in the map. Your net worth is not as valuable as other heroes overall. In general, that's like a rule of thumb. It's not 100% always, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So this is not enough. If you recall some of the very iconic Matumba Man games, for example, from TI7 when Liquid won, a lot of the games Mato is 2k gold ahead of all enemy cores at this point, or maybe even 3. So with that logic in mind, Broodmother is currently behind par for the course, kind of.
He needs to catch up 2,000 gold.
He needs to find big items. And maybe if there's some sort of stray kill that can come his way that could help, maybe the Broodmother can find Shadow Demon, someone kill him with spiders, but Vici are just not playing Brood's part of the map with anyone else than Centaur, and he can't kill that guy, so look at how fat Yang is.
Yeah.
Crimson Guard, 2k health, minute 13.
And he's working on finishing a full pipe for his team, so a lot of the magical damage is going to be negated on TNC. Meanwhile, Paparazzi, because of his Grey Start's got a Eul Scepter, so he's got both defense as well as aggressive options when it comes to the fights. And he's got Warlock sitting behind him. Like normally you have a Warlock and their Warlock hits 6 and you're like, okay guys, let's go and fight. Let's find a great opportunity. And now on bottom lane, there's the movement. Tim's, Eul's stunned, can't walk away. He added some pressure. He tried to toss away Paparazzi, but that may have actually just hurt Gabby more if that actually succeeded. But it doesn't. There's still a one-off kill. Blink Dagger flying out right now. In fact, it's...
Gabby's running at Yang, but
no, that's not
what are you going to do?
There's a Blink Dagger for Cuckoo. This has to come on the back of a smoke. The Aghanim Scepter as well, I think it's about to be completed up for Armel.
Yeah.
So a lot of critical items starting to arrive for TNC. What can they do with it?
Yeah, this has to be a play timing, right? You smoke up with your Shaker, your Tiny, your Grimstroke, and maybe a Jugger or Brood, and you combine on the lane and get something done. Either you get this mid tower with a lot of Spiderlings, or you try to push the top tower. But just sitting around farming right now, I think is definitely the wrong play, and something needs to happen. So let's see what they're going to do. They're just going to grab these 2 bounty runes for now.
God, those whip charges
Vici are getting a tower in the meantime. This lead, Toby, it's getting ridiculous. What do you think? 90% almost. 15 minutes in.
You just watch the win probability.
I mean, you look at that graph and you just feel like, okay, I mean, I know it went a bit better for Vici in the last 3 minutes, but I didn't expect it to swing this much, you know? It's like...
And you still have a Broodmother at number 1, Juggernaut's at number 3, and when it comes to net worth, like, items are not stopping. But it just tells you the tail when it comes to gold, when it comes to kills. It's not always the easy answer to say, well, we're ahead a little bit. So we're only like 60% favored.
Expectancy of games is, like the golden XP graph can only take you so far because it's a lot about knowledge of matchups and how things are supposed to go. DY
actually reveals that Earthshaker blinks over, but he didn't see DY. Now DY will drop the rock as well as get the Feather Bonds off. Have they got another control? No, they don't. In fact, it's Fade. In trouble, Stampede to disengage. My God, all those spiders just evaporated. Paparazzi and Centaur can go to work. Eul Scepter up, and you will hit the deck in the hardest way possible.
Yeah, TNC just didn't find the play. It's so hard for them to find an opening right now.
That timing was really unfortunate too. Like,
yeah, they ran.
You had to have a guess of where the blink was, and DY was only just putting that Observer Ward down.
Yeah.
With a trade-off, looking for the mid tower. Paparazzi will arrive. Once again, A lot of Spiderlings died for this movie. We're at 228 CS on Centaur and 172 on the Dusa. A lot of this is spiders.
I don't think the Dusa killed any spiders.
She hasn't? I guess she's just been neutraling.
Maybe a bit, but not much. If she killed, I don't, like 5 maybe? I don't think I've seen her kill very many spiders at least.
What's the spider gold counter or something? That's what we need.
They give minimal amounts of gold. It doesn't really matter that much. They're worth like 3 of gold each or whatever. I mean, it's something, but...
And Cuckoo really wants to drop this Echo Slam somewhere, but he's not finding an opportunity at all. And he doesn't want to do it on Yang. Put is already done. Crimson Guard is up. I think the pipe is just... Yeah, he's just waiting for 50 gold, and the pipe will fly out.
So we talked pre-game about timing and what TNC's lineup needs to accomplish in order to get control of this game and run away with it. And now that the timing has been missed, that is why we're seeing this 90% win expectancy. So what's the last 10%? Outside of Vici screwing up, the options that TNC are kind of limited to are trying to force fights around where Brood is playing, and then probably blowing up the Leshrac is my best bet. You're not killing Centaur, and if you are, it's going to cost you the fight.
Well,
You're
on the
not
right side,
Medusa.
Leshrac went for movement speed build, so that's your upside.
He does have a save, however, and a golem behind him once that's available, so even that kill is hard, but it's what you've got to try as TNC is to find a way to access fights. If you're playing chicken with Brood the whole game, hey, Brood's chances are just not good here, so you've got to start taking some risks. Got to go for some plays that are maybe very unlikely to succeed, but what if they do?
Yang wants to play. Gabby doesn't want it. Here, have a BG tag. That won't save you, Gabby. Actually, you will. Then just like, you win. Huh? You're fine. Spin saves him, not the tag. But nice to see he's coming into this series armed with all the memes they can have. Paparazzi's hoping for an opportunity in mid, and Viz ruined up.
Paparazzi's changing his build. He was hovering the Kaya, which is the classic component from the Sumail move speed build. I'm going to call it the Sumail build because he was the first guy I saw do it. I don't know if he actually invented it, but I think he might have.
We'll give him credit.
Where you go the Boots of Travel Yules, and then, or Yules, then Boots of Travel, then Kaya Yasha. So you have permanent 550 move speed with the 15 talent move speed. And then you can level up your Pulse Nova early because you have the mana cost reduction from the Kaya.
And Yang is hunting. Bottom lane, Stampede, straight through. Tims, well, he knows he's dead. Paparazzi didn't even arrive in time for the rest of TNC. Hey, what happens? You lose a hero. Let's go fight, boys. 4 heroes together, smoked up, looking towards the mid-tier 1 tower. Fade is the man who's on the defense duty.
I'll finally get this tower.
Even if they have to go, yeah, just send the spiders. They'll do the job.
Yep.
But maybe they can get something else. Dusa, as well as SD is here. TNC fight best when there are only 4. They already get the slow out, the silence. No, Mandasala wrong. And the Feather Bombs, 3 heroes connected together. They're going to burn so hard. Yang just walking up. You've already taken out the Grimstroke. Gabby, no longer spell immune. Cannot stand next to Paparazzi. They want Cuckoo. He'll blink away to safety. But VG Gaming, 2 heroes down. They can push towers. They can take Roshan. They can do both. They can take runes. They can only do 2 out of those 3.
Are you sure about that?
Well, there's only so much time they've got.
Yeah.
It's not infinite. Then Tims is going for the bottom bounty runes.
Yeah, at the very least for TNC, they do look to get a 2-2 never mind, they get 3 for 1. Shadow Demon shows up with a haste.
Yeah, they didn't even take the tower, so I guess not.
And imagine, we're sitting here watching both teams' perspective, right? We're watching what both teams are doing, what items they have, how they're moving, where the wards are. And I'm struggling to see potentially good plays for TNC right now. So from their perspective in this game, I really wonder what the communication is right now. Like, what's the next play? What's the goal of the game? How are we going to get out of this sticky situation here to make the comeback?
Does the itemization of Armel kind of tell you a little bit about that? Like, he builds pipe, he's building for the team to stand together. You're still getting like full-on damage from Gabby. Like, he's going in for Mjolnir style build.
Maybe the timing is level 20 on Armel, so he gets the spider attack damage talent. and then he's going to have the Solar Crest and the Pipe to keep the Spiders alive.
Yang missing that up a little bit. Tim's trying to do something with this as here comes the blink in from Cuckoo. Great fidget block, but it's the biggest hero you got to try and bring down. Once again, Fatal Bond's doing its work with the Echo Slam. They're getting through what we thought could have been the unkillable. We asked them to do something, and that's exactly what happens. Armel wants to go for more. D-White begins his TP. Someone got a stun. Cuckoo does. Blinks forward, and now 2 heroes from VG Gaming fall.
All right, that's good.
That'll work.
They got 2 kills, one of them being the huge Centaur. They had to work hard for that kill, though. If Yang wouldn't have chilled so long and just used Stampede, he would have probably got out of there.
Yeah.
But he felt invincible, and that's... Sometimes feeling invincible is not a good thing.
Isn't that game 1 all over again?
Pretty much.
Hey, we feel really good. Wait, hang on. Reminder, we are playing a team that can knock us to the lower bracket of TI9.
So...
Give respect.
Very, very big for Brood to get this. He got both kills, he got the tier 2 tower, and all of a sudden Armel is almost got the Solar Crest and the level 20. And
Ari is still getting bigger though while all this is going on. Like all the fights that have been happening, Ari has literally just been jungling or lane farming in very safe areas. He's almost going to crack the 300 CS and about to finish a full butterfly.
that we'll cross that bridge when we get to it for TNC. First problems first.
One step at a time.
Need to deal with the Medusa later.
Hey, you'll be able to control her. Cuckoo's building in for an Aghanim Scepter. And once you got this, maneuverability is going to be the name of the game. Broodmother moving up and down hills. Cuckoo staying with him.
As far as Vici goes, though, you saw how long it took them to kill that Centaur. Imagine there's a save there. Imagine there's a Golem. Imagine there's a Shadow Demon Disruption. It feels like this play only works because there's not enough in the way of protecting him at the time. So if Vici Gaming are a little bit more together, winning a team fight right now for TNC seems almost next to impossible. Like, they need a really good Echo Slam, they need a really good Tiny Combo, probably a good Omni Slash too. Like, they can't really make any mistakes, which, you know, we've seen flawless teamfight executions from TNC. They can do it, but it's a really stacked deck against them right now in those fights.
Well, we passed, as you said, 20-minute mark. 23 is on the board. TNC.
It's a bit of a comeback, though, if you look at the graph.
It
got a couple of percentages.
It definitely is. We're now sitting at 89% for VG Gaming win probability.
So just
Brood
has the solar, right? Brood has the solar.
He on Courier? Yeah.
So there's a solar and the level 20. The reason I'm looking for this timing is Brood gets insanely strong when these two things align. When you get the Solar Crest and level 20 for the Spider attack damage talent, you go from dealing a lot of damage to dealing a lot of damage.
Yang still wants the Spiders.
That's not a good way to have an army.
382 CS now on the Centaur. Rack 'em and stack 'em.
This is the highest CS of Centaur ever at 24 minutes. I almost guarantee it.
Nice smoke up from VG Gaming, except at the same time, Fade was walking back. Glimmer Ether Lens.
It might be the highest CS by Centaur ever at this point by like 50.
He's going to go in for Roshan. TNC, they're going to try and sneak
I love it.
in.
I love it. Take a risk.
But hey, Yang, he's taunting his way over to the pit. Don't look now. He hooks up in. He's able to get the double stun. Running Roshan. Paparazzi was a fall for Gabby. He's perched up. He cannot move even with the spin. This is that piercing. The rock will drop. Connect everybody up. A quick Omni Slash. Try and break him free. Get him inside the pit. Gabby, he's actually on the other side of the rock wall. He gets away while Tibbs keeps it into the back line. You've actually wasted the Stone Gaze, and TNC, they get out without a single loss.
Yeah, there's no Stone Gaze, no Golem, no Stampede. That's pretty good.
Brood can slip back into Roshan. Now VG Gaming's attention turns into how do we stop TNC from claiming Roshan?
And I love TNC take this risk. You see, it's a high-risk play, but the reward could be massive, right? If you don't take these risks in this kind of game, you're unlikely to come back, so...
They're even trying to kill the Golem off.
Yeah,
hey, there's some money.
And Brood is back looking at the Roche pit. Has the spider damage talent. This Roche can die really quickly.
You see,
Armel might just get it, actually.
Good observer one. Just looking in. What do you do, Ori? Do you want to push? He's got no save. There's no backup. There's a disruption. They're smoked up VG Gaming. They're still watching Roshan closely. The damage from the Spiders as well as the Brood is so huge. The Spiders actually almost going to go down. The poison's killing them off. This is when Armel loses his power, when he loses his Spiders.
Yep.
So he has to make some more. Over towards mid. There's more where that came from. Hop stop, jumping in. Yang was trying to fight. Great fish in the back line, but Paparazzi BKB all protected. They're losing the Brood by the way too quickly. Armel needs to get up the hill and far, far away. There's no place like home. Lashrak and Yang both able to back up. There's a nice regeneration rune. Deny it. Woo. Okay, well that'll still deny it. No, he bottled it. So Paparazzi can get back up to full mana.
Like, hello.
Roshan, remember this man? 1700 HP. They want to break through him. Grimstroke's looking. Gabby walks in. Gabby walks out. We're playing do-si-do in the fog of war. Paparazzi found the target in the backline. Cuckoo dead so quickly. He takes so much damage. Now Paparazzi can burn the regeneration room, get all that mana back. But Tiny wants something else. He's tossed back the illusion. He wanted the real one. Now Timt is out way too far. Yang will capitalize. Hooks something forward. Able to get the double edge damage. Paparazzi's there too. With the lightning, they got the Soul stampeding up Timt. There's nowhere to hide. They still think about doing Roshan, but Ori, he is the gatekeeper at the front of the pit. TNC can still not get in, and Yang is like, okay, maybe I should do some damage now. I'll help Paparazzi. Armel can't let this happen. Ori still on the front lines with a fidget block. He's trapped up on the high ground. DY can't really help him. Roshan, he will die to VG Gaming. Hager's in the hands right now. It's actually going to be Paparazzi. Gabby, he's trapped and brought down. Broodmother. Now he's trying to retreat. The more damage he takes, the faster Grimstroke will die too.
That was a super well-played Roshan control by Vici Gaming. This whole situation, the way they spread their heroes, they have, like you said, the Medusa is kind of just protecting the Roshan area, while the Leshrac finds an opening onto the Shaker, and they get a great fight out of it in the end. And, you know, hats off to TNC for trying to pull off this play. I think you have to do something like this, like I've said before. Vici were just too good in this instance, and a weaker team would have maybe faltered there, and you would have got the Roche. But you see, so Ori's going to walk up here and will get fissured off, but get Stone Gaze off, and flat out a mistake from Gabby here to get petrified. This should not be happening. You're just running in, getting petrified. I'm not sure what the plan is here. There's no way in hell you're ever killing the Medusa without using Omnislash. She didn't have any mana. And then they just ran down and forced the Brood away as well.
Yeah, you realize it from TNC. There was a lot of laughing before game 2, but things have gotten really serious. They're missing their timing. The pick of Brood didn't work out the way they wanted it to. But you still come up with a plan. You still try and find a way to fight against VG Gaming. It seems so hard to keep these spiders alive too from Armel. All that big damage he wants to get into the back lines to kill off units like the SD. But then you got Glimmer Cape protection. In fact, both of them are going Glimmer Cape. DY has almost completed his.
Yep.
So difficult for TNC just to get this straight up target lockdown. Goodbye tier 2 tower. Aegis to the Immortal. Oh, they're still in the hands of Paparazzi up on top. He's having his own little duel with Tims. Stampede just wants to close the distance, do some more damage. Tims has tossed, the creep wave's coming in. That's not what he wanted. Paparazzi, such fancy footwork. That's difficult with 4 legs. Tims, there's your hit with the split earth. Down he goes.
Made him work for it. I think Paparazzi messed up and could probably stunned out of the Yules. I'm not sure if he was saving it for anything else or had cooldown, but when I clicked up there, I think it was ready. So they have to use a Stampede, and it takes another 10 or 15 seconds. So Tim's definitely buying some time there, but time for what? Time for what?
The second coming of TNC.
Well, maybe time to fight for bounties.
Maybe.
You gotta try it.
Got 15 seconds to get into position. Luckily, Brood has a rather large network that he could use to get north.
And a rather large net worth, unlike all of his teammates.
Well, that's because he's taking up most of the map. It's pretty choked out. VG Gaming aren't giving them many options. And now, oh, Juggernaut, Yang. Oh, blink, hope stomp, quick on the Blade Fury. And Gabby, he needs some distance, and he needs it now. The rock will drop. Here comes Ori too. Needs some extra slow. Broodmother's going to be nearby. They're doing so much damage. There's no way the Juggernaut can live. Even with the avalanche, they can't create enough space. Dead without buyback, and Armel. Woo! That TB didn't work. And Armel, no protection. They're trying to slow him down. Great Fisher. Cuckoo able to create a little bit of extra space, but VG don't care. They just want to rampage forward. They want that semi-final matchup against LGD. And at this rate, they'll take it. TNC, they need a miracle.
Or 5.
One after the other, no spaces between.
Yeah, this is looking really, really tough for them. Just a flat-out 5-on-5 seems completely unfavored. They don't have the damage to kill the Medusa. The Leshrac has an Aegis. Is running around with haste move speed pretty much. He took the strength talent, so actually doesn't have full haste move speed, but 510. Another huge grab for VG Gaming.
And together they move out. They can take out the Shrine. They'll push through the top tier 2 tower as well. It's time for the new Vision game from VG Gaming. Actually, they've got 4 TP scrolls coming on the courier. All right.
Yang wants to be able to TP.
Yeah, they're all his. Could have brought some observer wards for him if they're off cooldown, but nope, we'll do it this way instead. Tier 2 tower is gone, and they will not hold back. With the Aegis the Immortal on Paparazzi, he's got nothing to fear. The Fissure doesn't block him out. Ori has enough space to move up high ground. No missed chances for him. And Paparazzi now triggers off the Edict. No fortification available from TNC. So the tower cannot survive. They are losing map control so fast. And all Armel can do is just move within his network, farm outside, but farm to what end?
He's got a Hex, so he can kill Shadow Demon.
He can
find some.
At least they have something then that can work with the Soulbind.
True. That's another good point about this game. When it comes to teamfight and how TNC have built their lineup, they really haven't set up Grimstroke for success except the Juggernaut spin with Inkswell on. That's the only thing that synergizes with his ulti is his own silence and toss outside of the Hex that Brood got 30 minutes in. So Grimstroke's primary teamfight contribution is generally 1 stun from the Inkswell and then the Soulbind and setting his teammates up for success and maybe a good stroke of fate. But you take that ulti out of the equation, it used to even slow, it doesn't slow anymore.
Yeah. Like you just see like how happy VG are to keep doing what they're doing. Like you've already got your defensive items for Ori and he's going in for the MKB next. Like no need to worry about the big burst damage. 2.1k HP seems to be enough for him. Same with Leshrac, 2k, but he's got the BKB to defend.
He's super fine. He has 2.1k. Oh,
Ooh, Armel, the blink, the hold stop. They catch out the Brood Mother, and all the stuns, they continue to chain. Brood is dead. 85 seconds. Grimstroke cannot TP out. Faith able to control him with the disruption. And VG are all over TNC. No room to breathe. And this feels fatal. The push up from VG. YOLO indeed, Gabby. That's all you can do. The buyback came out from the Grimstroke. But without the Brood Mother, you don't even have the double Hex we were talking about. Tims, he goes for it. He doesn't get the toss back, however. He just tosses Ori straight up in the air. A quick fissure. Now the Soulbind together. Gabby is already spinning himself away. Paparazzi is killing Tims in the back line. They'll go Fountain if they want to. This game's over. It really is over. VG, playing your flag. You own TNC's home. Tims is going to do the best he can. TNC will fight to the bitter end. But VG Gaming now going for the Megas. Edict burns through all the buildings. Gabby moves forward, looking for some damage to burn off what mana? No, he's going to burn off life instead. Perched up. Now the rock will drop. They just want to control the Juggernaut. He'll still get the Omni Slash off, however. But how much damage is this really doing? They're so tanky and split across the fight. That's GG. Full hero is gone. VG Gaming will advance to the semi-finals to have a date with an all LGD VG China semi-final 1. It still looked a little shaky, Cinderin. VG Gaming weren't absolutely perfect, but they still take the victory.
Yeah, this last game, though, was honestly really clean. They got last pick rooted, they adapted correctly. I'm like putting Centaur mid is not a genius move, but the way they played their side lanes mainly.
Yeah.
Yang had an outstanding performance mid. Their top lane, the Warlock, Medusa, they bided their time. They didn't panic. They weren't like, we need help, we need help, we need help, come top Shadow Demon. Instead, they identify, okay, we're going to lose our lane, but we're going to win the bottom lane really hard, and we're doing well in mid for Yang. And what's going to end up happening is, well, if they stay 3 heroes top, they're going to get out leveled. And when it comes to making moves, look at their picks. Centaur's or Shaker's losing his lane horribly, so he's not going to make moves. And the Tiny and Grimstroke are in the tri lane. They will not have levels. So you reach this point 10 minutes in where VG Gaming have 2 level 7 supports and the TNC supports are level 5, and there's just almost nothing to do on the map.
Beautiful play, the winner. VG Gaming at 2-1.